This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Hot. So hot. Su Jianyan tried to open his eyes. But this simple action, usually so easy, became incredibly difficult. After a long while, he finally saw. He was lying on the ground. The blazing sun overhead, the intense heat wave, accompanied by the bright sunlight, intensified the burning sensation on his body, but also cleared his muddled thoughts somewhat. He had been shopping in the mall when, apparently, there had been an attack by thugs. The entire mall had suddenly descended into chaos. He was swept up to the rooftop. And then, amid screams and shoving, he tripped and fell. He seemed to have hit his head and immediately passed out. Su Jianyan tried to get up. But as soon as he moved, excruciating pain shot through every cell of his body. Su Jianyan took a deep breath and sat up with a burst of strength. A fallen shoe, an overturned chair, a trash can, and dried, dark red liquid emitting a foul odor scattered on the floor. The rooftop was deserted. The attack is over? Then what happened to him? Didn't anyone check on him? Or did they think he was dead and were planning to collect his body later? Su Jianyan reached into his pocket, preparing to save himself. He was not only in pain all over, but also dizzy and nauseous. He definitely had a concussion and needed to see a doctor as soon as possible. His pocket was empty. Su Jianyan looked around. His phone wasn't among the trash on the ground. Su Jianyan took a deep breath and used the nearby flower bed to force himself to stand up. After recovering for a while, Su Jianyan gritted his teeth and slowly made his way towards the stairwell. The elevator went straight to the top floor. Once he was in the elevator, things would be easier. The place where he had fainted was only about 200 meters from the stairwell. Normally that distance would only take 2 minutes. But this time it had taken him almost 10 minutes, moving to the shadows. Su Jianyan leaned against the wall and looked into the passageway. The passageway was L-shaped. From the outside, only the intersection and part of the elevator were visible. The walls and floors were covered in pools of dried blood. And in some places, what appeared to be human tissue was visible. The stench of blood and decay in the air almost made Su Jianyan vomit. It looked like a massacre. Su Jianyan steeled himself and stepped inside. A moment later, he stood in front of one of the elevators. He pressed the button, but it didn't light up. No power? Su Jianyan moved to another elevator next to it. The button was also unresponsive. It seemed the entire building was without power. Su Jianyan almost coughed up blood. This commercial building had 15 floors. Even if going down the stairs was relatively easy, in his current physical condition, it would take him at least 2 or 3 hours. Whether he even had the stamina to reach the bottom was also a question. After hesitating for a moment, Su Jianyan looked towards the emergency exit on his left. He couldn't just wait to die. The top floor wasn't usually open to the public, so there was an iron door at the emergency exit. It was covered in blood and completely twisted, as if it had been through something terrible. The lock wouldn't close, and the door, pulled open, was barely held in place by a pile of brooms and mops. Su Jianyan thought it would take some time to open, but it turned out surprisingly easy. The door was cleared in less than 2 minutes. Because it was deformed, the door made a jarring, teeth-grinding sound when it was pushed open. The building was without power, and the emergency exit was pitch black, looking like a gateway to hell. Su Jianyan, supporting himself against the wall, moved slowly, step by step. Just as he finally reached the corner and was about to rest, he heard footsteps that didn't belong to him coming from below. There's someone on the 15th floor. Su Jianyan's listless spirit instantly lifted. Is anyone there? Su Jianyan's throat was terribly dry, and his voice wasn't loud. But the stairwell was an excellent amplifier. His voice instantly echoed across several floors. No one responded. Su Jianyan frowned. Had he misheard? Just as Su Jianyan was about to ask again, a figure appeared around the corner. It was a somewhat strange middle-aged man. The stairwell was dark, and Su Jianyan couldn't see his features clearly. He found it strange because the middle-aged man was standing with his head tilted back. You? Su Jianyan swallowed, suddenly feeling a chill run down his spine. Before Su Jianyan could finish speaking, the man suddenly lunged at him. Bang! He crashed into the railing as he ran, the sound echoing throughout the stairwell. At the same time, Su Jianyan finally saw the man's face. He hadn't leaned back intentionally. Half his neck had been gnawed away by something, forcing his head to droop to one side. That wasn't a living person. A living person couldn't survive without half a neck. By the time Su Jianyan realized what was happening, he was already rushing upwards. He was already fast. But the man was even faster. He could even clearly feel the man's hand brush against his clothes. He rushed back to the top floor, taking 3 steps at a time. Su Jianyan turned to close the door. But before he could grab it, the man was behind him. Su Jianyan could even feel the man's icy body temperature. The man opened his mouth, his gaping maw dripping with a bluish-black liquid, less than 5 centimeters from Su Jianyan's neck, and his hand reached out to grab him as well. In a flash, Su Jianyan instinctively lurched backward. The man had just stepped onto the rooftop when Su Jianyan's sudden impact caused him to lose his balance and fall towards the stairwell. Seeing this, Su Jianyan's heart, which had stopped beating, pounded wildly with elation. The thud so intense it hurt his chest. However, before Su Jianyan could savor the joy of escaping death, something grabbed his clothes, and he too fell towards the stairwell. A wave of dizziness washed over him, followed by pain. The two rolled all the way to a corner before stopping. Gurgle. An unintelligible whisper reached Su Jianyan's ear, accompanied by a foul stench. The man seemed oblivious to the pain, getting up almost instantly. Su Jianyan didn't have time to see clearly before continuing to roll down the stairs. Reaching the 15th floor corridor, Su Jianyan immediately looked around. A dimly lit corridor, an intricately handmade carpet, an open door, and 2 vaguely discernible, clearly abnormal figures at the far end. A fire extinguisher box. Bang! Su Jianyan scrambled to his feet, smashing the glass of the fire extinguisher box with his elbow, and swiftly pulled out an axe. Gulp! A cold, foul stench assaulted his nostrils, and the middle-aged man lunged again. Hearing the commotion, the 2 figures that had been at the far end of the corridor seemed to be provoked, rushing towards them, ignoring the pain in his body and their presence. Su Jianyan sidestepped the oncoming middle-aged man, then took a step forward, swinging the axe with all his might. Bang! The axe brutally severed the middle-aged man's neck, smashing a palm-length gash into the wall. The strong jolt sent numbness through Su Jianyan's hands. Without bothering to examine the man on the ground, Su Jianyan dashed upstairs like an arrow. The 2 people at the end of the corridor were already nearby. Upstairs, he pulled open the iron door, closed it, and used the brooms and mops he used before to jam it shut, all in one swift motion. Bang! As he slammed the door shut, the 2 figures rushed to it, slamming the already twisted iron door, making it creak and groan loudly. Fortunately, as a landmark commercial building in the city center, the building was sturdy enough that even with the door twisted, it remained firmly in place. The 2 figures, a man and a woman, appeared to be hotel staff from floors 11 to 15. But now both were covered in bite marks, their skin pale and bluish, spitting out phlegm, and their eyes cloudy, confirming that the 2 couldn't get closer. Su Jianyan turned and ran. He ran through the corridor, back into the sunlight, a wave of heat washing over him. Su Jianyan glanced around and quickly ran towards a sunroom on the left. The rooftop was deserted, and he saw no monsters like the 3 people from before, nor did he see any in the sunroom. He rushed inside, quickly closed the door, and found a relatively secluded corner to crouch and hide. His heart, which had stopped beating due to shock, began to pound again. 3 minutes, 5 minutes. About 10 minutes later, the banging on the iron door finally stopped. After waiting a while longer, Su Jianyan's tense nerves finally relaxed. At the same time, the adrenaline wore off, and pain struck. Su Jianyan looked at his trembling hands, gritted his teeth, and stood up. The sunroom was filled with some kind of lush, overgrown plants. Su Jianyan hadn't noticed it when he came in, but it took him a while to squeeze out. Upon reaching the door, Su Jianyan peeked out to check, and only went out after confirming everything was alright. A breeze blew by, making it unbearably hot. Su Jianyan looked up at the blazing sun overhead, then down at his down jacket. He remembered it had snowed just 2 days ago. Had he been unconscious for half a year? Su Jianyan dismissed the possibility without a second thought. The bloodstains on the ground, though dried, didn't look like they'd been there for 6 months. He'd been unconscious for at most a week. But if he hadn't been unconscious for half a year, what was with this awful weather? Thinking back to those 3 people from earlier, Su Jianyan suddenly had a bad feeling. He glanced at the elevator entrance again to confirm it was safe, then quickly ran towards the spot where he had fainted, trying to find his phone. He searched the ground, the flower beds, but couldn't find it. The building was out of power, so the landline wouldn't work, and he couldn't go inside. Su Jianyan turned and ran towards the edge of the rooftop. As he approached, Su Jianyan immediately looked down. He had initially intended to see if there was any way to throw something down for help, but what he saw instantly turned into an icebox. The plants in the green belt had grown wildly, some even reaching the height of a 10-story building, while cars were parked haphazardly like garbage everywhere. The streets were densely packed with people, but even from a distance, Su Jianyan could tell they were no longer human. Furthermore, many places clearly showed signs of explosions, fires, and battles, as if a great war had taken place while he was unconscious. The end of the world? For a moment, Su Jianyan thought he hadn't woken up properly, but the pain in his body clearly told him he wasn't dreaming. After a while, Su Jianyan slowly regained his senses. His Adam's apple bobbed, but there was no saliva to swallow. Instead, there was a stinging pain from extreme dryness. His attention had been focused on calling for help, and he hadn't noticed until now that he realized how incredibly thirsty he was. He didn't know how long he'd been unconscious, nor what the blazing sun was about, but he'd clearly been exposed to the sun for days and was severely dehydrated. He needed to replenish his fluids quickly, or he'd die of dehydration even if he wasn't killed by the monsters. The problem was, where was he going to find water? Chapter 2. Su Jianyan took off his down jacket, glancing around. He couldn't go inside the building now. The rooftop, being the hotel's private garden, had no vending machines. But since there were plants, there must be a water tap. Su Jianyan went back to the sunroom. Su Jianyan hadn't noticed before, but upon returning, he realized the plants in the sunroom were clearly abnormal, all exhibiting an excessively vigorous vitality. Especially the 2 rows at the edge that looked like roses, now had grown into giant trees reaching the roof. Su Jianyan circled around outside but couldn't find a water tap. Su Jianyan reluctantly opened the door, trying to avoid the plants as much as possible. Growing to this extent, it was hard to say whether they were poisonous. There was a water tap in the sunroom, not far from the entrance. The moment he saw it, Su Jianyan's already parched throat began to roar even louder. A power outage doesn't necessarily mean a water outage, especially in the city center, where there's usually backup power. Su Jianyan turned on the tap, but there was no water. A glimmer of hope, shattered in an instant, left Su Jianyan feeling increasingly thirsty. He wondered if it was just his imagination, but the sun seemed to be getting hotter. Su Jianyan looked to the right of the greenhouse. He vaguely remembered seeing an artificial pond there when he came up earlier. The water in the pond wasn't clean, but he had no other choice now. Su Jianyan immediately headed in that direction. The pond was easy to find. Su Jianyan found it in less than 5 minutes. With the power and water outage combined with the high temperature, the already shallow pond was now just a layer of lime scale. His hopes dashed once again. Su Jianyan felt as if his lips were cracking from dryness, finding no water. Su Jianyan's skin began to burn after searching for a while, confirming one thing: the temperature was indeed rising rapidly. If it was around 40 degrees Celsius when he first woke up, it was now approaching 60. A person can generally only survive for 2 or 3 hours in extreme heat of 50 degrees Celsius. If this continued, dehydration would be a minor issue. He would die from sunburn first. Su Jianyan quickly headed towards the elevator building. There were actually quite a few places to escape the sun on the roof, but most were shaded by trees or simply covered walkways, which didn't offer protection from ultraviolet rays. Approaching the walkway, Su Jianyan didn't rush in as he had before, but instead moved as quietly as possible, hugging the wall. Reaching the corner, Su Jianyan quickly peeked out. The iron door to the emergency exit was still closed, and the man and woman inside were still in the hallway. They seemed unconscious, pacing back and forth after calming down. Confirming it was safe, Su Jianyan sat down on the other side of the corner. The ground was covered in dried bloodstains, and the air reeked. But Su Jianyan had no time to feel disgusted. The temperature continued to rise. He felt as if his internal organs were being submerged in boiling water, a suffocating heat that made it hard to breathe. Su Jianyan closed his eyes to catch his breath, but the suffocating heat didn't dissipate. Instead, it intensified. He could even feel the sweat on his body evaporating. An hour later, Su Jianyan's consciousness gradually blurred, and for a period of time, he even lost consciousness altogether. More than 3 hours later, around 4 in the afternoon, the temperature finally dropped somewhat. By then, Su Jianyan was completely exhausted. Due to profuse sweating, his dehydration symptoms were even more pronounced. He barely had the strength to lift a finger after waiting another half hour. When the temperature dropped slightly, Su Jianyan forced himself to get up. He didn't know what had caused the midday heat, but if it continued like this, he had to find water before noon tomorrow. Without water, his body was severely dehydrated, and he wouldn't survive until tomorrow. But there was always tomorrow. Besides water, he also needed to find food as soon as possible. Su Jianyan glanced at the sun hanging askew on the horizon, then at the axe in his hand, and got up to head towards the elevator building. His only hope lay inside the building. At the corner of the corridor, Su Jianyan peeked out. The man and woman were still wandering in the stairwell. The middle-aged man hadn't reappeared after he beheaded him, so they should be able to be killed. They were clearly irrational, more like zombies than humans, which relieved Su Jianyan. At least, he didn't have to feel guilty. The problem was, if they really were zombies, then if they injured him, he might turn into one too. One is one thing, but two against one. Besides, who knows how many more are downstairs? If the commotion gets too loud, it could attract even more. After watching for a while, Su Jianyan looked away. He left the passageway, went back to the vicinity of the sunroom, picked up the down jacket he had taken off earlier, put it back on, and then went into the sunroom to find 2 pairs of gardening gloves to wear, just in case. Although the temperature had dropped, it was still over 40 degrees Celsius. Wearing a down jacket and gloves in this weather, he was almost instantly drenched in sweat. Su Jianyan forced himself to walk around the sunroom twice, familiarizing himself with the environment and anticipating the situation, before heading towards the elevator building, entering the passage and reaching the corner. Su Jianyan took a deep breath and stepped inside. The moment he entered the sight of the 2 zombies, they pounced on him, one after the other. The iron gate clanged loudly, accompanied by a beast-like growl. Su Jianyan suppressed the urge to turn and run, inching closer to them. When the distance between them was only a meter, Su Jianyan stopped. He looked through the iron gate down into the stairwell, confirming there were no more figures, then raised his axe and smashed it against the brooms and mops blocking the door. The stick snapped in two, and at the same time, the iron gate burst open, and 2 figures rushed out, one after the other. Su Jianyan's adrenaline surged, and he turned and ran. The 2 immediately gave chase. All 3 were incredibly fast, almost instantly bursting out of the passage and reaching the outside. Upon emerging, Su Jianyan immediately ran towards the greenhouse. The 2 pursued relentlessly. Reaching the greenhouse, Su Jianyan walked around to the entrance and stopped, turning back to look. As he turned, the male zombie running ahead lunged at him. Seizing the opportunity, Su Jianyan kicked him in the stomach, sending him flying into the adjacent greenhouse. At the same time, another zombie pounced in front of him. Su Jianyan ducked and dodged to the side, simultaneously trying to pull open the greenhouse door to separate the 2. Given his current condition, the chances of him escaping unscathed from 2 opponents were extremely slim. Bang! The zombie inside slammed against the door, closing it for Su Jianyan. Before Su Jianyan could even say thank you, the other zombie outside pounced. Su Jianyan quickly retreated, ignoring the one inside the greenhouse and focusing his attention on the one outside. After turning into zombies, they were far stronger than before, but their inability to think made their behavior simple. After a couple of exchanges, Su Jianyan found an opportunity and smashed his axe into the woman's head. Seeing her fall to the ground, Su Jianyan didn't wait for her to get up again and chopped at her neck with all his might. Her neck snapped instantly, stopping the woman's struggle to get up. Having dealt with one, Su Jianyan frowned, feeling the thud of the axe hitting the concrete floor. When he heard a whoosh behind him, he instinctively dodged. Rip! Su Jianyan's right arm was ripped open, revealing down feathers underneath. The man in the sunroom had appeared sometime earlier. The door wasn't locked, which was why Su Jianyan had been able to enter earlier. Su Jianyan quickly retreated, trying to create distance, but the man immediately pounced again. Whoosh! Su Jianyan couldn't dodge in time, and his left arm was also grabbed. But fortunately, he managed to push the man away with his axe. creating distance. Su Jianyan kicked the zombie in the stomach. As the zombie crashed into the greenhouse, Su Jianyan raised his axe. Bang! Crack! The axe struck the man's head, which slammed into the greenhouse. The glass shattered, and a large chunk of the man's skull caved in. Gurgle! The man's limbs twitched, trying to stand. Su Jianyan took a step forward, about to raise the axe again. Before the axe could fall, the man went still. Su Jianyan observed for a moment, confirming the man was dead, then turned and ran towards the elevator. The commotion he just caused was too great. It could attract more zombies. He had to secure the iron gate as soon as possible. The iron gate was open, and there was no new figure in the hallway. Su Jianyan breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't immediately go downstairs to find water and food, but patiently waited for 15 minutes. The two zombies that had been locked in the hallway earlier had caused a ruckus for over 10 minutes before finally quieting down. 15 minutes later, Su Jianyan steeled himself and headed into the hallway. The hallway was pitch black, and it took Su Jianyan a while to adjust. The middle-aged man's corpse was still in the same spot. Besides the middle-aged man, the hallway was filled with pools of blood, and because the air was poorly circulated, the smell was even more pungent and nauseating than outside. Silently descending to the 15th floor, Su Jianyan peeked out from around the corner. The building had 15 floors in total. The ground floor was a shopping mall, and floors 11 through 15 were a hotel. The 15th floor was presumably the so-called presidential suite, with only 4 rooms on the entire floor, 2 on the left and 2 on the right, located on either side of the elevator. Confirming that the corridor was empty, Su Jianyan headed towards the left side, which was closer to him. Only one door on the entire 15th floor was open. Reaching the door, Su Jianyan held his breath and listened intently. There was no sound from inside. Su Jianyan peeked inside. Beyond the door was a retro-styled entryway, accessible on both sides, leading to the actual rooms. No one was in the entryway. Su Jianyan entered and peeked again. The first thing he saw was a retro-styled solid with living room, matching the entryway's design, and a huge floor-to-ceiling window. To the left of the living room were a reception room, study, and game room. To the right were 2 bedrooms and a gym. The kitchen was near the door, an open-plan space. Still no one was in sight. Su Jianyan immediately headed for the kitchen. After the incident, it was clear that more than one group of people had entered this room. There were pools of blood, footprints, and trash everywhere. The wine and food on the kitchen counter were gone, leaving only empty bottles and packaging. Su Jianyan opened the refrigerator first. It had been emptied because of the power outage. A strange, foul stench emanated from the room. Su Jianyan immediately went to open the other cabinets, bowls, utensils, various pots and pans. He opened 5 cabinets in a row before finally finding 3 bottles of mineral water as a reserve, and a small handful of beautifully packaged pasta. Su Jianyan immediately unscrewed one of the bottles of water. The water, heated to a high temperature, was noticeably steaming, and the sensation as it went down his throat was distinctly stinging. Su Jianyan tried his best to control himself, sipping slowly to quench his thirst as much as possible, but his body simply wouldn't cooperate. He finally stopped after drinking the entire bottle in one go. At that moment, he felt as if he had come back to life. Chapter 3. Su Jianyan swallowed hard, but didn't gulp it down. Instead, he found a nearby plastic bag and packed everything up, preparing to take it with him. He didn't know what would happen next, so he needed to plan for the long term. After packing, Su Jianyan glanced outside to make sure it was safe before continuing his search. He searched through more than 10 cabinets, but found absolutely nothing edible. After searching the kitchen, Su Jianyan didn't leave immediately. He carefully carried the axe towards the living room. This room must have been occupied before. A suit jacket lay on the sofa. Su Jianyan didn't touch it. After circling around and finding nothing to eat, he headed towards the study, the living room, and the game room on the left. The previous occupant must have been an older man. The game room showed no signs of use, but the study had open books and cigarette butts. He found nothing edible in any of the 3 rooms. Su Jianyan found a handbag and suitcase in the master bedroom on the right. The handbag was full of documents, and the suitcase was open, its contents scattered everywhere, as if the previous visitor had rummaged through it. A laptop was also on the bed. It still had power, but Su Jianyan didn't know the password and didn't touch it. After checking the room, Su Jianyan checked the bathroom with little hope. The faucet was still dry, and even the toilet bowl was dry due to the high temperature. Having only found 2 bottles of water and some pasta after all that, Su Jianyan was somewhat disappointed. But something was better than nothing. After wandering around the room again, Su Jianyan went back to the door and closed it. He didn't know the situation in the other rooms yet, but he needed to rest for now. From the moment he woke up until now, with dehydration, zombies, and the high temperature, he felt like he was falling apart. After closing the door, Su Jianyan took off his outer clothes and went into the bathroom, giving himself a thorough checkup. He had bruises in several places, and his hands had several cuts from slashing zombies and knocking on fire extinguisher boxes. They hurt at the slightest touch. The worst part was his face. Prolonged unconsciousness and extreme dehydration had left his skin deathly pale, and his lips were cracked in several places, making him look like a refugee from some unknown place. Su Jianyan rummaged through his suitcase, found a tracksuit, and put it on. His own clothes were covered in dust and dried bloodstains. After finishing, Su Jianyan went back to the living room, sat down on the sofa, and took out the water and pasta he had found earlier to estimate his intake. Normally, drinking a third of a bottle of water a day would be enough to maintain his vital signs, and he could even conserve more if necessary. But if the weather was like this noon today, he would have to ensure he drank at least half a bottle of water every day. And even that might be insufficient. There wasn't much pasta, just enough for one meal. He didn't have enough water to cook the pasta, so he had to eat it dry, based on a diet that wouldn't starve him. He could only eat for a maximum of 3 days. That means he had to find more water and food within 4 days at most, or he would surely die. Su Jianyan got up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. From the 15th floor, everything below looked like a miniature model, but the densely packed, swaying figures were still impossible to ignore. This was the city center, and the first 10 floors of this building were all shops. If it was like this outside, the floors below were probably. Su Jianyan rubbed his nose and sat back down on the sofa. He pulled out a small piece of pasta and chewed and swallowed it as carefully as possible. Su Jianyan didn't particularly like pasta, and the rough texture of chewing it dry made him even more uncomfortable. Su Jianyan didn't touch the 2 bottles of water. He already drunk some that day. After finishing his pasta, Su Jianyan carried the water and axe to the bedroom, locked the door, and took a nap. He was already feeling unwell, and this whole ordeal had left him exhausted. He practically fell asleep the moment his head hit the pillow. His sleep was extremely restless. One dreamt he was bitten while trying to dodge. The next he dreamt the water was gone when he woke up. Su Jianyan was woken by the cold. At first, he thought it was his imagination, until he saw the white pile of snow on the windowsill and realized it was snowing outside. Su Jianyan instantly became wide awake. Daytime temperatures were over 60 degrees Celsius, and it was snowing at night. The next moment, Su Jianyan rushed to the kitchen to find a basin and bowls. Wasn't this free water? If he'd known it would snow at night, he wouldn't have had to work so hard. But thankfully he come down earlier. If he'd still been on the rooftop, he'd probably be frozen to death by now. The snow was falling heavily, piling up on the windowsills of the 15th floor, turning the world below a blanket of white. Su Jianyan spent some time collecting all the snow from the windowsill, filling 5 or 6 basins of various sizes. By the time he finished, Su Jianyan's hands were red with cold, and he quickly burrowed into bed. It was winter before the accident, but back then, there was electricity and heating, and the hotel's bedding, though winter grade, wasn't very thick. After lying down for a while, Su Jianyan got up and fetched a blanket from the next bedroom, with both blankets covering him. The chill finally subsided a bit. When Su Jianyan woke up again, the snow had stopped. The morning sun peeked over the horizon, bathing half the city in golden light. A warm, unusual morning air accompanied the sunrise. It was only around 8 in the morning, but the temperature was already over 30 degrees Celsius. Recalling the scorching heat of yesterday noon, Su Jianyan felt a headache coming on. Without spending too much time dwelling on it, Su Jianyan looked at the snow he had collected last night. With water no longer a problem, things would be much simpler from now on. Su Jianyan went to the kitchen, found a spoon, and picked up the smallest bowl of snow, taking a spoonful for himself. The distinctive chill of shaved ice immediately spread in his mouth, accompanied by a distinctly sour and bitter taste. Su Jianyan paused, then quickly spat it out. Although pollution was severe, and snow falling in the city wasn't cleaner than the soil, it shouldn't be this sour and bitter. Was there something wrong with the snow? The image of the plants growing wildly in the green belt flashed through Su Jianyan's mind. The weather was clearly abnormal now. If the plants were mutating because of it, then it wouldn't be surprising if the snow mutated as well. Su Jianyan felt a headache coming on. If he couldn't drink the snow, then everything would be back to the initial predicament, and he would be unable to move an inch. Thinking it over, Su Jianyan was still unwilling to give up. He got up and went to the kitchen, intending to try boiling the snow. The kitchen was without electricity, water, and gas. Su Jianyan looked at the stools in the room. The entire suite was decorated in a rather rustic style, using only the finest wood. A single chair could probably sell for several thousand yuan, which was convenient for Su Jianyan. He found his old axe, dismantled 2 chairs, went to the study to fetch some books as kindling, then tore a bed sheet and hung a pot between 2 other chairs, making a simple stove rack. After filling the pot halfway with snow, Su Jianyan lit a campfire. Those expensive stools burned just like ordinary ones. The snow melted quickly, turning into water in less than 10 minutes. After the water boiled, steam rose, filling the air with a strange, sour, and bitter smell. A bad premonition immediately welled up in Su Jianyan's heart. After boiling for a few more minutes, Su Jianyan turned off the heat. After waiting a moment, as soon as the water was drinkable, Su Jianyan immediately tasted it. The boiled water was even more sour and bitter, with a faint, foul odor. It was definitely not a drinkable taste. Su Jianyan immediately modified the pot stand, adding a lid to the hanging iron pot, tilting the lid so that a clean cup was placed at the bottom. Finally, he relit the campfire. After the water boiled, steam gathered on the lid, then dripped down into the cup. This wasn't true distillation, but it achieved evaporation and condensation, effectively removing impurities. Once the water submerged the bottom of the cup, Su Jianyan immediately tasted it. The sour, bitter, and foul stench remained. Su Jianyan's heart, which had been pounding with anxiety, plummeted to the bottom, utterly devastated. Unless he could one day build a real distiller or water purifier, he could forget about ever getting his hands on this snow again. He turned off the fire and slumped back onto the sofa, somewhat dejected. As he moved, he looked out the window, only then noticing that the snow on the windowsill had almost completely melted. Su Jianyan got up and went to the French windows. The glass was scorching hot, and much of the world beneath his feet had already returned to its original state. The intense heat had been palpable since the sun rose. He hadn't felt it only because the snow had absorbed most of the heat. Once the snow had completely melted, temperatures exceeding 60 degrees Celsius would await him. Su Jianyan suppressed his disappointment and immediately went back to his bedroom to pack his things. The midday sun was scorching, and the nights were bitterly cold with heavy snow. He only had mornings and afternoons to move around each day, and he couldn't afford to waste time. His immediate priority was to find as much food and water as possible, and then figure out how to leave the building. The fact that he had woken up alive meant that he hadn't been unconscious for more than a week. If it had only been a week, there must be other people like him still alive outside. In a world overrun by zombies, one person's strength is limited. He had to find those people. Only then could he possibly survive. A few minutes later, Su Jianyan cautiously opened the door. He didn't immediately head towards the stairs, but instead looked towards another suite across the hall. He needed to get a backpack first. One set of clothes would be enough, but he needed to find a place to put the 2 bottles of water and the pasta. In case of danger, he couldn't possibly carry supplies in one hand and an axe in the other. The suite door was tightly closed. The security level seemed high, but that was before the power was cut off. Approaching, Su Jianyan listened intently at the door for a while. After confirming there was no movement inside, he wedged the axe into the crack and then pulled hard. With a click, the door slid inward. Su Jianyan glanced towards the stairwell, making sure no one was there, then pushed the door open and entered. The entryway was similarly rustic, but this suite had a different name. Su Jianyan moved to the entryway and cautiously peeked out. Those zombies don't think. At the slightest sound, they pounce like madmen. He opened the door quite loudly. If there were zombies inside, they would have already attacked. But better safe than sorry. Looking down, Su Jianyan expected to see nothing. But the moment he saw clearly, a chill ran down his spine. Sitting in the living room was a young man in his early 20s with a melancholic air. He had shoulder-length, slightly wavy black hair, wore a black suit, and even from behind, he was clearly over 1.8 meters tall and had a good build. Su Jianyan's chill wasn't from suddenly seeing someone, but from the fact that the man, despite clearly hearing him knocking, didn't respond. Was he dead? The thought had barely formed in Su Jianyan's mind when goosebumps rose again, because the man on the sofa seemed to be a beat slower in reflexes, only slowly moving at this moment. He slowly turned his head, looking at Su Jianyan. The instant their eyes met, Su Jianyan's muscles tensed, and the goosebumps on his body transformed into a bone-chilling cold. That was definitely not human. At least not alive. The man had handsome features, but his skin was frighteningly pale, and his shirt was stained with blood. What was most unsettling were his eyes. Unlike the cloudy eyes of other zombies Su Jianyan had seen before, they held something else entirely. He seemed to be thinking. A zombie, sitting alone in an empty room. Deep in thought, Su Jianyan's Adam's apple bobbed. "Sorry, I entered the wrong room," Su Jianyan said, turning to leave. The moment he moved, the man moved at the same time. Without looking back, Su Jianyan rushed towards the door at top speed, trying to close it as he did so. Chapter 4. Su Jianyan was very close to the door, and he had been extra careful not to close it when he came in. Even so, by the time he pulled the door open, the man was already behind him. Unlike the zombie he had locked in the flower room before, the man was clearly much smarter. He didn't slam into the door, but instead grabbed the doorframe. He was also much stronger than the previous 3 zombies, dragging Su Jianyan, who was straining to pull the door open, back into the room with just one hand. With that speed and that strength, if he got out, Su Jianyan would surely die. Seeing the door about to be fully opened, Su Jianyan stepped against the wall and raised the axe in his other hand to chop at the other hand. The man cried out in pain and withdrew his hand. With a click, the door slammed shut. Bang! The door shook violently from the impact of the person inside. Su Jianyan had the urge to turn and run, but he resisted, holding onto the door tightly. He had no idea what was happening downstairs. Going down rashly would be tantamount to suicide. Bang! The sound of banging on the door came again. The man was far smarter than the 3 zombies he had encountered before, but not quite human-level intelligence. He couldn't pick locks. Realizing this, Su Jianyan quickly went back to the room across the hall where he had stayed the night before. He tore the bed sheet into strips, grabbed some leftover sticks he had previously split, and returned to the hallway. The suite's door handle wasn't the common rotary type. It was wider. Su Jianyan used rope and sticks to wed the door tightly from the outside. The door was constantly being pounded on. The force of the person inside was so great that even the cement around the door frame showed signs of loosening. Fortunately, the building's construction materials were quite sturdy, and the door shouldn't be able to be forced open anytime soon. Confirming it was temporarily safe, Su Jianyan glanced at the stairwell in the middle of the corridor. Still shaken. He couldn't stay here for even a moment. Whether or not he could think was one thing. Zombies that couldn't think were just a bunch of fleshy lumps that only knew how to follow their instincts. Dangerous. But their behavior was simple, and they could be dealt with if you reacted quickly enough. But if they could think, their physical abilities and speed far surpassed those of ordinary humans. Plus the advantage of being virtually indestructible except by destroying their brains. He had no chance of winning in a real fight. Having finished his task, Su Jianyan headed towards the stairwell, intending to escape. He had barely approached the stairwell when a figure suddenly pounced from the darkness. The zombies downstairs were attracted by the noise of the door being rammed. Su Jianyan was almost hit squarely, but fortunately, he reacted quickly enough to dodge. Dodging, Su Jianyan glanced briefly at the stairwell to confirm there were no more zombies before turning back to the zombie charging at him, intending to deal with it. The more noise he made, the worse it would be for him. Gulp. Missing its target, the zombie on the stairs turned to pounce again. Su Jianyan seized the opportunity, stepping forward and swinging his axe fiercely. The corridor was too dark to see the zombie's exact appearance, but Su Jianyan smashed the axe into its head. The sound of skull shattering was dull. Having dealt with the problem, Su Jianyan immediately returned to the stairwell. He could vaguely hear commotion below, but it was some distance from the stairwell. Su Jianyan glanced back. The man he had locked in the room was no longer banging on the door. Su Jianyan took a deep breath and steeled himself as he headed downstairs. The 14th and 15th floors were also hotels. But the situation was somewhat different. There were only 4 suites on the 15th floor, so each suite was quite spacious. The 14th floor housed VIP rooms, which were also large, but much smaller than the upper floors. After reaching the corner, Su Jianyan quickly surveyed the area. There were at least a dozen rooms on the 14th floor. Fortunately, he didn't see any zombies in the corridor next to the stairwell. Su Jianyan gave up exploring and continued downstairs. From the 13th floor onwards, the rooms became regular rooms, making the number of rooms seem even greater, probably due to the increased number of residents. Su Jianyan saw 5 or 6 figures loitering in the corridor. The corridor was several meters from the elevator, with no obstructions in between. Sneaking down without avoiding the zombies was impossible. Killing them was even more impossible. Not to mention whether he could win. Those 5 or 6 were only what he could see from the corner. Who knew how many more were hidden from view? The road was a dead end. Su Jianyan was unwilling to give up, but he was helpless. Thinking about it, he headed back upstairs. Passing the 15th floor, Su Jianyan glanced at the room where the man was being held. The man had stopped banging on the door. The lock on the outside was still intact. Su Jianyan breathed a slight sigh of relief. He should have gone back to thinking. Continued being his melancholic, handsome self. Disturbing him was his own fault. Back on the top floor, Su Jianyan quickly headed for the elevator. The elevator couldn't be used directly, but if he pried open the elevator door, he would have a shortcut to the ground floor. He wedged the axe into the door crack and pried it open with all his might. The elevator door was made of iron. It looked easy to open and close automatically when powered, but prying it open with real strength was quite difficult. At first, Su Jianyan didn't dare to use much force, afraid of making a noise that would attract zombies. But later he simply used every ounce of strength he had, once he could peek inside. He was lucky. The elevator car was below. If the elevator had been above, he would have had to find another way and try again. After spending some time prying the door open wide enough for a person to pass through, Su Jianyan stopped and drank some water. He was drenched in sweat. The sun was high overhead, and the temperature was approaching 50 degrees Celsius. Every movement he made increased his body temperature, giving him the illusion of rolling around on a red-hot iron plate. After drinking the water, Su Jianyan looked at his trembling hands from hunger and decided to eat his portion of spaghetti for the day. At the 15th floor, one wrong move could be fatal. He had to conserve his strength as much as possible. The spaghetti was already meager, and divided into 3 portions. It was even more pitiful. Even though Su Jianyan chewed as thoroughly as possible to increase his feeling of fullness, it still didn't take him long to finish. After eating, Su Jianyan glanced at the bottomless abyss below, picked up his axe, and headed downstairs. He made his way down the corridor as quietly as possible, returning to his room from the previous night. He took the remaining sheets and blankets, along with his laptop. As the temperature rose, the corridor became unbearably stuffy, and with the man in the opposite room, Su Jianyan found it difficult to even breathe when he returned to the top floor. After resting briefly, he tore the sheets and blankets into strips, tied the laptop to the end, and lowered it down the elevator shaft. He couldn't use the laptop without the password, but it could still serve as a flashlight. If he could think of leaving this way, others could too. The elevator doors on other floors below might also be open. Just as Su Jianyan was making his move, a sudden noise came from the corridor. Something lunged at the computer, then slipped and fell sharply, followed by a muffled thud. After the thud, the previously lifeless building seemed to come alive. A commotion emanating from below. Su Jianyan almost instantly understood what was happening. A sensation that made the hairs on his body stand on end. The people in the mall below hadn't been able to evacuate. They had all turned into zombies. And judging from the noise, there were probably tens of thousands of them. And not just in the stairwells, shops, corridors, even the elevator shafts. Before Su Jianyan could recover from the surging sound, the computer below was hit again. This time the zombie lunging at it grabbed it. The computer, along with the rope in Su Jianyan's hand, plummeted downwards. Su Jianyan was almost pulled down, but thankfully he let go in time. A moment later, the thud came again, and the rustling commotion below intensified once more. Su Jianyan smiled bitterly, his heart filled with despair. Thousands upon thousands of zombies, even a whole squad, fully armed, couldn't escape, let alone one person. He hadn't despaired when he woke up to find himself abandoned upstairs. He hadn't despaired when he saw the zombies and realized the world had turned upside down. He hadn't despaired when he nearly died of thirst. But at this moment, he couldn't suppress his despair. If death was inevitable, he shouldn't have woken up in the first place. Dying without realizing it would have been less painful. Su Jianyan leaned against the wall and slumped to the ground. The air temperature was approaching 60. Perhaps even higher. Every breath he took was scalding hot. His internal organs feeling as if they were boiling. Sweat poured out, then evaporated instantly. Despite the walls all around, Su Jianyan had the unsettling feeling of being directly exposed to the sun. Su Jianyan's consciousness began to blur. For a moment, he even thought that dying like this wouldn't be so bad. Bang. After an unknown amount of time, a loud bang suddenly rang out in his dazed state. Su Jianyan groggily opened his eyes. Before he could even question whether it was a hallucination, the sound rang out again. Bang. Bang bang bang. It was gunfire. A series of gunshots. Su Jianyan stood up almost instantly. Ignoring the scorching sun, he rushed into the sunlight towards the edge of the rooftop. The sound came from the lower right side of the building. The distance was too great, and the buildings obstructed his view. He couldn't see who fired the gun, and he could only hear the faint echoes. Even so, it meant a great deal to him. Only humans would fire guns. Gunshots meant there were indeed other survivors like him outside, meaning he wasn't alone. Su Jianyan desperately wanted to shout, to let those people know there were still living people here. But the thought of the zombies in the 13th floor corridor forced him to remain silent. Thinking it over, he turned and began searching his surroundings for things to throw. Throwing things from such a height would definitely make a noise. If those people heard him, he might be discovered. Trash cans, fallen bags, shoes, stones from the edge of the flower bed, a table in the sunroom, buckets. By the time Su Jianyan had thrown down everything he could find nearby, more than an hour had passed. The sun was setting in the west, and the temperature had dropped to the 30s. The gunfire had long since ceased. Su Jianyan stood at the edge, observing for a long time. The distance was too great for him to be sure if those people had noticed him, or even if they were still alive. Zombies thrive on noise. Those people wouldn't have fired unless they were in danger. Anxious, Su Jianyan felt helpless. He forced down his unease and began to think about what to do next. The chances of outsiders breaking in to rescue him were extremely slim. He had to find a way out himself. Only by getting out would there be more possibilities. The stairwell was off limits. The elevator was off limits. But he could combine the two. If necessary, he could also try to find a way out of the building. As he pondered, Su Jianyan felt his throat become parched and painful. The earlier scorching sun had depleted far more water than he had anticipated. He went back to the elevator, found the water he had earlier, and sipped a few mouthfuls. Since he couldn't leave anytime soon, he had to make long-term plans. After sunset, the temperature dropped sharply, and in less than an hour, Su Jianyan felt a bone-chilling cold. It would snow by 8 o'clock at the latest. Su Jianyan had gone to sleep as soon as it got dark yesterday, and this was the first time he had experienced the night while fully awake. Not daring to linger upstairs, Su Jianyan grabbed an axe and headed downstairs. He dared not go back to the room from last night. After confirming that the door to the room where the man had been locked was still closed, he headed towards the 14th floor. There were no zombies in the 14th floor corridor. After circling around, Su Jianyan quickly found a room with an open door. The room had been occupied before, but now only a large pool of blood remained on the floor. Su Jianyan searched through the man's belongings. There was no cell phone or computer. With nothing useful, Su Jianyan gave up on his research, took out a blanket from the closet, and got into bed. After a day of running around, he was exhausted. Before falling asleep, Su Jianyan's mind was filled with plans for the future, leaving him somewhat dazed even as he drifted off to sleep. The snow began to fall quickly. The sound of the cold wind could be heard even through the window. Whoosh, whoosh. The sound of the wind carried with it the sound of sniffing. Something was sniffing him. Su Jianyan turned his head in a daze. In the darkness, a pale face was pressed tightly against his. Chapter 5. Su Jianyan jolted awake, all sleepiness gone. Slightly curly, messy shoulder-length hair, deep-set eyes, and the pale, bluish-white skin of a corpse. The person sprawled on top of him was none other than the man he had previously locked on the 15th floor. The door had been forced open when Su Jianying closed his eyes, trying to feign sleep. But his muscles tensed uncontrollably. Gulp. The man's movements paused noticeably. He noticed Su Jianying was awake. Su Jianying's nerves were stretched to their limit. The axe was right beside the bed, within easy reach. But the man was suspended above him, his lips pressed against the tip of his nose. A bite would happen in an instant, and he wouldn't have time. A slightly puzzled sound escaped the man's throat. Cold sweat trickled down Su Jianying's forehead. He gritted his teeth, feigning death. After waiting a while without a response, the man moved his head, sniffing Su Jianying's mouth, then his nose, and then down his cheek to his neck. The man was as cold as a corpse, his breath chilling, instantly raising goosebumps on Su Jianying's neck. Seemingly sensing something, the man stopped and looked at Su Jianying. Su Jianying seized the opportunity, using both hands and feet to shove the man aside, while simultaneously reaching for the axe on his right. The man, caught off guard by Su Jianying's sudden attack, flew towards the wardrobe, which crashed loudly. The instant Su Jianying grabbed the axe, he rushed towards the door without even putting on his shoes, intending to use the same trick to lock the man inside. Bang! It took the man a moment to get up from the ground, which slowed him down, and the door slammed shut, stepping outside. Su Jianying didn't breathe a sigh of relief. The 15th floor was the presidential suite, far more luxurious in every way, with more solid doors. The 14th floor was better than the 13th, but still significantly inferior to the 15th. The doors looked like ordinary composite doors. If the man on the 15th floor could find a way out, the 14th floor would be even less likely to contain him. If he couldn't be contained, and the 13th floor corridor was teeming with zombies, should he go back to the 15th floor or find a place to hide on the roof? Before Su Jianying could come up with a concrete plan, a commotion arose in the corridor. It wasn't the man breaking down the door, but rather the zombies in the 13th floor corridor being attracted by the noise. Seeing that people had already reached the corridor, Su Jianying disregarded everything else and rushed towards the stairwell. There weren't many zombies up yet. He still had a chance to get upstairs. If he waited any longer and the stairwell was blocked, he wouldn't be able to go up even if he wanted to. Gurgle. Seeing Su Jianying, the group of zombies that had been attracted were incredibly excited, rushing towards him in a frenzy. Su Jianying seized the opportunity and kicked the first zombie in the stomach, using it to knock down the two zombies behind him. The corridor suddenly became much emptier. Su Jianying took advantage of the opportunity and quickly rushed into the stairwell. Almost as soon as he entered the stairwell, a dense swarm of more than 10 figures rushed upwards. It wasn't just the few zombies at the entrance to the 13th floor stairwell that were attracted, but also those in the 13th floor corridor and the 12th floor stairwell. There were more than 20 zombies in total. The situation was far worse than Su Jianying had imagined. Su Jianying gritted his teeth and charged upwards with all his might. Making distance in the upward stairwell was extremely difficult, especially since those zombies were just as fast as him. Perhaps even faster. They were tireless, driven only by the instinct to bite and attack. Rushing up to the 15th floor, Su Jianying headed towards the room where he had stayed the previous night. If he could just close the door, he would be safe. However, before he could turn, two figures rushed into the corridor ahead of him, with a massive army pressing in from behind. Su Jianying dared not stop and could only continue running upstairs. There was another iron door up there. If only he could close it. Just as the iron door was almost in front of him, and Su Jianying was about to reach out, his clothes were grabbed. Then, he was thrown backward. The instant he hit the wall, Su Jianying had only one thought: it's over. Gulp. Countless figures swarmed towards him. Su Jianying instinctively closed his eyes, awaiting death. The pain didn't come. Gulp. An angry growl came, followed by the sound of something being knocked away. Su Jianying opened his eyes in the chaos. The hallway here was much brighter than the ones below, but still dim. It took Su Jianying a while to figure out what was going on. The man he had previously locked inside had somehow escaped, and was now blocking his way between him and the zombies. The man was more like a wild beast than a human. A wild beast consumed by rage. All the zombies that tried to approach or bite Su Jianying were torn back, many even having their heads smashed open. The man was clearly different from the other zombies. The difference wasn't just that he had begun to think. but also his strength and speed. Even against 20. The man easily erected a defensive line in front of him. Stealing food? Seeing that the zombies in the hallway were almost all killed, Su Jianyan felt a surge of fear and an urge to smash an axe into the back of the head of the zombie in front of him. Shouldn't you kill him after killing those zombies? Gurgle. After the last zombie fell, the man roared at the corpses like a wild beast, then turned to look at Su Jianyan. Su Jianyan's facial muscles twitched. Gurgle. The man's eyes were full of dissatisfaction, as if accusing Su Jianyan of locking him in the room. And twice already. Su Jianyan's lips twitched. He must have damaged his brain when he banged his head against the wall. Gurgle. The man moved closer to Su Jianyan, wanting to sniff him again, feeling the cold breath on his cheek. Su Jianyan held the axe horizontally in front of his chest, ready to attack at any moment. The man's brows furrowed, his eyes filled with displeasure. Su Jianyan lowered the axe 2 inches. The man's furrowed brows relaxed slightly. Su Jianyan lowered the axe a little further. The man's brow completely relaxed, and he moved closer to Su Jianyan again, wanting to sniff him. Su Jianyan desperately suppressed the urge to run away, leaning against the wall, motionless. Who? From his chest upwards. Neck, chin, lips, nose, eyes. The man was 2 centimeters shorter than Su Jianyan, and had to tiptoe slightly to sniff his eyes, making them almost touching. Su Jianyan vaguely smelled men's cologne on him. The man must have lived on the 15th floor before, judging from his custom-made suit and expensive cufflinks. He must be a high-ranking executive at some company. To reach a high-ranking position at this age, one either owns a family business or is exceptionally capable. Gulp. After sniffing, the man stepped back slightly, his eyes slightly dazed. Su Jianyan suddenly had an absurd guess. The man clearly possessed a certain level of intelligence, something the other zombies lacked. And he, too, possessed intelligence. Did the man consider him one of their own? Su Jianyan's Adam's apple bobbed, the sound of him swallowing deafening. You? The man immediately looked at him warily. Su Jianyan tentatively took a step forward. The man simply looked at him warily. Su Jianyan suppressed his unease and, mimicking the man's earlier action, sniffed at his neck. The man's body stiffened. Su Jianyan immediately looked up, drenched in sweat. The man was initially confused, but this confusion quickly turned to joy. For a fleeting moment, Su Jianyan even saw a large, frantically wagging tail behind him. He had clearly used the correct password, thus unlocking the We're in Cahoots authentication. Su Jianyan was momentarily at a loss for how to react. Thinking for a moment, Su Jianyan tried to take a step down, to create some distance between them. They had both sniffed each other. They were good friends. And he couldn't bite. The man didn't move, only watched him. Su Jianyan took 2 more steps down. This time the man moved. He followed, but made no move to bite. Su Jianyan breathed a slight sigh of relief. He glanced at the mountain of corpses at his feet, then at the chill seeping into the stairwell above, and slowly made his way towards the 15th floor corridor. He hadn't noticed before, preoccupied with escaping. But now, as he calmed down, he realized the nighttime temperature was much lower than he had expected. In just that short time, his exposed hands and feet were already aching with cold. He needed to warm up as quickly as possible. The man followed him at a distance, neither too close nor too far, until Su Jianyan reached the door of the room he had stayed in the previous night. The door across the hall was securely closed. The man hadn't come out through the door, but rather climbed through the window. Su Jianyan felt a lump in his throat, choking on his own blood. He hesitated before entering, but ultimately let the man follow him inside. He could find a way to lock the man out, and he could shut the window tightly, but he would be trapped inside. Upon entering, Su Jianyan went straight to the bedroom. The sheets were gone, but the blankets and mattress remained. Su Jianyan sat on the bed, pulling the blanket over himself and wrapping himself tightly. With that man there, Su Jianyan couldn't possibly sleep. The man who followed him and looked at Su Jianyan, who was wrapped up so tightly that only his head was visible, with a puzzled expression. The next moment, he approached Su Jianyan, intending to sit on the bed as well. Bang, 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 bang. Just as the man got close, a series of loud crashes came from beneath their feet. Everything happened so suddenly that Su Jianyan flinched in fright. The next moment, all the blood rushed to his head. It was a gunshot. Had those people who fired the shots outside the building found what he threw down and come to his rescue? Ignoring the man, Su Jianyan grabbed the axe and rushed towards the door. After running a few steps, he turned back, took a pair of sneakers from a nearby suitcase, and put them on. Finally, he rushed straight into the stairwell. The gunshot probably came from the 5th floor, because it happened in the middle of the night. All the zombies in the building were alerted, and the darkness was filled with rustling sounds. The zombies in the 13th floor corridor had been lured upstairs, as had those near the 12th floor entrance. Su Jianyan rushed all the way to the 11th floor before stopping. There was a zombie beside the 11th floor stairwell. Su Jianyan hesitated for only a moment before rushing towards it. The zombie, already alerted, charged at Su Jianyan upon seeing him. Su Jianyan didn't stop, and as he passed by, he smashed an axe into the zombie's neck. The zombie fell to the ground. The 10th floor stairwell was empty, as was the 9th floor. It seemed all the zombies in the stairwells had been drawn down. Su Jianyan was overjoyed. However, before his smile could even form, he heard voices below. He couldn't make out what they were saying, but judging from their tone and speed, they were probably in trouble and about to collapse. Su Jianyan didn't care about anything else and quickly called out, "I'm here." Upstairs, the voices below abruptly stopped. Soon, gunfire resumed. The sound rose upwards. Su Jianyan quickly ran downstairs. 2 minutes later, Su Jianyan saw a group of figures climbing upwards in the pitch-black stairwell. They spotted him simultaneously from the opposite side, and one of them raised his gun to fire. "Living," Su Jianyan quickly said. The group froze. "Living?" someone asked, their voice as if they'd seen a ghost. The sounds below grew closer. The zombies that had been lured down were now coming up. "This way." Su Jianyan didn't bother explaining and led the way upstairs. The group hesitated, but they had no choice. The group quickly ascended. A few minutes later, Su Jianyan led the group into the room on the 15th floor where he had been earlier and closed the door. Faint moonlight streamed in through the floor-to-ceiling windows. There were 8 people in total, 5 men and 3 women, all with sunken cheeks and cracked lips. 3 of them were injured and looked extremely disheveled. 4 of the men were armed, but the guns weren't uniform. Unlike those of a regular army, they didn't seem to have come specifically to rescue him. "Is there any other way down from here?" Before Su Jianyan could ask, one of them spoke first. "No. It's over. All over. I told you not to take this road. But you insisted. What's the point of saying this now?" The most seriously injured man snapped. "Instead of complaining, we should be thinking of something. Those awakened zombies will be catching up soon." "Awakened zombies?" Su Jianyan couldn't help but ask. Everyone looked at Su Jianyan. They hadn't expected there to be any living people here. They're awakened zombies. They're different from ordinary zombies. They have a certain level of intelligence, and they're faster and stronger. Their skin and bones are also tougher. Even guns can't kill them. Once they get involved, it's certain death. Su Jianyan paused, then looked at the man who had been following him in the moonlight. Everyone in the room looked over. The instant they saw it, they all jumped up as if electrocuted. The 4 with guns firing immediately in fright. Bang! As the gunshot rang out, the man lunged at the nearest person. "What are you doing? Stop!" Seeing things about to get out of control, Su Jianyan quickly intervened. Shouted at. The man froze. Bang bang. Bullets struck him, causing him to stumble. Stumbling, the man tilted his head to look at Su Jianyan. His eyes filled with grievance. He was the one who had been bullied. Yet Su Jianyan was yelling at him. Ugh! Su Jianyan was in trouble. Chapter 6. Seeing the accusation in the man's eyes, and his obedient halt, the group of men holding guns froze, their hands stopping in their tracks. Shocked, they looked at Su Jianyan in disbelief. His pale skin and unusual behavior suggested he was definitely a zombie. The fact that he hadn't pounced on them the moment he saw them was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary zombie. He was at least an awakened one. The bullets that had struck his head, but left only bloody marks, were the best evidence. But if he really was a zombie, and an awakened one at that, why would he listen to Su Jianyan? A human? Just who was Su Jianyan? This city covered over 40,000 square kilometers, with a permanent population of over 30 million, a prosperous city by any standard. Such places were most likely to spawn zombie kings and awakened zombies. Most people avoided them. They would never enter unless food was extremely scarce. But their luck was terrible. Before they could find food, they were discovered by an awakened zombie. What followed was a 5-day, desperate escape, pursued from the city's outskirts into its heart, right downstairs. The awakened zombie could have easily killed them. But it didn't. Instead, it played a cat-and-mouse game with them. It chased them, killing some each time before letting them go, enjoying their desperate struggles. It was a game that wouldn't end until it had its fill. Before entering the building, none of them had imagined there would be living people in this hellish place. Hearing the shouts from upstairs, their first reaction was that they had seen a ghost. Upon seeing Su Jianyan and discovering he was indeed alive, they were incredibly surprised. Before they could recover from that surprise, Su Jianyan surprised them again. And this surprise was far too great, almost scaring them to death. Hearing the dissatisfied grumbling and meeting those accusing eyes, Su Jianyan finally snapped out of it, a chill running down his spine. Although the man seemed to consider him one of their own, that didn't mean he would completely obey him or refrain from attacking him. Su Jianyan's Adam's apple bobbed as he tried to make amends. I wasn't talking about you. I was talking about them. Gulp. The man looked suspiciously at Su Jianyan and then at the group opposite him. Su Jianyan had clearly been yelling at him just now. Su Jianyan tried to be friendly, but facing that distinctly human, somewhat gloomy face, he couldn't manage a smile. After thinking for a moment, he forced himself to reach out and gently pat the man's shoulder. Touched, the man's deep-set eyes narrowed slightly, as if he were unfamiliar with the situation. He quickly opened his eyes again. Su Jianyan gave him a strange feeling. He didn't dislike being touched by Su Jianyan, but rather felt pleasure. Gulp. His mood improved. The next moment, he looked at the group of people who had barged in. He was hungry. Su Jianyan quickly spoke again. Don't kill them. He had finally managed to find these few living people, and although they were clearly not there to rescue him, they were now his only hope of escape. The man turned to look, his eyes filled with confusion. Su Jianyan wasn't sure if he hadn't understood or didn't understand why they couldn't be killed. Su Jianyan's mind raced, trying to figure out how to save those people's lives. When the man turned and headed towards the door. As he walked, he grunted with a wild, dissatisfied growl. Su Jianyan instantly understood. Although unhappy, the man had still given him this food. Su Jianyan was momentarily at a loss for how to react. The man had already saved him once. And now, Su Jianyan suppressed the rising emotion in his heart and quickly followed, opening the door for him. There were no zombies in the nearby corridor. As soon as the man left, Su Jianyan quickly closed the door. Thinking for a moment, he opened the door a crack. He didn't want the door to be damaged. Angering the man in this situation would only make things worse. Having done this, Su Jianyan looked at the group of people still standing there, stunned. You? The most seriously injured man in the squad wanted to say something, but he was too shocked to utter a single word. That was an awakened zombie, capable of easily wiping out a team of 200 or 300 people in a short time. A being that bullets couldn't kill. Su Jianyan. I was in the building before the incident. I passed out when it happened. And when I woke up, the building was full of those things. I was trapped here. Su Jianyan introduced himself. The group exchanged glances, their composure returning. Mo Duolin, the captain of this survival team. They're all my team members, said the most seriously injured man, slumping onto the sofa. Xian, a woman in her early 20s, holding a gun, followed closely behind. Zheng Kaishu, the man who had complained about taking this path earlier, smiled. Hu Yanhui, Hu Shirtong, Lu Yu, Hao Ru, Su Ruichuan. Su Jianyan cut to the chase. Can I leave with you? There are too many zombies in this building. Mortalin hesitated, then smiled bitterly. Normally, I would definitely help. But now, as I said before, there's an awakened zombie chasing us. After the apocalypse, humanity crumbled instantly. From the initial struggle for survival to the later looting of supplies, many died at the hands of their own kind. Modwaran had always disliked that approach, so he tried to distribute the supplies fairly and be a good person. But all of that was meaningless in the face of the apocalypse. His squad originally had over 100 people and more than 50 guns, making them quite strong even among survival teams. But in just 5 days, only 8 of them remained. He himself was seriously injured, and his ammunition was almost gone. They were barely able to save themselves. Su Jianyan frowned as well. He hadn't fought that man head-on. But based on their previous encounters, he could tell they were on completely different levels. If the awakened zombies chasing Mortarin and his group were also of that caliber, then it would indeed be a major problem. The room fell silent for a moment. The rustling sounds downstairs continued. Gurgle. Someone's stomach growled. Several people looked at the person, including Su Jianyan. The person looked somewhat embarrassed, but simply smiled. Since the cities and villages had been overrun by those zombies, obtaining food and water had become extremely difficult. Hunger was the norm, and many had died of starvation and thirst. They had risked entering the city this time because they were truly starving and had no other choice. I have water. Want some? Su Jianyan asked. Everyone in the room turned to look at Su Jianyan. Su Jianyan went to the bedroom, found the supplies he had thrown on the bed earlier, a small amount of pasta, and a little over 2 bottles of water. Back in the living room, under the watchful eyes of the group, Su Jianyan placed one of the bottles of water on the coffee table in front of the sofa. A swallowing sound immediately came from the darkness. Drink up. I have more. Su Jianyan waved the remaining bottle in his hand. Mortarin's Adam's apple bobbed, and his voice was even drier than before. Thank you. Hearing this, before Mortarin could react, Zheng Kaishu eagerly stepped forward and took the water. He unscrewed the cap and took 2 large gulps. He was about to take a third sip when several more hands appeared beside him. Drink less. There are still so many people here. My turn. Afraid of spilling the water, the group didn't dare to grab it. Zheng Kaishu took another sip before letting go. Seeing this, the others quickly went to the side to divide the rest. Mortarin sat on the sofa, not grabbing any. He sized up Su Jianyan. Su Jianyan didn't explain. This action might seem foolish to outsiders in this situation, but it was necessary for him. They were complete strangers. Mortarin and his group had guns, while he only had an axe. If they wanted to cooperate, someone had to take the first step. More importantly, they were now trapped in the same room, and he might not be able to hide the fact that he had water. Mortarin seemed very upright, but his team members might not be. At least Zheng Kaishu seemed somewhat selfish. If he hadn't taken it out initially, and it was discovered later, who knows what might have happened in their extreme thirst and hunger. Captain. Xian handed the bottle to Mortarin after finishing her drink. Only a finger's width of water remained. Mortarin took it. Su Jianyan listened intently for a moment before speaking. It's still noisy downstairs. Don't go out for now. Get some sleep first. We talk about it tomorrow. That guy just now. Xian looked at the slightly ajar door. The man hadn't returned since leaving. Ignore him, Su Jianyan said expressionlessly. They couldn't win. Couldn't contain him. Couldn't shake him off. They didn't know what else to do but ignore Su Jianyan. The group clearly misunderstood something, their gazes towards Su Jianyan becoming strange. Mortarin finished the last bit of water, thought for a moment, and then looked at his team members. Zheng Kaishu on the first half of the night, Hu Yanhui on the second half. They were trapped here, and they didn't know what would happen next. Even if they were scared, they had to rest. Otherwise they would only die faster. Okay. Hu Yanhui nodded. Of the 8 people in the team, Mortarin, Xian, and Hu Shitong were all injured. Coupled with their escape, the 3 of them were barely conscious. Zheng Kaishu frowned. For the past few days, they had been carrying the injured Mortarin and the other 2, even though they were exhausted. And their injuries didn't affect their night watch. Thinking about it, he ultimately said nothing. Mortarin was the team leader. There were only 2 blankets in the room, far from enough for everyone. But Mortarin's group had far more survival experience than Su Jianyan. When they ran out of blankets, they took down curtains. In no time, the group was bundled up tightly on the sofa. This is for you. Xian handed Su Jianyan a curtain. Su Jianyan took it, but didn't go to the sofa. Instead, he sat down alone in a corner near the kitchen counter. The room fell silent quickly. Su Jianyan closed his eyes, his mind racing. He only had enough pasta for 1 more day, and a third of a bottle of water left. Mortarin and the others seemed to have nothing. He had to find a way to get more food after dawn. There were still 2 unused rooms on the 15th floor, and the 14th and 13th floors. He wondered how many zombies the gunshots had attracted, and the awakened zombies chasing Mortarin and the others. As Su Jianyan pondered this, the curtains around him suddenly fell. Su Jianyan opened his eyes and met a pale face. The man had returned some time earlier and was now frantically trying to squeeze through the curtains, attempting to wrap himself up like Su Jianyan. The man was ice cold, like a corpse. Just being near him made Su Jianyan want to run away. But he resisted. Su Jianyan deliberately pulled back a corner of the curtains. If the other party was willing to continue playing the team game, then he would play along. Playing a game was better than being bitten to death. Having successfully slipped through the curtains, the man's head, still outside, swayed from side to side, clearly in a good mood. Su Jianyan stared at him for a while, and seeing no further movement, was about to close his eyes. Just as he did so, he met a pair of eyes. Across from him, a group of people from Mordeland's group, who should have been sleeping, had somehow appeared, now staring at him with distorted expressions. Being scolded was one thing, but sharing a bed with him, and that was an awakened zombie. Su Jianyan ignored their presence, steeled his resolve, closed his eyes, and went to sleep. Chapter 7. When Su Jianyan woke up, the snow had stopped. As dawn broke, Zheng Kaishu and the others, who were uninjured, were bandaging the wounded Mo Duolin and the other two. Mo Duolin was wounded on his left waist. The wound over 10 centimeters long. Due to the hot weather and the lack of medicine, it was already red, swollen, and inflamed. A truly gruesome sight. Xian had wounds on her head, arms, and stomach. The wounds weren't particularly deep, but in this harsh environment, they were still quite painful. Hu Shirtan was wounded on his left leg, a bloody mess, making it difficult for him to walk. "Did I wake you?" Mo Duolin noticed Su Jianyan was awake and spoke to him, trying to distract him. Su Jianyan looked at the empty seat beside him. He went out, probably to find something to eat. Su Jianyan glanced at the slightly ajar door and got up as well. "Let's go find something to eat too." Hearing this, everyone's eyes immediately lit up. They entered the city because of food shortages, and even after arriving, they hadn't found anything to eat. For the past few days, they only had the little water Su Jianyan had given them the night before. "Is there any food in the building?" Zheng Kaishu immediately stood up. The other 4 uninjured people, including Hu Yanhui, did the same. Xian also stood up. "I go too." Although she was injured, she could still walk. There were many zombies in the building. More people meant more strength. "Try not to fire your guns," Mo Doran reminded them. Firing guns would be too loud. They might all be bitten to death before the awakened zombie chasing them arrived. And if they had already shaken off the awakened zombie, firing their guns might attract it again. Okay. Reaching the door, Su Jianyan peeked out through the crack. The snow had just stopped, and the sun hadn't yet risen, leaving the corridor dimly lit. But visibility was still good. There were no zombies in the corridor, nor was the man from before. Su Jianyan headed towards the stairwell. Approaching, he peered into the stairwell, confirming there were no zombies on the routes to the 14th floor and the top floor, before continuing forward to open the remaining 2 rooms on the 15th floor. Those 2 rooms were on the other side of the corridor. The 2 doors were identical to those in their room. Su Jianyan raised his axe, preparing to pry open the door. Seeing this, 2 of Xian's group retreated to the stairwell entrance to watch, while the other 4 remained on high alert. There might be zombies inside. Click. The door opened. Su Jianyan listened intently for a moment, then slowly pushed the door open. There were no zombies in the entryway. Su Jianyan pushed the door open fully and went inside, intending to peek into the living room from the side of the entryway. Just as Su Jianyan peeked out, something suddenly lunged out from the other side of the entryway. Xian and the others had been on guard, but the sudden appearance of the zombie startled them, especially Xian, who was right behind Su Jianyan. By the time she saw it, the zombie was already in front of her. In that instant, her heart pounded to its limit. Bang! Su Jianyan smashed an axe into the back of the zombie's head, slamming it against the wall. Cold, foul-smelling liquid splattered on her face, snapping Xian out of her daze. She looked at the zombie on the ground, then at Su Jianyan. Still shaken, Su Jianyan turned and headed towards the living room. The presence of a zombie inside meant, sure enough, the kitchen had been ransacked, with food bags scattered all over the floor. Xian and the others followed him inside. Still shaken, seeing the trash on the floor, they weren't surprised at all, and began rummaging through drawers and cabinets with practiced ease. Nothing. Me too. Nothing in the fridge either. After searching around without finding anything, Su Jianyan headed towards the opposite door. Let's go! GXIN and the others immediately followed. Thank you. In the hallway, GXIN looked complicated. If it weren't for Su Jianyan, she would have been dead. But what complicated her wasn't the trash itself, but Su Jianyan's reaction speed, which was beyond the reach of ordinary people. At least she hadn't reacted in time. Su Jianyan nodded slightly and pried open the door again. Click. Unlike before. This time, as soon as the sound rang out, footsteps came from behind the door, followed by the sound of two things hitting the door. One in front and one behind. There were zombies inside. At least two. Careful. GXIN immediately warned upon hearing the noise, while reaching for the door to close it. Before her fingers even touched the handle, the door was kicked open, and a figure rushed in, followed by the sound of something hitting something hard. Su Jianyan. GXIN immediately looked over. One zombie was already lying on the ground. Another one was lunging at Su Jianyan. But before he could get close, Su Jianyan swung his axe at his neck. Having dealt with the two at the door in one go, Su Jianyan immediately looked towards the living room to prevent more zombies from attacking. There were no other zombies in the living room. Su Jianyan's tense nerves slowly relaxed, and he turned to look at Zheng Kaishu and his group. He had called them here to get their help, not to stand by and watch. Sensing Su Jianyan's displeasure, GXIN and her group, still shaken, twitched involuntarily. They wanted to say something, but for a moment, they didn't know where to begin. Zombies have no reason, no pain, and no fear. Once disturbed, they attack recklessly, making their speed and strength far exceed that of normal people. Without the ability to fire guns, they might not even be able to win a 2-on-1 fight, let alone a 1-on-1 one. Especially given that being injured would lead to viral infection. Many didn't even have the courage for close combat. Normally, they would avoid them, only resorting to violence as a last resort. Su Jianyan, however, was like smashing watermelons, one axe at a time. When Su Jianyan dealt with a zombie in the first room, they only thought he was fast and brave. But now, let's find something to eat. Su Jianyan had already reached the living room when he noticed GXIN and her group still standing in the doorway. So he had to speak. There would be more than 3 hours of high temperatures at noon, and they didn't have much time left. GXIN and her group rushed into the house. The people in this house had been infected with the virus earlier than those in the previous room, and the house had been ransacked. However, they were lucky. They found 2 bottles of cola in the refrigerator. Su Jianyan led the way towards the stairwell entrance. The 2 people guarding the entrance didn't know what had happened inside the house. Seeing them approach, they immediately asked what was going on. While GXIN and her group were talking, Su Jianyan walked a few steps down the wall and peeked out. There were no zombies in the stairwell leading to the 14th floor, but there were in the corridor on the 14th floor. There were 4 visible zombies. The number in the unseen areas was unknown. Su Jianyan retreated to a safe position and looked at GXIN and her group. Lure them up and deal with them. Zheng Kaishu peeked out, his eyelids twitching as he pulled back. Are you sure? GXIN also peeked out, her face contorting slightly as she pulled back. 4, isn't that a bit too many? There are 6 of us. Su Jianyan frowned. There were no other rooms upstairs. If they didn't go down, they go hungry. Zheng Kaishu opened his mouth, telling Su Jianyan not to treat them like he was part of the same unit. But he didn't say it aloud, because that would make them seem useless. Go get 2 blankets, GXIN said through gritted teeth. The others exchanged glances and sprang into action. A moment later, GXIN and her group, 2 people per blanket, were set up in the 15th floor corridor. Su Jianyan watched somewhat blankly for a while. Then, seeing them ready, he made a commotion. The moment the commotion started, footsteps echoed in the corridor, followed by a series of figures. Su Jianyan, standing at the entrance of the stairwell, took a step back. After the 2 men rushed up, he kicked one to the left and the other to the right before rushing into the stairwell. 2 minutes later, when Su Jianyan returned upstairs after dealing with the remaining 2 zombies, the corridor was in chaos. GXIN and her group of 6 split into 2 teams, one on the left and one on the right, each attempting to subdue a zombie. GXIN's team fared better. The zombie was already pinned down with a blanket, and GXIN was beheading it. Zheng Kaishu's group of 3 tried to advance several times, but were forced back each time. Su Jianyan headed towards Zheng Kaishu's group. Approaching, Su Jianyan attacked the zombie whose back was to him before it noticed. After finishing it off, Su Jianyan turned around to see that Xian's group had finally dealt with the other zombie. Su Jianyan looked at the panting group. His eyes filled with confusion again. His current limit was only 2 or 3 zombies. Xian and the others seemed to have a lot of survival experience. He had initially thought they were very strong. But even the 3 of them were exhausted after fighting just one. They were lucky. There were only 4 zombies in the 14th floor corridor. After Su Jianyan led the group downstairs, they began searching from the first door on the right. 2 hours later, they had thoroughly searched the entire 14th floor and carried their finds back upstairs. Inside, Mo Duolin and Hu Shirtong had been waiting anxiously and immediately came to open the door upon hearing the commotion. Seeing them return safely, carrying a large bag of things, the 2 immediately perked up. Xian and the others were also in good spirits. After closing the door, they went back to the sofa and immediately unloaded all the items. The 14th floor had more rooms than the 15th, and a higher occupancy rate. They found 2 bottles of cola, 6 unopened bottles of mineral water, a large bag of candy dates, 4 boxes of instant noodles, 12 or 13 small packets of spicy strips, 5 or 6 small bread rolls, and 4 sausages. There were 9 of them in total. This amount of food wouldn't have been enough for one meal before, but now it brought genuine smiles to everyone's faces. This amount was enough for them to eat for 2 days. Even Su Jianyan's expression softened. He had only eaten some dry spaghetti for the past few days, and was already starving. "Let's divide it up," said Mordelin. The group immediately got to work. They didn't scramble for it, but instead tried their best to divide the supplies into 9 equal portions. After dividing, everyone took their portions and began to eat. Su Jianyan was the last to step forward. Xian placed her small bread roll in front of Su Jianyan. "This is for you. Consider it a thank you gift." Su Jianyan didn't refuse. "What?" Mordelin asked, puzzled. Just now, Xian quickly recounted what had happened. Hearing that Su Jianyan had easily dealt with 2 zombies, Mordelin was astonished. Beyond his astonishment, he finally understood why Su Jianyan had survived alone in this godforsaken place for over 2 months. Although he couldn't discern Su Jianyan's previous occupation, he was clearly a capable individual. Such people were incredibly rare in the apocalypse. They might have struck gold. "You?" Mordelin was about to say something kind when he heard the door open. Everyone looked over. The man had returned? Pale skin, tattered, foul-smelling clothes, mottled hair covering his face, protruding teeth. A face that resembled both a human and a hyena peered at them through the crack in the door. The moment they saw him clearly, the man's lips curled back into a chilling smile. He had found them. There was indeed an awakened zombie outside the door. But it wasn't the man from before. "Run!" Mordelin's voice suddenly exploded, followed by gunshots. Bang bang bang. Chapter 8. In the chaos, a group of people quickly gathered on the left side of the room. They tried to run, but the awakened zombie blocked the doorway, preventing them from getting out. A bullet was fired, one striking the awakened zombie precisely in the forehead, knocking its face aside and leaving a bloody gash. In pain, the awakened zombie's smile vanished, and it turned back with a venomous glare. Lu Yu, who had been hit, felt his facial muscles twitch, and in fear, he raised his hand to fire again. Bang, bang. After 2 shots, his gun went silent. He was out of bullets. At that moment, he almost cried. Their bullets were already scarce. They had been conserving them as much as possible along the way. But even the most careful approach eventually ran out. With bullets, they still couldn't win. Without them, it was certain death. Beside him, Zheng Kaishu cursed. Lu Yu immediately looked over. Zheng Kaishu was also out of bullets. There are only 4 people with guns now. He and Zheng Kaishu are out of bullets. So that leaves only Xian and Hu Yanhui. "I only have 3 bullets left," Xian said, her face deathly pale. "I have 5," Hu Yanhui said. Hearing this, the group's faces darkened even further. 8 bullets, that's practically nothing. "What do we do now?" Lu Yu asked in a panic. "Will he kill us all?" "Not necessarily. If he kills us all, he's finished," Zheng Kaishu said. backing away. Before, he only killed a portion of the people. But there are only a few of us. Seeing Zheng Kaishu back away, Liu Yu also pushed his way back. Standing in front would only get him killed faster. Stay calm. Don't panic. Mortarin tried to calm the troops. I told you not to come in. Zheng Kaishu was furious at the sound of Mortarin's voice. He's coming. Xian interrupted Zheng Kaishu before he could finish. The awakened zombie no longer guarded the door, but pushed it open and entered the room. It was then that Su Jianyan saw its full appearance. Beneath its tattered clothes, its pale skin was covered in mottled hair, and it moved on all fours, with a tail extending from its tailbone. It was more like a wild beast than a human. Xian swallowed hard, gripping her gun tightly. Awakened zombies weren't without weaknesses. If she could accurately hit its eyes and smash its head. Bang. The moment Xian's finger cocked the trigger, the awakened zombie's head tilted to the side. The bullet grazed its forehead and flew towards the wall behind it. The zombie stared eerily at Xian, cold sweat trickling down her forehead. In that brief moment, the awakened zombie had already passed through the entryway and entered the living room. It didn't pounce directly on them, but instead headed towards the sofa in the center of the room. Su Jianyan and his group moved slowly towards the front door, hugging the wall where the kitchen was located. 5 meters, 3 meters, just as they were about a meter from the passageway. The awakened zombie, which had been facing away from them, suddenly turned around. Everyone froze. The next moment, someone suddenly rushed towards the door. Seeing this, the others quickly followed. Just before leaving, Su Jianyan glanced back. The awakened zombie didn't immediately chase after them, but instead slowly turned around in a playful manner. It enjoyed their death throes. As Su Jianyan withdrew his gaze, Zheng Kaishu, who had been the first to run out the door, had already rushed into the stairwell. The ground floor was teeming with zombies. Going down meant certain death, but staying here meant certain death as well. Going down might offer a sliver of hope. The group moved with incredible speed, reaching the 13th floor almost instantly. They had only explored the 15th and 14th floors before, and their sheer number attracted all the nearby zombies almost immediately. Zheng Kaishu, running in the lead, had the upper hand, rushing towards the 12th floor before the zombies could even get close. The uninjured Hu Yanhui, Liu Yu, Hao Ru, and Su Ruochuan, seeing this, also raced forward. Mo Duolin, Xian, and Hu Shirtong gritted their teeth and tried their best to keep up, but they were injured and slow. Zombies pounced on them before they could even pass through. Mo Duolin, closest to the zombies, went blank. Go! Su Jianyan kicked the nearest zombie, sending him flying back into the corridor. Mortalin's heart pounded again, and he quickly ran downstairs. The awakened zombie had already caught up, its tail lightly slapping against the railing like a death knell. Running downstairs was easier than going up, which quickly stretched the group. Seeing that Zheng Kaishu, who was running in the lead, was already 2 floors ahead of them, Mortalin had to call out, Zheng Kaishu. Zheng Kaishu's actions would kill everyone behind him. Zheng Kaishu didn't stop. Whether he didn't hear him or was doing it on purpose, it was unclear. Seeing this, Hu Yanhui and the other 3 running in the middle hesitated for a moment. The next moment, the 4 split into 2 groups. 2 quickly ran downstairs to catch up with Zheng Kaishu, while the other 2 turned back to pull Mortalin and the other 2 away. The 2 who turned back were completely unprepared for the other 2 to abandon them and panicked instantly. This way. Su Jianyan's voice came from behind. The stairwell below was teeming with zombies. They couldn't possibly get through. The only option was to find somewhere to hide. Modwaring quickly made a decision. Let's go! The group quickly followed Su Jianyan out of the emergency exit. They were already on the 10th floor. Floors 11 to 15 were a hotel, and floors 10 to 7 were a food court. The moment they rushed out of the emergency exit, the circular shopping mall, unlike the dark corridors of the hotel, came into view. The mall was open when the virus broke out. All the shops were open. After the outbreak, many people were trapped inside. The restaurants showed clear signs of being searched. Garbage was everywhere, inside and outside the shops. Even more than garbage were zombies. Su Jianyan chose the left side, where there were fewer zombies, and ran more than 20 meters before entering a self-service hot pot restaurant on the right. There were also zombies in the hot pot restaurant. 3 in total. The moment Su Jianyan and his group entered, they pounced on him. Su Jianyan immediately stepped forward. Mo Doran and his group, who entered later, didn't pay attention to Su Jianyan. They quickly turned back to close the door, with a horde of zombies chasing them. After finally managing to push the door open and lock it, the group had barely exhaled when they turned around and saw a zombie rushing out of the employee exit behind Su Jianyan and charging towards him. Su Jianyan's attention was focused on the two zombies in front of him, and he didn't notice it at all. "Get out of the way!" Mordelin grabbed a nearby stool and hurled it. Crash! The stool sent the zombie flying, and the force of the blow reopened the wound on Mordelin's waist. He couldn't straighten up for a long time after the stool hit the ground. The zombie that had been knocked away quickly got back up. There were already two on Su Jianyan's side. Xian rushed forward, trying to hold the zombie back. Hu Shirtong, who was also injured, and Lu Yu and Su Ruochuan, who had turned back to help, saw this and, terrified, quickly pulled out stools to help. Clang! When Su Jianyan turned around after dealing with the last zombie, Xian and the others had already pinned it to the ground with stools. Su Jianyan went over and brought down his axe. This way. Su Jianyan looked around and headed towards the employee exit, intending to hide. Xian and the others helped him Duelin up and quickly followed. This shopping mall was located in the city center, where land was extremely valuable, so the shops allocated more space to the front, leaving the kitchen small, to utilize every usable space. The kitchen had rows of shelves taller than a person, holding cooking utensils and dishes. There were no zombies inside. Mordelin and his group breathed a sigh of relief and retreated to the innermost part of the room to rest. That bastard. Hu Shirtong couldn't help but curse. I think he did it on purpose, trying to distract the awakened zombie so he could escape. Mordelin and the others looked grim, especially Mordelin himself. Xian had been with the team since its inception. Zheng Kaishu was a bit later, but still considered a veteran. Mordelin believed he had never treated him unfairly. "Are you alright?" Xian asked Mordelin, whose clothes were covered in blood. The only response wasn't from Mordelin, but from the sound of shattering glass. The sound came from the entrance of the hot pot restaurant. The group inside, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, suddenly tensed. Had the zombies broken in? Or? Su Jianyan picked up an axe and silently headed towards the staff exit. Xian followed. Of the group, only she and Lu Yu had guns. The other two were with Zheng Kaishu and Hu Yanhui. Lu Yu's gun was out of bullets. She also only had 2 bullets left, but it was better than nothing. As they approached the corner, before Su Jianyan could even peek out, he saw a gleaming, bluish-white tail. The awakened zombie didn't chase Zheng Kaishu and the other two. Instead, it chased them. The heads of the zombies that had been blocking the door had been smashed open. Xian, who had followed, also saw the tail, and her expression was more like a grimace. They were the ones who had dragged Su Jianyan into this mess. If they hadn't encountered them, Su Jianyan might have survived longer. Mo Duelin and the others also came out. Seeing Xian's almost crying expression, they immediately understood what had happened. Their faces, which had just regained some color, turned deathly pale. "I hold him off." "You shoot," Su Jianyan said softly. Xian was stunned. Everyone looked over. "Let's take a gamble," Su Jianyan said. Since the awakened zombie had chosen their side, it wouldn't leave until it killed them. He didn't want to die. Su Jianyan took off his down jacket. That little bit of defense was meaningless to the awakened zombie, and wearing it would only get in the way. "Ready?" Su Jianyan headed towards the lobby. He had just taken a step when his wrist was grabbed. It was Xian who grabbed him. Su Jianyan couldn't win. Even though his speed and strength far surpassed that of ordinary people, he was still just an ordinary person. And the awakened zombie's bones were impenetrable by bullets. She only had 2 bullets left. "We hold him off. You run," Xian said. Su Jianyan had already saved her once before, and just now, he had saved Mordelin once more. That was enough. "Thank you." Mordelin leaned against the wall. His wound was still bleeding, and in just a short time, it had stained his trousers and shoes red. He couldn't escape. Having witnessed this scene, Lu Yu and Su Ruochuan opened their mouths. They didn't want to die either. They wanted to live. But they ultimately said nothing. If Su Jianyan were alone, perhaps there really would be a chance. Their earlier decision to turn back already showed that they were different from Zheng Kaishu and the other two. And Su Jianyan had given them water, and he had been clearing the way and protecting them all along. Xian took a deep breath and released Su Jianyan's hand. You stay here. We find a way to lure him out. You go out after we run far away. Su Jianyan glanced at the five of them, then turned and walked towards the lobby. Shoot only when you got a good aim. By the time Xian reacted and tried to grab Su Jianyan, he was already standing in front of the awakened zombie. The awakened zombie was sprawled on a table. It already knew where they were hiding and wasn't surprised to see Su Jianyan emerge. Instead, it flicked its tail with interest. Su Jianyan flexed his wrists. The hot pot restaurant was quite large, but the numerous tables were disadvantageous to him. Su Jianyan suddenly pushed off with his feet, shooting forward like an arrow. Gurgle. The awakened zombie made a sound like a sneer, its body moving simultaneously. It easily dodged Su Jianyan's attack, leaping from one table to another. At the same time, its tail lashed out like a whip, aiming straight for Su Jianyan's chest. Its speed far exceeded Su Jianyan's expectations. He couldn't dodge in time, and could only hold his axe horizontally in front of him. Bang! The axe shattered instantly, along with Su Jianyan's ribs, stumbling back 4 steps. Su Jianyan didn't look at his injury the instant he regained his balance. Instead, he immediately rushed back, throwing the broken axe handle at the monster's eyes. The monster slapped it away with its tail. As the axe flew, the table on which the monster was standing was violently thrown to the side. Su Jianyan kicked the table, losing its balance. The monster instinctively ducked and grabbed the edge of the table. This was the moment Su Jianyan had been waiting for. His other axe swiftly swung towards its neck. Squeak! The monster slammed against the table, its neck splitting open, and a bluish-green liquid splattered out. Su Jianyan's all-out axe swing didn't sever the monster's neck. It stopped at its spine. The monster's bones were far harder than a normal person's. Bang! A bullet grazed the monster's eyelid. Ugh! Realizing what had happened, the monster, no longer as composed as before, roared angrily. It had never been so vulnerable. It wanted to kill Su Jianyan. It absolutely wanted to kill Su Jianyan. Driven by its bloodlust, it swung the axe from Su Jianyan's hand, leaped off the table, and pounced on him. Su Jianyan couldn't dodge and could only take the hit. The axe was broken and could no longer be used to defend. Su Jianyan moved backward while slightly shifting his body, preparing to exchange his life with his left hand. A gust of wind swept past, and Su Jianyan gritted his teeth, bracing himself for the pain. Bang! The pain didn't come. The monster was sent flying, crashing into a pile of tables and chairs. The man from before suddenly appeared, pouncing on the monster and relentlessly beating him on the head. While beating him, he muttered angrily. Gulp! He had seen it all. The monster was bullying Su Jianyan. Chapter 9. The monster hadn't expected there to be a second awakened zombie in the building. It was pinned to the ground and beaten for a while before it reacted. By then, its already ugly face was even more grotesque, torn and bloodied. Gurgle. As soon as it regained its footing, the monster immediately retaliated. The man made no attempt to dodge. The two quickly engaged in a fierce fight again, causing tables and chairs to fly everywhere. Su Jianyan retreated rapidly towards the shop in trance. Opposite them, amidst the chaos, Madurin and the others, seeing this, also quickly moved towards the entrance. Approaching, Xian looked at Su Jianyan with lingering fear. Are you alright? Their hearts had nearly jumped out of their chests when they saw Su Jianyan being hit. Su Jianyan, while watching the fight, pressed his chest. He must have broken a rib. Each breath caused a dull ache. Let's go quickly, Lu Yu urged. This was a golden opportunity. If they didn't leave now, it would be too late. Madurin and his group moved quickly towards the door. But Su Jianyan didn't move. Su Jianyan? Madurin turned around. We have to kill that monster, Su Jianyan said without turning his head. In just a short while, the man and the monster had already exchanged blows several times. At first, the man had the upper hand due to a sneak attack. But as the fight dragged on, the monster gradually gained the upper hand. Su Jianyan didn't know the specifics of awakened zombies, but he could tell from the changes in appearance alone. The monster had mutated more and seemed stronger. Are you crazy? Lu Yu asked incredulously. Even at this point, Su Jianyan was still thinking about killing the monster. He can't win alone. Once he dies, that monster will definitely come after us immediately. It won't let us go. Su Jianyan glanced at the axe in his hand. which was stained with a bluish-green liquid. The monster's vengefulness was clearly strong. Lu Yu and the others looked over. And the moment they saw the bluish-green liquid on Su Jianyan's axe, they felt both complicated and chilled. They were complicated because Su Jianyan had actually fought a zombie to a standstill, even managing to chop off its neck with an axe. They were chilled because they knew Su Jianyan was right. But Lu Yu's words were cut short as Su Jianyan had vanished. Whoosh! The man was sent flying by the monster's tail, crashing into 3 tables. The monster immediately pounced, trying to tear off the man's head. Su Jianyan seized the opportunity, taking 2 steps forward, gripping his axe in both hands. He swung his body, using his right foot as a pivot, and slammed the axe down on the monster's head, sending it flying to the other side. The monster landed, sending tables and chairs flying. Ugh! The man seized the opportunity to get up. He glanced at Su Jianyan, then turned and pounced again. Su Jianyan followed closely behind. He couldn't win in a direct fight. Their strength and speed were on completely different levels. But he could still annoy the monster and create opportunities for the man. The monster stood up. It angrily swung its tail. Su Jianyan swung his axe at its tail. The tail dodged. But because of this dodge, the monster missed its chance to attack the man, and it was knocked to the ground again. The man immediately bit down. Su Jianyan seized the opportunity, gritted his teeth, and swung his axe with all his might. Clang! The iron slammed into the ground, cracking the floor instantly. A section of the bald tail, caught between the blade and the floor, was severed. Awooh! A scream immediately followed. The monster's tail grew from its rear, its bones far less hard than its spine. Seeing hope, Su Jianyan was overjoyed and stepped forward, ready to repeat his tactic. The monster relied heavily on its tail. Without it, its fighting power was halved. Watch out! Dodge! Just as Su Jianyan raised his axe, something shot towards his neck. Bang! A gunshot rang out. The bullet struck the tail precisely, deflecting it. Su Jianyan swung his axe down with all his might. The tail was deflected. The axe veered off course, but it still severed most of the tail. Awooh! The scream rang out again. Su Jianyan showed no fear, chasing after the tail to chop again. Just as he was about to raise his axe again, the man entangled with the monster was kicked away. The man was covered in wounds. The monster hadn't fared much better. Su Jianyan dodged to the side and was about to attack again. But the monster, as if frightened, suddenly lunged towards the door. Su Jianyan was the first to react, shouting, "Block it! Don't let it get away! Strike while the iron is hot!" If they missed this opportunity, there might not be another. Madwaran and his group, who were waiting at the door and hadn't run away, all felt a twitch on their faces. That was an awakened zombie. They had always only ever been able to flee for their lives. Now Su Jianyan was actually telling them to block it and not let it get away. Despite its contorted features, Mordelin and his group moved instantly, grabbing nearby chairs to smash it. The monster didn't head towards them. Instead, it crashed into the nearest glass wall. With a loud crack, the glass shattered. The monster rushed out of the hot pot restaurant, into the corridor, and disappeared. Su Jianyan, Mordelin warned. The commotion they made was too great. In that instant, the zombies in the corridor were already rushing towards them. This way, Xian led the way, running towards the less crowded area. Su Jianyan didn't have time to look in the direction the monster had disappeared. He quickly followed. The 10th floor and below was the main part of the mall. Unlike the upper floors, which were divided into multiple rooms on a single floor, the building had a more common mall layout, a central atrium surrounded by a circular structure. Xian chose the right side. The corridor further ahead was also filled with zombies, but there was an elevator nearby that led downstairs. The area near the elevator on the first floor was relatively free of zombies. They were out of bullets. So Xian, Hu Shirtong, Lu Yu, and Su Ruochuan, who were still able to move, each had a chair. Su Jianyan followed and quickly led the way. Every movement in his chest ached more from his broken ribs. But he had no other choice. Fortunately, they quickly broke through the encirclement. They rushed down 2 elevators, reaching the 8th floor. Seizing their opportunity, they quickly entered a nearby dessert shop that wasn't haunted by zombies. They locked the door, entered the staff entrance, and hid, all in one swift motion. The sound of the glass door being slammed was chilling. Inside, the group held their breath, waiting. 10 minutes later, the banging on the door finally subsided. Cough. Mortarin slumped against the wall, his consciousness fading. Captain, GXIN and the others immediately rushed forward, trying to stop the bleeding. Lifting his clothes, they saw the gauze, made from a pillowcase, completely soaked in blood, and they all gasped. With this much blood loss, even getting him to the hospital immediately might not be enough. Stop the bleeding first. GXIN pulled an unworn shirt from her backpack and tore it into strips. Su Jianyan took the opportunity to lift his own clothes and look at himself. His chest was covered in large bruises. Lu Yu, standing next to Su Jianyan, noticed. Does it hurt a lot? Su Jianyan's injury was clearly internal. They couldn't handle external injuries, let alone internal ones. Yes. Lu Yu was about to say something more when another head appeared beside him. The man who had come in with them leaned closer. He looked at Su Jianyan's sweat-covered face, then at his chest, his brows furrowing slightly. Gulp. The man made a series of low, muffled sounds, as if expressing displeasure. Lu Yu silently stepped back. He wanted to run away at the sight of any zombie, let alone an awakened one. Ugh. The man looked over. Lu Yu froze. The man reached out and grabbed Lu Yu's arm. What are you doing? Lu Yu was startled and immediately struggled. The man was much weaker than the monster, but more than capable of dealing with a human. Lu Yu was easily pulled back in front of him. Lu Yu. What are you doing? Let him go. GXIN and the other two, who were busy nearby, were startled and grabbed the stools they had just put down to help. Su Jianyan also picked up the axe beside him, his muscles tense, ready to attack at any moment. Gulp. The man shoved Lu Yu into Su Jianyan's arms. Su Jianyan was stunned, as were Lu Yu and GXIN. The man pushed Lu Yu closer to Su Jianyan. Su Jianyan was confused. What? Oh. The man opened his mouth to bite Lu Yu, trying to teach Su Jianyan. This is food. Eating it will make you feel better. Su Jianyan was stupid. He had only been out for a short while and had already been bullied. Not to mention, he didn't even know how to eat. The man frowned, somewhat troubled. I'm not hungry now. I don't want to eat. Su Jianyan quickly pushed the man's head away, simultaneously pushing Lu Yu away from the man towards GXIN and the others. The man muttered. Eating will make you feel better faster. I eat later. I'm tired from fighting. I need to rest for a bit. Su Jianyan insisted. The man stared disapprovingly at Su Jianyan for a while, but ultimately said nothing more. He looked down at his own aching wounds and headed towards the group of Mortalin and the others further inside. Mortalin's blood smelled wonderful. Su Jianyan wouldn't eat, but he would. They're mine. Su Jianyan quickly reached out to stop him. The man stopped and looked at Su Jianyan. This was the second time Su Jianyan had stopped him from eating those people. Being stared at, Su Jianyan felt a chill run down his spine. The man had saved him twice already, and had never shown any aggression towards him along the way, to the point that he had forgotten that the person in front of him wasn't a real human, but a zombie like that monster. The man was clearly displeased. Su Jianyan wouldn't eat them himself, and he wouldn't allow him to either? No. Su Jianyan insisted, his hand holding the axe never loosening its grip. The man turned and muttered something as he walked towards the main hall. Su Jianyan couldn't understand what he was saying, but he sensed it was a string of profanities. Only after the man left did Su Jianyan breathe a sigh of relief. His feelings a mix of emotions. He had initially planned to stall him, then find an opportunity to escape or kill him. But now he hesitated. Compared to the monster and Zheng Kaishu, who had abandoned them, this man was almost endearing. Chapter 10. The sound of shattering glass came from the doorway, drawing the zombies from the corridor. Then came the soft crunching of food. Awakened zombies were no longer ordinary zombies. They experienced joy, anger, pain, and hunger. Having escaped unscathed, GXIN and the others breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, their gazes towards Su Jianyan became increasingly strange. A human who could control awakened zombies. This was something they had never heard of in the 2 months since the apocalypse. How much food do you have left? GXIN broke the silence. Hearing this, Lu Yu and Su Ruochuan, still conscious, quickly checked themselves. Each of them had a backpack containing ropes, tents, other essential tools, clothing, and food. Su Jianyan, hearing this, also reached into his pocket. When the monster appeared, they had just finished dividing up their food and were about to eat. After the incident, he only had time to stuff the food into his pocket. He reached into his pocket, not finding it, and realized he'd thrown his coat away. Water and some food were in his coat pocket. Su Jianyan reached into his pants pocket. The contents were still there, though it was just a small bread roll and a sausage. "This is for you," Xian said, handing Su Jianyan her half-empty bottle of water. Their experience in escaping was greater, and coupled with their constant vigilance against the monster, they had kept most of their belongings. After all that commotion, it was now the hottest part of the day, and they were drenched in sweat. Without replenishing their fluids, they wouldn't survive. Seeing this, Liu turned and grabbed a bowl from the cabinet. Intending to share some with Su Ruochuan and Xian, they didn't touch Mordelins, but instead fed him some water. He was extremely dehydrated. Su Jianyan took the water, saying, "Thank you." The water had warmed up. After a sip, the pain in Su Jianyan's chest eased considerably. Su Jianyan glanced at the completely unconscious Mordelin. The hotel reception might have some medicine. This shopping mall was in the city center, where land was incredibly valuable, and the hotel upstairs was high-end. They should theoretically have a first aid kit for emergencies. The only problem was whether the medicine was still there. The food left in the building was running low. Hearing this, Xian perked up, then hesitated. They were on the 8th floor, and the hotel started from the 11th floor. To find medicine, they would have to go through 4 floors, the 8th, 9th, 10th, and 11th. Not to mention the monster might return at any moment. The zombies in the corridors alone made the whole thing impossible. Or, Liu wanted to dissuade him, but swallowed her words. Without the medicine, Mordelin would surely die. "I need the medicine too." Su Jianyan tore open a small bread roll. The bread roll, including the packaging, was too big to hold in one hand, but it was mostly filled with gas. The actual bread was only about the size of an egg, not nearly enough to fill an adult. Su Jianyan chewed slowly, as much as possible to increase his feeling of fullness. Su Jianyan didn't eat the sausage. Instead, he put it back in his pocket. He only had this much food left, and he had to conserve it. "You should take a nap. We keep watch," Xian said. Su Jianyan didn't refuse, lying down and closing his eyes. His chest had been aching slightly. Su Jianyan thought he wouldn't be able to sleep, but the high temperature aggravated his fatigue, and he quickly drifted off to sleep. 5th floor, in a cramped warehouse at the back of a men's clothing store. "What do we do? Mordelin and the others haven't caught up." Hao Ru was almost in tears. "They're not dead, are they?" "Hard to say. You heard the commotion just now." Hu Yanhui's face was also pale. "Then what do we do?" Hao Ru was anxious. He looked at Zheng Kaishu. "It's all your fault." Zheng Kaishu was already impatient with Hao Ru's rambling, and hearing this, he immediately became furious. "If you're so worried, go back and save them. What are you talking about here? Besides, didn't you all abandon them and run away? You all ran faster than the next one, and now you have the nerve to blame me. Furthermore, I didn't agree to go into the city in the first place. It was Mordelin who insisted on coming in. If he had listened to me, none of this trouble would have happened." Speaking of Mordelin and the previous events, Zheng Kaishu's voice rose, and his eyes became bloodshot. He met Mordelin a week after the outbreak, when Mordelin rescued him from a group of zombies. After being rescued, he joined Mordelin's team, which initially consisted of only about 20 people. At first, he liked their team and was grateful to Mordelin. However, he soon discovered a significant difference in their understanding of survival. Mordelin rescued anyone he could, and tried to share food and water equally. He was dedicated to being a good person. But Zheng Kaishu disagreed from the bottom of his heart. In this apocalyptic world, they were struggling to survive themselves. How could they possibly have the energy to care for others, especially the elderly and children, who not only couldn't do anything but would also be a burden in dangerous situations? In his view, they should elite their team. Only then could they survive as long as possible. He had spoken to Mordelin about this, but Mordelin wouldn't listen. Before the incident, their team already numbered over 150. They had entered the city because there were too many people, and food was being consumed too quickly. They had no other choice. If Mordelin had listened to him and discarded the useless ones, they wouldn't have ended up like this. Being scolded, Hu Yanhui and Hao Ru's faces turned pale, then red. But they didn't say anything more. They knew very well that it was because they abandoned Mortalin and his group, and because the monster chased after them, that they had escaped this calamity. Crack. The sound of something being trampled came from outside. The muscles of the 3 people inside tensed instantly. After holding their breath and listening for a moment, hearing no further sounds, Zheng Kaishi looked at Hu Yanhui, who was closer to the door, and told him to go check. Hu Yanhui's facial muscles twitched. Why him? The next moment, Hu Yanhui still steeled himself and cautiously turned the doorknob. The roller shutter door was half drawn. The glass door was tightly closed, and the area visible from the employee passageway was empty except for the clothing racks. Hu Yanhui breathed a sigh of relief, closed the door, and retreated into the warehouse. It's probably just the wind. Zheng Kaishu and Haoru also breathed a sigh of relief. That monster always comes back to chase us 2 days after killing someone. We're safe for now, Zheng Kaishu said. Take turns guarding. The rest of you get some sleep. We figure out how to leave after nightfall. Hu Yanhui and Haoru nodded. Then I go first. Click. Before Hu Yanhui could finish his sentence, the sound of fingernails lightly tapping on the wooden board came from outside the warehouse door. The muscles of the 3 people inside the warehouse, which had just relaxed, tensed up again instantly. Squeak. Fingernails scraped against the door panel. The sound wasn't sharp, but it sent a chill down their spines. Click. The doorknob was turned from the outside. The door opened. Su Jianyan was awakened by a sudden burst of gunfire. The sound came from downstairs, about 3 floors away. The moment the sound rang out, a commotion erupted in the building. All the zombies rushed downstairs. It's Shinkaishu and the others, GXIN said. The only one left in the building with guns and bullets is Hu Yanhui. Lu Yu's lips moved, but she didn't say anything. The moment Zheng Kaishu abandoned them, they were no longer teammates. Su Jianyan wasn't familiar with Zheng Kaishu and the other 2, but his brows furrowed. The monster was indeed still in the building. Su Jianyan touched his chest. The pain was still there, but it seemed a little better than before. As Su Jianyan was examining himself, a head suddenly appeared on his chest. The man had returned some time earlier and was now sitting to his left, mimicking his posture. His clothes were stained with the greenish-blue liquid of zombies, and his wounds had visibly scabbed over or even disappeared. The man clearly possessed healing abilities far beyond those of ordinary people. The man sniffed. Was Su Jianyan in pain again? Su Jianyan's wounds hadn't healed because he hadn't been eating. But this man was different. He'd eaten his fill and was almost completely healed. Gulp. The man muttered. What else do you know about awakened zombies? The more details the better, Su Jianyan asked after putting away his belongings. The monster was still in the building, which meant they would encounter it again sooner or later. GXIN glanced at the man who seemed completely oblivious to them. Actually, this is our first time encountering one too. We only heard about it from other teams before. It's said that awakened zombies are roughly divided into 2 categories, strength-based and intelligence-based. Strength-based awakened zombies gradually transform into animalistic forms after awakening. Their strength, speed, bone hardness, and self-healing abilities all undergo a qualitative leap. Intelligence-based zombies are extremely rare, and whether they even exist is unknown, because the team that told us this was just repeating what they heard from others. It's said that intelligence-based zombies don't turn into animals, but maintain a human form. And after fully awakening, they possess intelligence comparable to humans, and can even speak. Speak? Su Jianyan couldn't even imagine what that would be like. That's what they say, GXIN continued. Intelligence-based zombies also have enhanced physical abilities and self-healing abilities, but they are much weaker than strength-based zombies. However, they are not weak either, because after evolving to a certain level, they can control other zombies. Su Jianyan frowned again. Intelligence comparable to humans? Controlling other zombies? Ordinary zombies are already difficult to deal with. If that's true, wouldn't intelligent zombies be invincible? GXIN smiled despairingly. Lu Yu and Su Ruichuan beside her also smiled bitterly. As more and more zombies awaken, humanity's hope of survival is dwindling, especially in villages with fewer zombies. After all the food in towns has been looted, their lives are even more difficult. Su Jianyan was momentarily speechless. Thinking for a moment, he turned to look at the man beside him. The man mistook him for a companion. He didn't seem very bright, so he probably wasn't intelligent. He just wondered what he would look like after his complete mutation. Su Jianyan hoped it wouldn't be too creepy. As they chatted, the hottest hours of the day had passed, and the commotion in the building gradually subsided. Su Jianyan glanced at the time. Only a little over 3 hours remained until nightfall. He stood up. "I go find the medicine." The man immediately stood up as well. Last time, Su Jianyan was bullied when he had only been gone for a short while. Chapter 11. Ji Xian and the others exchanged complicated glances. Then Liu and Su Ruochuan, who were uninjured, stood up. Su Jianyan was injured and did need medicine. But they could also see that a large part of his actions were for Mo Duolin's sake. Su Jianyan might not die without medicine, but Mo Duolin would certainly die. They had only known each other for 2 days. But in those 2 days, Su Jianyan had shared water with them, led them to find food, and even cleared a path for them when things got dangerous. He had already done more than enough. Besides, Mo Duolin was their captain. They couldn't just stand by and do nothing. No need. Su Jianyan refused. "You're going alone?" Ji Xian asked, her face full of disapproval. "What if we encounter danger?" "Exactly. More people means more help," Liu added. Su Jianyan paused for a moment, then could only be more direct. "I'd be faster going alone." Mo Duolin's group looked travel-worn and experienced at first glance. But in reality, they were clumsy and unreliable. He needed to take them with him. If they alerted the zombies, he'd have to turn back to rescue them. The mall had 15 floors. Floors 11 to 15 were a hotel, usually not very crowded. Floors 7 to 10 were food courts, much busier than the upper floors, but still small compared to floors 1 to 6 selling snacks, clothes, small commodities, and an arcade. The most troublesome part of getting out of the building was the bottom 6 floors. Upon hearing this, the group choked. They made a move to get angry. Su Jianyan really underestimated them. However, their anger subsided before it could erupt. Compared to Su Jianyan, they were indeed quite useless. Su Jianyan headed towards the door. Liu and Su Ruochuan watched with bated breath, their eyes filled with grievance. They felt it wasn't their fault. It was mainly Su Jianyan's own monstrous strength. That was a zombie. A zombie. Only Su Jianyan could smash it like it was a watermelon. Recalling the image of Su Jianyan hacking at the awakened zombie's neck with an axe, a chill ran down their spines. If Su Jianyan had been a little stronger, he might have actually killed the awakened zombie. A human, single-handedly, almost killed an awakened zombie whose advantage lay in strength and speed. No one would believe it if they heard it. The glass door of the dessert shop had been smashed by the man, and the zombies that had gathered at the entrance lay scattered on the ground. After confirming there were no zombies nearby, Su Jianyan headed towards that area. Approaching, Su Jianyan tried to avoid looking at the corpses with obvious bite marks on their bodies, and looked towards the left side of the corridor. The emergency exit was there. The layout from the 10th floor downwards was an open space surrounded by buildings and shops. For easy access, each floor had a pedestrian elevator in one of the 4 directions. Su Jianyan didn't plan to use those elevators because they offered no cover. Going up would alert not only the zombies on his current floor, but also those on the floors above and below. The emergency exits and the vertical elevators were on the outer perimeter of the mall. Although there were zombies in the corridors, they were far fewer. There were significantly fewer zombies in the corridors than Su Jianyan had expected, with only one in the section leading from the dessert shop to the emergency exit. Su Jianyan quickly realized what was going on. Zheng Kaishu and his group's gunshots had been a great help. Su Jianyan picked up a piece of glass from beside him, carefully controlling his strength, and threw it in front of the dessert shop. Hearing the commotion, the zombie immediately charged. Su Jianyan retreated back inside. The instant the zombie burst through the door, Su Jianyan swung his axe, and the zombie instantly collapsed, motionless. Su Jianyan looked outside. The other zombies remained undisturbed. Su Jianyan breathed a sigh of relief and bent down towards the door. The handrail on the outside of the stairwell was only half a person's height, making it easy to be spotted if walking straight. The man followed him the whole way, because they were of the same kind. The zombies didn't react to him. As he approached the passageway leading to the emergency exit, Su Jianyan saw 2 figures loitering ahead. After patiently waiting for a while, Su Jianyan quickly ran towards them before they could even look in his direction. There were no zombies in the passageway, but there were 5 or 6 figures in the emergency exit stairwell, and that was only what Su Jianyan could see. Who knew how many more were hidden above? Su Jianyan estimated the distance, picked up an empty bottle from the side, and gently tapped it on the ground. A moment later, 2 zombies near the corridor rushed in. Su Jianyan dealt with them as quickly as possible. After repeating the same trick twice, the zombies in the corridor were finally cleared. Su Jianyan quickly went upstairs. There was another zombie in the 9th floor corridor, but only one. So Su Jianyan rushed up directly. Upon reaching the 9th floor, Su Jianyan didn't immediately proceed but rested for a while. After warming up, his wound started to ache again, and coupled with the fact that he hadn't eaten a proper meal since waking up, he was already covered in cold sweat in just a short time. A few minutes later, Su Jianyan continued upwards. The hotel reception was right across from the elevator, visible as soon as he reached the top of the stairs. There were many zombies in the lobby, roughly a dozen or so. This was no longer a problem that could be solved by killing. Su Jianyan went back into the stairwell, picked up a power bank, and threw it forcefully through the emergency exit into the opposite corridor. That corridor led to other rooms on the 10th floor. The power bank landed with a thud, and the zombies in the lobby immediately swarmed towards it. The power bank didn't fly very far, so the zombies didn't go very deep. But they didn't think much of it. They went in, didn't find their target, and didn't even consider coming back. They just wandered around in the corridor. Su Jianyan waited patiently. After more than 10 minutes, the commotion subsided, and he crouched down, using the sofa as cover, heading towards the reception area. The reception area hadn't been searched. Approaching, Su Jianyan quickly searched around but didn't find the first aid kit. Besides the first aid kit, Su Jianyan also tried to find the hotel's guest list, hoping to find out the name of the man beside him. The hotel clearly didn't keep handwritten records. Su Jianyan searched for a long time without finding one. There was a door to the side of the reception area, but no room number. Su Jianyan opened the door as quietly as possible and slipped inside. The moment he entered, a figure lunged at him. With lightning speed, Su Jianyan swung an axe at the man's head, but his clothes were still torn at the arm. Su Jianyan felt a lingering fear. The interior was spacious, divided into 3 semi-open rooms. The smallest contained rows of lockers for employees, while the largest held spare bedding and sheets. Su Jianyan went straight to the second room, which was used for storing miscellaneous items. Like the reception area, this room hadn't been searched. Su Jianyan quickly found a first aid kit inside. The kit was quite large and contained many items: alcohol, cotton, gauze, and common medications. Su Jianyan didn't leave immediately. After setting the kit aside, he went to check the staff break room. He quickly found a commuter backpack in one of the cabinets. Modwarren and the others had hiking backpacks, almost half a person's height, making this backpack pitifully small in comparison. But something was better than nothing. Su Jianyan packed everything from the first aid kit into it, then put the food from his pockets inside. And finally, he put on a down jacket. The temperature would be very low at night. The return journey was smooth, entering the dessert shop and returning to the kitchen. Su Jianyan had barely stopped when Xian and the others surrounded him. "Are you all right? How are you?" "Medicine." Su Jianyan handed the backpack to Xian. Xian's eyes lit up, and she quickly took it and bandaged Mortarin's wound. Lu Yu and the others also came forward to help. Modwarren hadn't woken up since falling unconscious. Excessive blood loss and wound infection had caused him to develop a fever, his pale face covered in cold sweat. The bandage on the wound was removed, and a stream of yellowish tissue fluid immediately flowed out. The group carefully cleaned the wound, disinfected it, applied some medicine, and then rebandaged it with gauze. Finally, they fed Modolin painkillers and anti-inflammatory medication. Having done all this, they all breathed a sigh of relief. They had done everything they could. Now it was up to Modolin's fate. After finishing, Xian took the painkillers and anti-inflammatory medication and handed them to Su Jianyan. Su Jianyan took them and swallowed them directly. "Oh, right. This is for you." Lu Yu handed him a bag of chocolate biscuits. Su Jianyan looked at it. "Where did you get this?" Had Xian and the others gone out while he went upstairs? Lu Yu held up her half portion of mung bean cake with a beaming smile. "I found it in this shop." The dessert shop had clearly been ransacked, so they hadn't suspected it before. It was only after Su Jianyan left that they couldn't sit still and wanted something to do, which led them to discover this. Taking the biscuits, Su Jianyan immediately unwrapped one and started eating. We leave after resting a bit more. They had the medicine. Now they had to leave as soon as possible. If they lingered too long, the monster would recover and return. Seeing this, Xian and the others also took out some food and started eating to conserve their strength. If they couldn't escape, there was no point in keeping the food. Su Jianyan didn't usually eat biscuits because they were too dry. But perhaps because he was so hungry, he actually found them delicious. Especially the sweet filling in the middle. As Su Jianyan was eating, a head appeared in front of him. This was the first time the man had seen Su Jianyan eat. Su Jianyan handed him half a biscuit. Awakened zombies eat other zombies. They eat people, but they would never eat cookies. Su Jianyan thought this was a waste. But the man was clearly interested. Su Jianyan wasn't ready to provoke him. Xian and the others all looked over. The man leaned closer and sniffed. Su Jianyan felt a cool sensation on his fingertips. And the cookie was in the man's mouth. He chewed it a couple of times with a puzzled look. Then opened his mouth to spit it out. It didn't taste good. Just before spitting it out, he saw Su Jianyan looking at him and stopped. It was something Su Jianyan had given him. Su Jianyan had shared all his food with him. Gulp. The man mumbled twice and swallowed. Su Jianyan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Xian and the others beside him also looked surprised. After thinking for a moment, Su Jianyan broke off half a cookie and handed it to him. The man frowned, looked at it, leaned closer, and with a flick of his tongue, put the cookie in his mouth. He chewed it a couple of times and swallowed. After doing all that, seeing that Su Jianyan was about to share some more with him, the man quickly ran a few steps and squatted down in the corner opposite, away from Su Jianyan. He turned his back, pretending not to see. Su Jianyan was very kind, but Su Jianyan's food was really hard to eat. Chapter 12. Gulp. The man crouched down, secretly glancing back. Seeing Su Jianyan looking at him, he immediately turned his head back. Having witnessed this scene, Xian and the others had strange expressions. In their minds, awakened zombies were always bloodthirsty and cruel. But this man? Su Jianyan wiped the drool from his fingers and shoved the remaining biscuits into his mouth. After drinking some water, he took the lead in standing up. Let's go! Xian and the others quickly stuffed the remaining food into their mouths and followed suit. Su Jianyan stood up rather hastily, a sharp pain shooting through his chest, causing him to pause. Are you all right? Xian asked. Hu Shirtong and Lu Yu looked over. The man crouching in the corner also saw it. Su Jianyan was in pain again? I'm fine. Su Jianyan led the way out. The hottest 3 hours of the day had passed, meaning there were only about 3 hours left until nightfall. It would start snowing as soon as it got dark, and the temperature would drop drastically, making it impossible for them to move. They had to find a way out within 3 hours. Upon exiting, Su Jianyan bent down and headed towards the emergency exit. Lu Yu carried Mo Duelin on his back behind Su Jianyan. Hu Shirtong, with an injured leg, followed behind Lu Yu, and Xian brought up the rear. The man who followed them out squatted down beside the zombie corpses in front of the dessert shop and didn't move, seemingly doing nothing. Su Jianyan didn't provoke him. Su Jianyan lowered his voice and asked, How did you get in here? Xian smiled bitterly. The monster was chasing us. We had no idea where to run. We only knew that if we didn't run, we would die. When we stopped, we were already inside the building. Su Jianyan had more or less guessed and wasn't surprised. As they spoke, a group of people had already crossed the corridor and reached the emergency exit. Su Jianyan had already cleared the stairwells above the 8th floor. Su Jianyan went down a few steps, cautiously peeking out. There were at least 3 zombies on the 7th floor platform. Su Jianyan retreated to the platform and looked at the fire extinguisher box next to the stairwell. The handle of his axe was broken, although it was still usable. It was inconvenient. Su Jianyan put the axe on the ground and took off his down jacket, covering the box with it. Seeing this, Hu Shirtong and Lu Yu immediately went upstairs, trying to stay far away. Xian gripped her knife tightly, ready for anything. Su Jianyan bent his arm and slammed his elbow against the glass box. After a muffled thud, the glass shattered. Su Jianyan immediately pulled the axe from the box, almost as soon as he drew his axe. 4 figures rushed upstairs. Su Jianyan kicked the first zombie back down the stairs, took 2 steps back, and let the other 3 go up. GXIN seized the opportunity and kicked the one closest to her, trying to hold it back. Having seen and fought many zombies, Su Jinyan was now increasingly adept at dealing with two at a time. One fell to the ground in less than 2 rounds. The first one to fall in the stairwell was just getting up. By the time Su Jinyan had dealt with the second one, GXIN had been forced into the stairwell leading to the shops ahead. Her reaction speed was definitely not slow, having survived this long enough to be considered slow. Compared to the smaller-statured men like Mordelin, she was even more agile. But that was only in comparison to ordinary people. "Bring her here," Su Jinyan spoke, taking advantage of the zombie lunging at her. GXIN ducked under his arm and quickly ran towards Su Jinyan. When she returned to the stairwell, 3 corpses lay at Su Jinyan's feet. A minute later, there were 4 corpses. This wasn't the first time GXIN had seen Su Jinyan fight zombies up close. But seeing it again still evoked complex emotions. She was simply being chased. Su Jinyan put on his clothes and led the way downstairs. Upon reaching the 7th floor, GXIN and the others stopped, and Su Jinyan hugged the wall as he descended. After less than 3 steps, Su Jinyan turned back. Zheng Kaishu and the others had fired from the 5th floor, causing the zombies from the 4th, 5th, and 6th floors to converge on the 5th floor. What was happening in the corridor ahead was unknown. But the emergency exits were packed with people. With that many, if any zombie moved, the others would all rush up after it. Su Jinyan. A low, slightly uneasy voice suddenly came from behind. Su Jinyan turned around. Lu Yu and Hu Shitong were still on the 7th floor platform, peering out at the corridor leading from the elevator. "It looks like over there," diagonally opposite in the corridor, inside a milk tea shop, a figure was excitedly waving at them. "It's him." GXIN recognized him immediately. Zheng Kaishu. "He's still alive?" Lu Yu asked, somewhat surprised. Zheng Kaishu and the others weren't inexperienced novices. Knowing the monster was still inside, they wouldn't have fired without reason. 9 times out of 10, they encountered some danger. He thought they were dead. "What do we do?" Lu Yu looked at Su Jinyan and the others. "Ignore him. Let's go." GXIN made a decisive decision. Hu Shitong and Lu Yu exchanged a glance, offering no objection. When Zheng Kaishu abandoned them and ran away earlier, he should have known this day would come. The group looked at Su Jinyan. Su Jinyan, who had just returned from downstairs, was about to speak when his brows furrowed sharply. Zheng Kaishu, seeing that they weren't going to pay him any attention, was charging towards them. "That bastard," Lu Yu cursed. This was the 7th floor, and there were many zombies in the corridor outside. Zheng Kaishu's actions would kill them all. Su Jinyan quickly went upstairs. Upstairs, GXIN immediately followed. Hu Shitong had an injured leg, and Lu Yu, carrying Mo Dulin, lagged behind. Seeing Zheng Kaishu already rushing into the corridor, the two finally reached the 8th floor platform. There were quite a few zombies following Zheng Kaishu. If they continued to run, they might shake off the zombies, but they would definitely be forced back upstairs. They had barely managed to get downstairs. This way, Su Jinyan quickly headed towards the toilet in the middle of the corridor, trying to pry open the door. The door opened quickly, revealing only one zombie inside. Su Jinyan dealt with the zombie, while GXIN and the others turned back to close the door. There were too many zombies chasing after them. The door almost couldn't be closed. When Su Jinyan turned back after dealing with the zombie in the toilet, GXIN and the others were using brooms from inside the house to block the door. Zheng Kaishu was also in the crowd. After finishing, GXIN and the others glared angrily at him. When they closed the door, Zheng Kaishu had already chased to the door. If they didn't let him in, he would definitely shout, which would only attract more zombies. Stared at. Zheng Kaishu felt a little embarrassed, but didn't bother to explain. What's done is done. Further explanation would be pointless. "Where are Hu Yanhui and Su Ruochuan?" Hu Shitong asked. "Dead." Hu Shitong ignored Zheng Kaishu and looked at Su Jinyan. The banging outside the door continued. Even if the zombies calmed down, without bullets, they couldn't break through with only Su Jinyan's help. Su Jinyan had led them into a dead end. This didn't seem like something Su Jinyan would do. He must have some plan. This way. Su Jinyan looked at the ventilation opening at the far end of the toilet. The ventilation opening was quite high. To prevent accidents, the window could only be opened a crack. But the window itself was wide enough for a person to slip out. The emergency exit was blocked. They had to find another way. Understanding Su Jianyan's meaning, the group quickly stepped forward to ask someone to let Su Jianyan check the situation. Su Jianyan had looked down from the rooftop earlier, and looking again, he still saw a dense mass of zombies on the ground. We can't go down directly. We need to get to the second or third floor bathroom first, and then figure something out. As he spoke, Su Jianyan wedged the axe into the gap between the window and the wall. Then, with a sudden burst of strength, ripped the entire window frame off. The zombies outside were still banging on the door. And hearing the commotion inside, they became even more excited. The door wouldn't hold for long. After putting Su Jianyan down, Xian and the others quickly pulled out ropes from their backpacks. This building was a commercial building, much taller than ordinary residential buildings. About 40 meters high with 8 floors. That distance would be just a few steps on flat ground. But vertically, it's a different story. With the zombies below, a fall would be certain death. After spending some time securing the rope to the door frame, Su Jianyan was the first to climb towards the windowsill. Upon exiting, Su Jianyan wrapped the rope around his body and, mimicking his memory, slid down the wall using his feet. The movement looked simple, but it was far from easy. Soon, Su Jianyan felt a burning pain in both hands, and his waist, constricted, felt like it was about to break. What terrified him even more was that as he appeared on the wall, the zombies in the plaza below began to gather towards him. As they gathered, they let out excited roars. Su Jianyan ignored them, focusing on his footing. A few minutes later, when Su Jianyan's hands, gripping the rope, began to tremble, he finally reached the third floor. Passing the window, Su Jianyan slowed down and looked inside. The situation downstairs was far worse than upstairs. The toilet door was broken, clearly indicating a fierce battle had taken place. Seeing Su Jianyan outside the window, a group of zombies swarmed towards him. Fortunately, the window was high enough that the zombies could only watch. Su Jianyan continued downwards. There were toilets on both the first and second floors, but Su Jianyan immediately abandoned the first floor toilet because it was too low. The zombies outside could easily climb up to the window. Being attacked from both sides would be a certain death. If the second floor didn't work, he would have to climb back to the fourth floor. Su Jianyan was lucky. There was only one zombie in the second floor toilet, and the door was securely closed. Su Jianyan grabbed the rope with one hand to secure himself, and with the other hand, he pulled an axe from his backpack, attempting to pry open the window. He was suspended in midair, with only his feet barely providing support. What should have been an easy task suddenly became incredibly difficult. He was drenched in sweat when he ripped the window off, and the pain in his chest intensified. Su Jianyan helped himself to a seat on the windowsill. After resting briefly, he jumped inside. Just as Su Jianyan finished dealing with the zombies in the bathroom, Hu Shitong reached the window. The third to come down was Mo Doran. Xian and Lu Yu pulled the rope up, tied Mo Doran to the end, and lowered him. Su Jianyan climbed back onto the windowsill and pulled him in. Hu Shitong caught him from below. 10 minutes later, Xian, Lu Yu, and Zheng Kaishu also came down. At the same time, all the zombies in the nearby square gathered outside the window. These zombies felt no pain. Driven only by instinct, they trampled each other as they climbed upwards. And in a short time, they had already climbed past the first floor. This place couldn't be stayed in for long. Next, Zheng Kaishu was about to ask when he was startled by the sudden swaying of the rope beside him, and he instinctively raised his gun. Su Jianyan and the others immediately looked over. There was something on the rope, and it was heading towards them. Ordinary zombies lack reason and couldn't perform such precise actions. The only thing that could do it in the building was a man with slightly curly, shoulder-length hair and pale skin, appearing headfirst after Su Jianyan. Climbing through the window, the man leaped down and walked straight towards Su Jianyan. Approaching, he pulled a lump of tofu-like substance from his pocket, offering it to Su Jianyan's mouth. Su Jianyan ate it. Su Jianyan recognized it almost instantly. A brain. A zombie's brain. He finally understood what the man had been doing squatting in front of the dessert shop. The man pushed it forward. "I don't eat this. You eat it yourself." Su Jianyan turned his head away. The stench of the brain was awful, and the thought of it originally belonging to a human made him even more nauseous. Seeing Su Jianyan's refusal, the light in the man's eyes gradually cooled. He was displeased. Xian and the others nearby felt a chill run down their spines. Although this man's fighting strength seemed weaker than the monster's, he was still an awakened zombie. Su Jianyan was also a little uneasy. He hesitated whether to take it first, and then find an opportunity to throw it away. When the man made his move, Xian and the others instinctively raised their weapons. And Su Jianyan also gripped his axe tightly. Gulp! The man didn't attack, but instead touched Su Jianyan's chest. This is delicious. Eating this will help your wounds heal faster. And once the wounds heal, the pain will subside. Chapter 13. Feeling the touch on his chest and understanding the man's meaning, Su Jianyan's fear dissipated uncontrollably. But this was clearly wrong. The other person was an awakened zombie. His kindness was just a misunderstanding. Su Jianyan took a deep breath, forcing back his nausea, and took the brain. Then put it in his pocket. I'm not hungry now. I eat later. The brain was completely corroded by a greenish-blue liquid, oozing slime at the slightest touch. This outfit was unusable. The man frowned. Su Jianyan should eat it immediately. However, since Su Jianyan had already accepted his food, he didn't say anything more and fell into a daze again. Su Jianyan looked at Xian and the others. The others snapped out of their reverie. What do we do next? Go inside? Lu Yu asked. Going outside the window was definitely out of the question. Their only chance of survival was inside the building. But there might be even more zombies inside than outside. Even if they were lucky enough to escape the building, they would still be met with countless zombies in the plaza. No. Let's go through this window. Su Jianyan looked at the window they had just entered through. The sun was already setting. It would be dark in about an hour. I saw it when I came down. There's another window about 150 meters to the right. Probably somewhere like a staff break room. Those zombies react to light. We can find a way for some of us to get there. And after dark, we can set a fire at that window. That should attract all the zombies over there. And then we can leave from here. The group, who had been somewhat uneasy, brightened up. This was indeed a good idea. The next moment, the group frowned again. To lure all the zombies outside, they needed to put a fire outside the house. Finding something to burn was easy. Each of them had spare clothes in their backpacks, and they still had some rope left. The problem was that luring all the zombies would require the fire to burn for a while. And if it got too big, it might burn through the rope. We can use flashlights. A weak voice came from outside. Mordelin had woken up sometime earlier. His wakefulness meant he was out of danger. Xian and the others immediately rummaged through their bags. Although they dared not use any lights at night, flashlights were essential for everyone. Each flashlight was small for easy carrying, but there were enough of them. Bundled together, they could illuminate a large area. With flashlights in hand, the next issue was choosing who to go with. Su Jianyan was definitely going. He was the strongest fighter in their group. Besides Su Jianyan, they needed at least one other person to go with him. In case something goes wrong on the way, someone needs to lend a hand. Even if it's just to briefly hold off the extra zombies, and give Su Jianyan some time to deal with the rest. I go. Xian put the flashlight into her backpack. No. He should go. Su Jianyan looked at Zheng Kaishu. Zheng Kaishu's face quickly darkened. Me? What if you run away before I get back? Su Jianyan said bluntly. The light would indeed attract the zombies' attention. But the two windows weren't too far apart. If Zheng Kaishu ran away, and the zombies were drawn back, they would immediately be trapped and die again. Zheng Kaishu had abandoned them once before, so he wasn't trustworthy anymore. Zheng Kaishu's face turned pale, then flushed. Aren't you worried they abandon us too? What he did before was indeed dishonorable. But it was only human nature. Who isn't afraid of death? Su Jianyan was afraid he'd run away. But he was afraid Mo Duolin and the others would run away too. You're talking nonsense. You think everyone's like you? Lu Yu immediately snapped. Stop trying to sow discord. Xian was also getting angry. Mo Duolin and Hu Sherdong's faces were also grim. They might not have Su Jianyan's abilities, but they still had a conscience. If it weren't for Su Jianyan, they would have died countless times. They would never abandon Su Jianyan. Su Jianyan ignored Zheng Kaishu. Let's go! Xian was worried about Zheng Kaishu. How about the three of us go together? Su Jianyan refused. 3 people would be too conspicuous. Xian thought for a moment, then took out a flashlight and handed it to Zheng Kaishu, giving him a fierce glare as a last look. Zheng Kaishu took it with a dark face and shoved it haphazardly into his backpack. Ready? Su Jianyan led the way towards the door. The door was locked from the inside. Easy to open. Su Jianyan didn't open it directly, but first gently knocked on the door to check the situation outside. Footsteps immediately followed. There were zombies outside, but not many. Xian and the others retreated to the innermost corner. Ready. Su Jianyan opened the door. The moment the door opened, a man and a woman rushed in. Xian and Lu Yu, experienced, distracted one of them. Su Jianyan quickly dealt with the other. After dealing with both, Su Jianyan crouched down and moved along the wall towards the corridor ahead. There were indeed far more zombies downstairs than upstairs, especially on the first floor, which was practically packed with people. The second floor had the same layout as the 8th floor, except the shops sold different things. And the second floor corridor was also full of people. It was beyond avoidance, and there was no way to lure them out one by one. Su Jianyan looked at the trash on the ground, spent some time choosing something more handy, and then looked at Zheng Kaishu following behind, telling him to go back to the restroom first. After Zheng Kaishu went back, Su Jianyan tried a few different positions, choosing one that was easier to throw, and suddenly hurled the glass of water he was holding towards the opposite corridor. The distance between the two sides was quite far, and Su Jianyan was prepared for it to fall to the first floor if he missed. But the glass flew farther than he expected, smashing directly against the glass door of a clothing store across the street. The glass door shattered instantly, the cracking sound like thunder. All the zombies on the first, second, and third floors were startled awake and rushed towards the shattered glass. Su Jianyan quickly went back to the restroom. 20 minutes later, Su Jianyan opened the door again. Few zombies remained in the corridor near their side. They had all gathered in front of the clothing store across the street. Su Jianyan, leading Zheng Kaishu, crouched low as they moved down the corridor until they saw zombies again. With few zombies, Su Jianyan tried to lure them into the nearby store. With many zombies, Su Jianyan threw things to attract them to the other side. 40 minutes later, they finally reached their destination. It was the mall's after-sales service window. Before the window was a slightly long windowsill. Entering through the door behind the window led to the mall staff lounge, reception area, and manager's office. There were zombies inside. Quite a few. Fortunately, most of them were trapped inside. Only 2 were outside. After spending some time dealing with them, Su Jianyan headed towards the window amidst the zombies' shouts and the pounding on the door. Zheng Kaishu followed, steeling himself. The doors to the staff break room and meeting room were of poor quality, and with the constant pounding from the zombies inside, they were already on the verge of collapse. The sun had already set, and the sky was hazy. A biting, icy night wind howled in, quickly taking away the last trace of heat. Zheng Kaishu quickly opened his backpack, took out all the flashlights, tied them together, and attached them to a rope. Su Jianyan took them, checked them, and then shoved them out the window. After letting them out about a meter, Su Jianyan handed the remaining rope to Zheng Kaishu. Zheng Kaishu quickly found a place to tie them up. Once secured, Su Jianyan pulled the flashlights back. He didn't rush to turn on the lights, patiently waiting for nightfall. Only when it was completely dark would the flashlights be most effective at attracting the zombies. For a moment, only the sounds of banging on the door and low howls filled the room. After more than 20 minutes, the zombies gradually quieted down. When Su Jianyan and Zheng Kaishu were shivering from the cold, it finally got completely dark. Su Jianyan turned on all the flashlights and then put them back outside. Finally, he gave the flashlights a good shake, making them swing wildly. After dark, the lights were amplified, and the zombies in the square immediately rushed towards them. The zombies locked inside the house also stirred. They were startled when Su Jianyan turned on the lights. "Let's go," Zheng Kaishu urged, feeling a chill run down his spine. Su Jianyan headed towards the door. Before leaving, he made sure to take the pig brain out of his pocket and throw it away. The light was hanging outside, so it didn't affect the building much. The only problem was that after dark, it was pitch black inside, making movement difficult. Su Jianyan wasn't in a hurry, patiently moving little by little using the same method as before. More than 30 minutes later, they finally returned to the toilet they had been in. The zombies have all been attracted there. Lu Yu's excited voice came as the two entered. "Are you alright?" Xian asked. "We're fine." Su Jianyan looked out the window. "I go down first." Xian second. Then Mo Duolin. Hu Shirtong. Zheng Kaishu. You last. Mo Duolin and Hu Shirtong were injured and would definitely be slower. So he and GXIN would go down first to provide backup. As for Zheng Kaishu, he would definitely run if he was told to go down first. Zheng Kaishu opened his mouth, clearly annoyed, but ultimately said nothing. The group found the remaining rope, tied it to the doorknob, and threw the rest out the window. Su Jianyan took a running start and climbed onto the window, looking towards the flashlight. The snow had started falling. All the zombies in the plaza on this side of the mall were drawn to it. There were far more than he had expected. At least 300. The flashlight had stopped shining, but the commotion hadn't subsided. Many zombies were still desperately scrambling towards the corner, trying to climb up and grab the flashlight. The flashlight's beam couldn't reach them, creating a stark contrast between the bright and dark sides. As long as they didn't make too much noise, they had a good chance of escaping. Su Jianyan slipped out of the window and slid down quickly. As Su Jianyan landed, GXIN poked her head out. A minute later, GXIN also landed. Su Jianyan kept a watchful eye on their surroundings, while GXIN quickly helped Mo Duolin and Hu Shirtong. Mo Duolin was badly injured and had lost a lot of blood, so he didn't have the strength to climb down on his own. Liu Yu and Zheng Kaishu, who were still above, used ropes to lower him down little by little. This slowed things down considerably and made the commotion more intense. GXIN's heart raced uncontrollably. 2 minutes later, when Mo Duolin landed, her palms were sweaty. Hu Shirtong had a leg injury, but his hands were fine, so he slid down on his own. GXIN only helped him at the very end. 5 minutes later, Zheng Kaishu, the last one, also came down. Su Jianyan immediately led the way towards the left front. That direction first led to a flower bed with waist-high shrubs, then a blood donation van, and beyond that, a road full of parked cars, offering more cover than other areas. Opposite the road were other buildings. Once they reached that side, they would be temporarily safe. Su Jianyan had barely moved when he noticed the rope behind him was moving again. The man was also climbing down with him. He had awakened and could think, but he wasn't nearly as intelligent as a human. He was more like an animal. So he climbed headfirst, feet up, looking quite comical. The moment Su Jianyan paused, Zheng Kaishu abandoned them without hesitation and ran ahead. Su Jianyan could wait for the man himself. He wouldn't risk his life. Seeing Zheng Kaishu run, Liu Yu carried Mo Duolin on his back, and GXIN helped Hu Shirtong, and they also ran quickly. This place wasn't safe to stay in. Before leaving, GXIN didn't forget to pull Su Jianyan back. The man was an awakened zombie. Even if they were discovered, the other zombies wouldn't attack him. Regaining his composure, Su Jianyan immediately went to the front to clear a path. The square wasn't very wide, only about 100 meters long. Normally, this distance wouldn't be much, but the thought of hundreds of zombies lurking nearby, ready to pounce at any moment, made their hearts race uncontrollably. Fortunately, the flower bed wasn't too far away, and they arrived in less than half a minute. Upon reaching the blood donation van, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The van was tall, perfectly separating them from the zombies under the lights. However, they didn't dare linger there, as there were also zombies in front of the shopping mall further to the left of the van. The zombies on this side of the road were also drawn to the flashlights. But with so many cars on the road, it was hard to say if any had been missed. Su Jianyan kept looking around as he ran, on guard. His breath caught in his throat when his gaze fell behind him. The man had finally climbed down the rope and was now trotting towards him. Behind him, at the window of the second-floor restroom where they had been before, the monster that had attacked them earlier was staring at them with utterly venomous eyes. Chapter 14. Su Jianyan? GXIN noticed Su Jianyan's unusual behavior and turned around. It's that monster. Run! Mordelin had already seen the face at the window and urged them on. They were still halfway to the building across the street. If they made a commotion now, all the zombies in the square would swarm towards them, and even 10 more Su Jianyans wouldn't be able to save them. The group sped up. Almost as they rushed into the street, a heavy thud was heard behind them. The monster jumped directly from the second floor. Quick! Without bothering to check for any stray zombies in the traffic, the group rushed towards the building across the street with all their might. Zheng Kaishu, who was running ahead and almost across the street, also heard the commotion and saw the monster. He immediately rushed into the group of buildings. He went in, but quickly retreated. A swarm of zombies chased after him. In the chaos, he ran towards the less crowded right side. Su Jianyan and his companions were already running at top speed. But the monster was far faster than them. They had barely run 10 meters when the monster caught up to the blood donation van. 5 meters later, the monster was right behind them. Seeing that Ji Xian and Hu Shirtong, who were at the back, were about to be caught, Su Jianyan sidestepped and swung his axe at the monster. A battle was inevitable. Having learned its lesson before, the monster immediately dodged to the side upon seeing the axe. It landed on the roof of one of the vehicles, triggering its alarm system. The piercing horn instantly shattered the darkness. In the plaza, and on the roads further away, all the zombies surged forth like a raging flood in that instant. "Awah!" The monster roared in response. Su Jianyan, hearing the commotion and seeing the swarming zombies, Ji Xian and her group panicked. Their instinct was to run, but Su Jianyan was entangled by the monster. "You guys run first." Su Jianyan's eyes were fixed on the monster. Its eyes filled with venom, especially when it looked at him. Ji Xian and the others didn't move. Leaving Su Jianyan now would make them no different from Zheng Kaishu. Zheng Kaishu was already surrounded by more than 10 zombies. In a situation with many zombies and few survivors, survival is extremely difficult, even for Su Jianyan, let alone Zheng Kaishu. 5 or 6 zombies pounced on Kaishu simultaneously. Zheng Kaishu frantically tried to block them, but he was no match and was immediately knocked to the ground. Su Jianyan. Zheng Kaishu looked at Su Jianyan, trying to plead for help. No one answered. Zheng Kaishu's eyes were filled with despair, followed by anger. Su Jianyan and the others were simply abandoning him. Ji Xian. Before he could say anything more zombies pounced, followed by a series of terrified screams. In the chaos, Lu Yu gritted his teeth and put Madeline down from his back. "Hu Shirtong, you protect the captain. You two go first." Ji Xian understood Lu Yu's meaning and immediately looked at Su Jianyan. "We can only hold them off for 3 minutes at most." In that short time, the faster zombies were less than 100 meters away. Their fighting ability was far inferior to Su Jianyan's. 3 minutes was their limit. "I stay too." Hu Shirtong was about to speak when Madeline pulled him towards the building opposite. He wanted to help, but neither of them could run fast now. If they didn't run now, they become a burden when Su Jianyan and the others needed to escape. It was better to stay far away. Ji Xian gripped her military knife tightly, while Lu Yu took off his backpack and held it in front of his chest as a shield. Su Jianyan focused his attention on the monster. If they could take it down within 3 minutes, they still had a chance. Su Jianyan pushed off with his feet, shooting forward like an arrow, swinging his axe along with him. The monster leaped up, pushing back 2 cars, landing and regaining its footing. A hint of mockery flashed in its eyes. Su Jianyan's face darkened instantly. He immediately gave chase. And sure enough, the monster retreated without a fight. It had learned to think. It saw through their plan, deliberately stalling for time. It wanted to see them slowly swallowed by despair, dying in extreme fear and pain. Only then could it alleviate its rage. "Go!" After failing to catch him twice, Su Jianyan turned and ran. Ji Xian and Lu Yu hesitated for a moment before trying to follow. But the monster swept over their heads and landed in front of Su Jianyan. Ji Xian and Lu Yu immediately tried to brake, but Su Jianyan accelerated forward and swung his axe. Caught off guard, the monster was instantly ripped open in the chest. Pain shot through it, and the monster instinctively staggered back. Su Jianyan didn't give it that chance. Using the momentum of the swinging axe, he turned and delivered a side kick to its head. The monster was no longer human, but its head was still a vital area, and the force of the kick caused it a momentary stun. Su Jianyan raised his axe and chopped at its neck. Clang! The axe struck the monster's neck, sending it crashing into the car window. The window shattered, and the monster's neck wound was deep enough to expose bone. The spine wasn't broken. The monster's bones were harder than Su Jianyan had anticipated. That last blow had used all his strength. Undeterred, Su Jianyan raised the axe to deliver another blow. If one axe strike wasn't enough, he struck twice. If 2 strikes weren't enough, he struck 3, 4, 5 times, until he was dead. A whooshing sound filled the air as the monster's tail lashed out at Su Jianyan. It had lost its mind. Now it only wanted to kill him. The tail was even faster than the monster itself. Su Jianyan didn't even have time to see it clearly before his body reacted. Ducking down, the tail grazed his head. Having missed its first strike, the monster lunged at Su Jianyan, ready to tear him apart. Su Jianyan, crouching on the ground, had no time to dodge. Just as the monster was about to pounce, a figure suddenly leaped out from the side and pounced on it. Gurgle. The man pinned the monster down, tearing and scratching at it like a mad beast. It was bullying Su Jianyan again. It was actually bullying Su Jianyan again. Su Jianyan didn't miss the opportunity. Suppressing the complex emotions in his heart, he quickly stepped forward, raised his axe, and swung it down with all his might. Bang! The axe embedded itself deeply in the ground, severing the monster's barely healed tail completely at the root. A mournful howl rang out. The monster kicked the man off it, then charged at Su Jianyan with bloodshot eyes. It was too fast. Su Jianyan couldn't dodge in time, and was sent flying several meters. Upon landing, Su Jianyan felt as if all his bones were shattered. His mind blank. The monster pounced on him. Su Jianyan tried to dodge, but he couldn't control his body at all. Su Jianyan, Xian and Lu Yu, who had been watching the battle closely, immediately tried to rush to his aid, but they were surrounded by ordinary zombies and couldn't move. In a flash, the man pounced on the monster, knocking it to the ground again. The man attacked frantically, but the difference in strength meant he was quickly kicked away. The monster ignored him, got up, and pounced on Su Jianyan again. Su Jianyan could barely control his body now. He used all his strength to roll to the side, rolling under a truck. Bang! The monster slammed into the truck bed, immediately denting it and shaking the truck. Bang! The monster slammed in again. The man scrambled to his feet and grabbed the monster from behind. He was completely enraged. The monster slammed the man into the carriage, causing it to shake violently even more, and the man was forced to let go due to the impact. Su Jianyan hid under the carriage and then crawled under another vehicle nearby. After crawling out, he glanced back at Xian and the others, then turned and ran in the opposite direction. 3 minutes had long passed, and Xian and Lu Yu were surrounded by layers upon layers of zombies. They were at their limit. The monster's hatred was all on him. It wouldn't rest until it killed him. If he lured the monster away, Xian and Lu Yu might still have a chance to survive. He only known Xian and the others for a few days, but their time together had been pleasant. If death was inevitable, every survivor was a bonus. Su Jianyan, don't do anything foolish. Seeing Su Jianyan's plan, Xian panicked, pushing aside the zombies in front of her to give chase. Lu Yu grabbed her. What are you doing? Xian tried to shake off Lu Yu's hand. Lu Yu didn't speak, pulling her along, using his backpack as a shield, and charging towards the complex where Ma Doran and the others were. He wasn't stupid. He saw through Su Jianyan's plan to use him as bait immediately. At that moment, the overwhelming sense of despair, the apocalypse, the death of family members before his eyes, and the inability to do anything about it, swept back, driving Lu Yu to madness. He desperately wanted to do something, but all he could do was pull Xian away and run, because he knew very well that even if they went, it would be pointless. This way, Hu Shidong's voice came from the alley ahead. They hadn't gone far. They had witnessed what had just happened, and both of them looked grim. Along with Lu Yu and Xian, hundreds of zombies from the square surged into the alleyway. Let's go! Mortarin had to make a decision. The group ran forward quickly. In another alleyway, seeing a dead end ahead, Su Jianyan didn't slow down but instead accelerated. Then, just as he approached the wall at the end, he pushed off and flipped over it. Boom! The monster crashed through the wall. Concrete flew everywhere, and rubble littered the ground. Behind him, a man covered in wounds pursued relentlessly. On the other side of the wall was an upscale residential area. Towering buildings covered with mutated, climbing greenery, and the concrete ground was covered with countless plant roots. It felt like entering another world. There were far fewer zombies in the residential area than outside. Seeing that the path ahead led to another end, Su Jianyan was about to turn when the monster blocked his way. Without hesitation, Su Jianyan swung his axe and charged. His running wasn't out of fear. Without its tail, the monster could only claw and bite, turning the fight into a full-blown melee. Su Jianyan's axe missed, and the monster kicked him in the arm. sending him flying towards a mutated plant. The man, a step too slow, lunged at the monster, slamming it to the side. The monster was prepared. With a single claw strike, a large chunk of flesh was torn from the man's right arm, almost ripping it off entirely, ignoring the pain in his body and chest, letting the overwhelming killing intent consume him. Su Jianyan got up and rejoined the battle. Approaching, before the monster could shake off the man, he mustered all his strength and slashed at the monster's neck. Bang! The blade struck the monster's spine as if hitting steel, and Su Jianyan's arms throbbed with pain from the impact. Awooh! The monster kicked the man off it. The man pounced back the moment he hit the ground, pitting the monster down again. Bang! Su Jianyan immediately swung his axe again. This time he used even more force than before. This time, not only did his arms ache, but his eardrums also throbbed with excruciating pain. Ugh! The monster struggled. In its struggle, Su Jianyan saw a clear gash in its spine. His attack wasn't ineffective. Awakened zombies have strong healing abilities, but not enough to heal instantly. Realizing this, Su Jianyan, completely consumed by killing intent, felt a surge of excitement. Ignoring the excruciating pain in his ears and arms, he swung his axe down with all his might again. Bang! Ugh! The awakened zombie let out a wail. Feeling the strange sensation on its neck, it began to tremble with fear. Su Jianyan couldn't help but smirk. He suddenly understood why that monster had been so fond of chasing after Mortalin and the others. Fear was indeed sweet. Bang! The awakened zombie completely panicked. It no longer focused on killing Su Jianyan, but struggled desperately to escape. The man held it tightly in his jaws. He was angry. Very angry. This monster had already bullied Su Jianyan once, and now it dared to come back and bully him again. Su Jianyan raised his axe high again, his excitement growing, so much so that his whole body trembled. His heart was already pounding at its limit. His adrenaline was surging, and for a moment, he entered a strange state. His flesh and bones seemed to come alive. He could even hear them growing wildly. Bang! The axe fell, the blade severing the entire spine and embedding itself deeply into the ground. The monster's struggling body slowly came to a stop, its terrified eyes gradually losing their light. To the left of City A, in another city, a young man who had been watching the swarm of ants struggling for survival before him suddenly felt his pupils shrink, a fear emanating from the depths of his soul overflowing. That fear was so intense that his body trembled uncontrollably, so intense that he didn't even have the courage to run away, but instead wanted to kneel down and submit. It was something he had never felt since he awakened, since he became the zombie king. He looked in the direction of City A. The man looked at his trembling hands, then at his unresponsive subordinates beside him, turned into awakened zombies by the blood and power he had extracted, and an uncontrollable smirk appeared on his lips. His rank was too high. Even awakened zombies weren't worthy of noticing? Ha! Ahead of City A, in the mountains, a gigantic black beast, 3 or 4 stories tall, its fur bristling, its vertical pupils filled with terror. As one of the earliest beings to become a corpse king, it had never encountered a worthy opponent since its awakening. Yet, at this moment, it didn't even have the courage to flee. What was in that city? Chapter 15. His heart pounded. His blood boiled. It took Su Jianyan a while to recover from his unusual excitement. Only then did he realize that both his hands were covered in blood. His own bright red blood. The monster's bones were incredibly hard. His desperate hacking and slashing were like striking steel, so the webs between his thumbs and index fingers on both hands were cracked. A wave of pain followed. Su Jianyan gasped. Before he could examine himself properly, he heard commotion nearby. Zombies were chasing after him. Su Jianyan grabbed his axe and turned to run, trying to find a place to hide. As he ran, he kept looking back. If it weren't for that man, he wouldn't have won at all. The man was still lying on the ground. Su Jianyan had only escaped unscathed because the man had engaged the monster. The man's body was badly injured, with his right arm being the most severely damaged. Large swaths of flesh were torn and hung loosely to the side, the bone clearly visible. For a human, a wound of that magnitude would either bleed to death or cause excruciating pain. Su Jianyan stopped. Although the man was an awakened zombie, he could already feel pain. Su Jianyan glanced at the ordinary zombies not far away, then quickly turned back. Get up. Let's go. The man was still awake, Approaching, Su Jianyan reached out to pull him, but then noticed the wound on his hand and instead extended his axe. Gurgle. The man didn't want to move. He was tired and in pain. Get up. Su Jianyan poked his stomach with the axe. Otherwise, I just leave you. The man, whether he understood or not, grabbed Su Jianyan's axe. Su Jianyan pulled him up with a strong tug. This way. Su Jianyan led the way, running in a direction free of zombies. The man was somewhat reluctant, but he still followed, staggering along. The neighborhood was a high-end development, with greenery far exceeding the building area, and it had been specially designed, creating a rather picturesque atmosphere. But that was all in the past. Now, because the plants had mutated, all the buildings were covered in vegetation, making hiding difficult. Su Jianyan ran nearly 500 meters before finally spotting a barely passable stairwell entrance. He immediately entered. The elevator was directly in front of the entrance, and the emergency exit was to the left of the elevator. Su Jianyan quickly ran towards the emergency exit. He was lucky. He didn't see any zombies on the first or second floor. Confirming it was safe, Su Jianyan looked down through the gaps in the plants at the second floor window. The zombies chasing them, having lost their target, slowed down in some places, while others continued their pursuit. No zombies approached the stairwell where they were. Su Jianyan breathed a sigh of relief. He leaned the axe against the wall and examined the wound on his hand. The wound wasn't too large, but the nerves in his hand were incredibly dense. He hadn't felt it before in his excitement, but now the pain felt like being slashed by knives. What bothered him even more was that his clothes and pants were covered in a greenish-blue liquid. He didn't know if it was from the monster or some other ordinary zombie. He had to treat the wound quickly. He had finally killed the monster. It would be ridiculous if he got infected by this liquid. To treat the wound, he needed a clean cloth. Su Jianyan glanced out the window again and went upstairs. No zombies were seen on the third floor either. Upon reaching the fourth floor platform, Su Jianyan spotted a loitering figure. He retreated to the third floor and headed towards the closed apartment door opposite the elevator. The building had one apartment per floor. He initially planned to find an apartment with an open door. Approaching, Su Jianyan gently knocked on the door. After confirming there was no response, he pried it open. The apartment had only recently been renovated. The furniture was still new. Fortunately, there were housewarming decorations inside. Su Jianyan went straight to the wardrobe. He found two relatively new-looking white t-shirts. He wiped his hands with one, then used the other to wrap both hands. Blood was still seeping out. Soon the white cloth was stained red. Su Jianyan put on another layer of cloth, quickly removed his other clothes, and put on a set of casual clothes that allowed for easy movement. Finally, he grabbed two more pieces of clothing and carefully wiped his hair and axe clean. After doing this, Su Jianyan searched the room for food and water while pondering his next move. He wondered how Mordelin and the others were doing. If possible, he wanted to go back to their squad. Even if he was a good fighter, one person's strength was always limited. He couldn't find a room every time he rested. Even if he didn't mind the inconvenience, doors and windows wouldn't stop awakened zombies. So he needed people to keep watch and stand guard when he was tired. Besides, searching for supplies was much more efficient with more people. Even if he found supplies, the amount he could carry alone was limited. The question was, which way did Mordelin and the others run? And how far did they go in a big city like this? Even if they ran for 10 minutes straight, he'd still be searching for a month. The house was new, and the kitchen wasn't sparsely stocked. But Su Jianyan's haul was surprisingly plentiful. He found a bottle of mineral water and a can of juice in the refrigerator, a 10-pound bag of rice that hadn't been opened long enough, and a 5-liter bottle of oil that hadn't been used much either. The problem was he didn't have enough water to cook the rice. And while the oil was high in calories, drinking it directly without any other food would cause diarrhea. The weather was already hot, and they were already extremely dehydrated. Diarrhea would be tantamount to suicide. After a moment's hesitation, Su Jianyan abandoned the oil bottle and only packed the rice and water into his backpack. His backpack was initially quite empty, but these items made it suddenly heavy. After packing, Su Jianyan didn't rush to look for anyone. Instead, he sat on the sofa and waited patiently. They had disturbed too many zombies earlier, and the commotion was still ongoing. Even if they wanted to find someone, they would have to wait until they quieted down. Ugh! A low groan came from behind the door. Su Jianyan looked over. The man was sitting not far from the door, licking the wound on his arm. The wound must have been very painful. He occasionally let out a low, painful groan, like a wounded beast. Su Jianyan sighed silently, got up, went to the kitchen to get some disposable gloves and scissors he had found earlier, then went to the closet, tore 2 t-shirts into strips, and walked towards him. The piece of flesh that had been torn off the man ran from his arm all the way to his forearm. Without intervention, even with the awakened zombie's healing abilities being stronger than a normal person's, it wouldn't recover in less than 6 months. Su Jianyan put on 3 pairs of gloves on each hand and squatted down in front of the man. Let me see. Ugh. The man looked at him, puzzled. Su Jianyan, wary of the man's potential attack due to pain, carefully lifted the man's clothes over his wound. As the man's arm was torn, his clothes were also ripped, and now much of the fabric was embedded in the wound, making the already bloody and mangled wound look even more gruesome. Ugh. The man recoiled the moment his arm was touched. Su Jianyan had hurt him. The moment the man moved, Su Jianyan's muscles tensed. The axe was leaning against the edge of the sofa behind him. Ugh. The man simply stepped back, unhappy that Su Jianyan had hurt him. But he had no intention of attacking. I bandage it for you. Su Jianyan pointed to the wound, trying to explain. The man's eyes were full of confusion. Su Jianyan picked up a pair of scissors and carefully cut away the clothing around the wound, making it clean in an instant. The man seemed to finally understand Su Jianyan's meaning. Although he still winced in pain, he no longer flinched. He sat obediently. Su Jianyan breathed a sigh of relief, then focused his attention on the wound. The wound was too large, so Su Jianyan simply cut off the entire sleeve. After cutting, Su Jianyan put down the scissors and slowly pushed the piece of flesh upwards with his hands, intending to reattach it to the man's arm. The man's body visibly tensed, and a series of gurgling sounds came from his throat. But he remained obediently seated. Once the flesh was back on, Su Jianyan quickly grabbed a strip of cloth and began wrapping it. After securing the first strip of cloth, the rest became simple. Su Jianyan wrapped the entire wound in one go. After finishing, Su Jianyan took a step back. The man reached out to touch him, but Su Jianyan slapped him across the face. You're filthy. The man's hands were covered in the monster's greenish-blue blood. Su Jianyan's action was instinctive. He only realized what he had done after slapping him. His breath caught in his throat, and his muscles tensed. The man had been quite kind to him after mistaking him for one of their own. But that didn't include instances where Su Jianyan initiated an attack. The man was visibly startled by the slap, but then obediently hid his hand behind his back, refusing to touch him if Su Jianyan forbade it. Su Jianyan's feelings were now complicated. He had saved him 3 times, found him food when he was injured, and now he wasn't even fighting back after being slapped. Su Jianyan found it increasingly difficult to dislike him. For a moment, he even wished he weren't an awakened zombie. Then, he could skip finding Mordelin and the others, and team up with him directly. Su Jianyan took off his gloves and stood up. The man kept his other hand behind his back, looking down at his bandaged wound. Perhaps because the pain had subsided, he seemed to be in a better mood. Su Jianyan headed towards the bedroom, returning a moment later with a brand new suit. Take off your clothes and wear this. The man's suit was custom made, originally quite flattering, but after all the commotion and having a cuff cut off, it now looked dirty, smelly, and ugly. Goo? This time, the man immediately understood Su Jianyan's meaning, but after sniffing the suit, he retreated. He liked his current clothes. They had a familiar scent. Su Jianyan said disdainfully. Dirty. The man shrank back into the corner, like a large dog that didn't want a bath. Su Jianyan's lips twitched. He could only grab a few pairs of gloves from the side and put them on, then picked up the scissors he'd seen earlier. His hand was injured, and the man, dressed like that, was constantly hovering around him. He might infect him at any moment. Having witnessed what had just happened, Su Jianyan wasn't as afraid as before, and he started cutting directly. Su Jianyan had already noticed the man's good physique. After cutting open the clothes, he couldn't help but steal a few more glances at the row of abs and the 2 soft pectoral muscles. That made him feel awkward. He had never undressed anyone before, let alone a man like himself. The only saving grace was that Mordelin and the others weren't around. Otherwise, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to explain himself. Gulp, watching his favorite clothes turn into strips of cloth. The man muttered a couple of complaints. But that was all. Chapter 16. After cutting the clothes, Su Jianyan looked at the man's trousers. After a slight hesitation, he still reached out. Leaving them dirty like this wasn't a solution. The man had only recently awakened and wasn't very intelligent, showing no sense of shame. Just sitting there casually. After stripping the man completely naked in one go, Su Jianyan was now unsure where to look. The man looked rather thin, but underneath his clothes, he was quite well endowed. Unfortunately, it was too late now. Raise your hands. Su Jianyan took the suit he had brought out and put it on the man. The man was quite cooperative, and soon he was dressed. The new clothes weren't as good as his previous custom-made suit, but the material was sturdy and the size was just right, making him look quite handsome. After finishing, Su Jianyan took off his gloves to check his wound as he sat back on the sofa. The bleeding from his hand had stopped, although the pain persisted. After checking his hand, he casually touched his chest. His chest wound hadn't healed yet, and now he had a new one. Once he reunited with Mordelin and the others, he definitely needed to find a place to rest for a few days. His chest didn't hurt. Su Jianyan paused, then applied a little more pressure. His chest still didn't hurt. Su Jianyan lifted his clothes and looked down. He could still see the bruises on his chest, but they were noticeably lighter than before. Before, the entire area was a dark blue-black, but now only faint blue spots were visible. Su Jianyan pressed on it again. There was a slight pain in the bruised areas, but the broken ribs were no longer painful. Was he healed? But how could that be? It had only been 2 or 3 days since he was injured. He wasn't an awakened zombie with amazing self-healing abilities. How could he have healed so quickly? Gurgle. The man leaned closer, kneeling in front of the sofa and peering into Su Jianyan's chest, as if to sniff. Was Su Jianyan in pain again? It was already dark, and the snow had been falling for some time. The temperature was extremely low. The man's body temperature was already low, and his breath felt like it was mixed with ice crystals, instantly sending shivers down Su Jianyan's spine. Su Jianyan avoided his head and put his clothes down. He wasn't an awakened zombie, so there was only one possibility left. His ribs hadn't actually been broken, but his muscles had suffered severe trauma, which was why it hurt so much to touch. That was quite likely, and it made everything make sense. Su Jianyan breathed a sigh of relief. Broken bones take at least a month or 2 to heal, but muscle injuries heal much faster. Thinking to himself, Su Jianyan got up and looked out the window. The French windows were covered in mutated plants, with only a few thin cracks in the corners. No zombies were visible downstairs. Su Jianyan slung his backpack over his shoulder. Let's go! The door opened, and a biting wind immediately rushed in from the stairwell. Su Jianyan shivered. This was his first time going out at night. After a short while, barely adjusting to the low temperature, Su Jianyan steeled himself and headed downstairs. The building was covered in vegetation, and there were no lights inside. The entire stairwell was pitch black. Su Jianyan tried to breathe softly to listen. No zombies entered the stairwell, but one stood at the entrance. Su Jianyan deliberately increased the volume of his footsteps. The moment the sound reached his ears, the zombie rushed into the stairwell. Su Jianyan seized the opportunity and swung his axe. The zombie fell to the ground, and Su Jianyan gasped. His movement aggravated the wound on his hand, and with the outside temperature already below -40 degrees Celsius, the pain was amplified. It felt like 1,000 saws were simultaneously tearing at his wound. He needed to avoid fighting as much as possible from now on. After recovering, Su Jianyan didn't rush to leave. Instead, he pointed at the zombie and looked at the man behind him. Do you want to eat? Eating should accelerate the self-healing of awakened zombies to some extent. The man had found him some brains when he discovered his injury. He didn't know what would happen next, and his hand was injured again. If the man could recover quickly, it wouldn't be bad for him. The man looked at Su Jianyan's axe and then at the zombie under it, his eyes widening slightly. Did Su Jianyan catch it for him? If you don't eat, I'm leaving. Su Jianyan made a move to leave. The man took 2 quick steps and squatted down in front of the zombie. Gulp. He dug out the zombie's brains, but didn't put them in his mouth. Instead, he offered them to Su Jianyan. Su Jianyan ate. I don't want to eat. You eat? Su Jianyan had gradually learned how to communicate with the man. He took a step back and pointed to the man's injured arm. Gurgle. The man hummed like a cat, stuffing the brain into his mouth. Su Jianyan was also injured. But after finding food, he gave it to him first. Su Jianyan had also bandaged his wounds earlier. The wounds were very painful. But after Su Jianyan bandaged them, the pain lessened. Gurgle. The man touched his chest. It felt strange, like the midday sun on his skin. But there was no sun now. While the man was eating, Su Jianyan went down to the ground floor and carefully peered out from around the corner. Many of the zombies that had been chasing him had run further away along the passageways between the buildings. While he hadn't seen any zombies on the way he had come, Su Jianyan headed in that direction. The snow was incredibly heavy, and after falling for over 3 hours, it had reached Su Jianyan's calves. 2 minutes later, he saw the monster's corpse, almost completely buried in the snow. He had fought with all his might in the previous battle, and seeing it again still filled him with lingering fear. Su Jianyan used an axe to shovel up the monster's head and carried it back to the stairwell. When Su Jianyan reached the bottom of the stairs, the man had just finished eating the zombie's brain and was coming out. Seeing him, he immediately ran over excitedly. Su Jianyan handed the monster's head to him. Eat this too. Su Jianyan didn't understand what the awakening of awakened zombies was all about. But since eating ordinary zombies was effective, eating similarly awakened zombies should be even more effective. Su Jianyan's guess was correct. The man clearly reacted to the monster's head. He immediately took it and began to devour it. Just as he was about to put it in his mouth, he remembered Su Jianyan. I won't eat. Su Jianyan shook his head resolutely. The man immediately continued gnawing. The monster's bones were quite hard, but the flesh was still soft. The man's movements were like gnawing on a duck's head. Hunger surged, and Su Jianyan swallowed, but only for a moment. The thought of what was being gnawed, it was originally a human head, and Su Jianyan felt a chill run down his spine. He retreated to the stairwell to avoid the snow and wind, waiting for the man to finish. The man was quite fast, finishing in less than 10 minutes. Su Jianyan didn't bother to examine the remaining skull closely, and led the way back in the direction they had come from. In just those 10 minutes, the temperature seemed to have dropped considerably, and his shoes, being ordinary sneakers rather than snow boots, quickly became soaked. He hadn't gone far before he began to shiver. About 10 minutes later, he saw the wall that the monster had knocked down earlier in the distance. There were zombies near the wall, a considerable number of them. Su Jianyan didn't go over. Instead, he moved to the left, 2 rows of buildings away. 7 or 8 minutes later, he found a section of the wall where there were no zombies nearby. Su Jianyan retreated from the corner back into the alley, suddenly accelerated towards the wall, and then pushed off with his foot hanging from it. He didn't climb over directly. Instead, he peeked out first. Beyond the wall was a sidewalk, and to the right of the sidewalk was the road they had been surrounded on before, densely packed with zombies. Half of the zombies in the square had been attracted there. Su Jianyan retreated back into the residential area, moving in the opposite direction from the road. About 10 minutes later, he climbed the wall again. Beyond the wall was a street that wasn't very wide. From this side, he couldn't see the previous road, and the zombies on the road couldn't see him either. The only problem was that there were also zombies on the street, and quite a few of them. Su Jianyan observed for a while, then flipped over. The moment he landed, he bent down and ran along the parked cars in the direction where he had separated from Mordelin and the others. There were just too many zombies in the city. Less than 100 meters ahead, he saw a swaying figure. He had to stop. To the right was an alleyway, barely wide enough for 2 people to pass side by side, which seemed to lead to the road they had crossed earlier. Su Jianyan went in. He walked and stopped for over 40 minutes, until his throat began to ache from the cold and his hands and feet were numb. When he finally saw the shopping mall ahead, Xian and Lu Yu were gone. Su Jianyan did see Zheng Kaishu wandering in a corner. One of his hands and half of his chest had been eaten away, and he was now indistinguishable from the surrounding zombies. Su Jianyan recalled the approximate direction Mordelin and Hu Shirtong had run in and headed in that direction. In the midst of a heavy snowfall, Xian, Lu Yu, and Hu Shirtong braced their backpacks against the iron gate, outside which 5 or 6 zombies were frantically ramming against it. There's a way! Come on up! Mordelin shouted as soon as he found a path. The 3 exchanged glances, released their grip simultaneously, and rushed frantically upstairs. On the second floor, also covered in snow. Mordelin, one hand clutching his wound, pointed to the end of the left-hand corridor. The two rows of buildings were very close together. They could jump across. Lu Yu rushed across without a word. Landing, he turned back to catch her. First Mordelin, then Hu Shirtong. Xian had just climbed onto the railing when the zombies chasing them were already behind her. Xian. Jump. Feeling movement on her legs, Xian didn't have time to think and leaped across to the other side. She jumped too hastily and didn't have enough strength. She started falling halfway down. Modwarin and the other two desperately reached out, trying to grab her. Modwarin and Lu Yu grabbed nothing. Hu Shirtong barely managed to grab Xian's backpack, but his injured leg rendered him powerless, and he was dragged down. Modwarin and Lu Yu quickly pulled him back. There were also zombies downstairs, desperately reaching out to grab Xian's feet. They were only on the second floor, but Xian fell further, and several times her feet were grabbed. 1, 2. The three of them pulled simultaneously, managing to lift Xian up. The moment her feet touched solid ground, Xian lost her balance and fell into the corridor. Modwarin and the other two weren't much better off. The commotion alerted the zombies in the building. This way, Lu Yu grabbed Xian and ran. More than 10 minutes later, the four of them finally shook off the zombies. By then, they could barely stand. The bottom stairwell was filled with the sound of panting. Several minutes later, the panting gradually subsided. The group silently checked their wounds. Hu Shirtong couldn't help but speak. He was too exhausted to run any further. Should we keep searching? Ever since shaking off the zombies, they had been searching for Su Jianyan. They had been searching in the direction Su Jianyan had left. But after more than 4 hours, they hadn't seen a single movement, let alone Su Jianyan. If Su Jianyan was still alive, and if the monster was still chasing him, there would be a reason for the lack of activity. Unless Su Jianyan was already. Mo Doran's lips moved. In truth, they all knew that the possibility of Su Jianyan being alive was extremely slim. But what if he really is still alive? If he's still alive, and they're just leaving like this? What kind of people are they? Find him? Of course we find him. Xian gritted her teeth. She had already abandoned Su Jianyan once. Before she could finish speaking, a commotion suddenly came from the end of the street. The four of them fell silent instantly. Then all moved towards the door. The moment they saw what was happening outside, a chill ran down their spines. Two zombies, far more completely transformed into beast-like awakened forms than the previous monster, were feeding on the ordinary zombies on the street. Wherever they passed, the ground was littered with corpses. They were heading this way. The four of them instinctively held their breath, their hearts stopping for a moment. But even so, those two pairs of eyes still accurately targeted them. Run! The group flung open the door and rushed out, ignoring the ordinary zombies on the street. They ran forward for their lives. They were already in such a sorry state with just one awakened zombie. And now there were two at once. Streets, residential areas, alleyways, ice and snow rushed into their tracheas. Their hearts throbbed with pain from the intense exertion. They ran with all their might. But it was all in vain. Bang! Hu Shirtong was tackled to the ground. His legs were already injured, and he couldn't run fast. Modwarin and the other two instinctively turned around. Before they could see clearly, Xian was also tackled to the ground. Woof! The two awakened zombies' eyes were filled with excitement. A terrified excitement at the impending scream. The other was about to respond when both stopped simultaneously. The next moment, they both turned back to look in the direction they had come from, as if something was calling them from there. A second later, they dismounted from Xian and the other zombie and ran back quickly. On the ground, covered in snow, Xian and Hu Shirtong, who thought they were surely dead, stared blankly up, unsure how to react. Mo Duolin and Li were also stunned. The next moment, the four of them quickly fled. At the end of the street, a young man in white casual clothes strolled through the vast expanse of white snow. Seeing the two awakened zombies approaching, a hint of interest curled at the corners of his thin lips. Found them? Chapter 17. The man smiled broadly, but the two awakened zombies lowered their heads in fear. Understanding their meaning, the man's smile widened even further. Keep searching. The two awakened zombies immediately each chose a direction and rushed out, their speed almost like fleeing. The man continued forward, his footsteps echoing through the snow. He had immediately headed this way after sensing the anomaly. The two cities weren't far apart, and the journey had only taken a little over 2 hours. To exude that level of aura, the other party was definitely a zombie king, and probably one of a higher rank than himself. But since entering the city, he hadn't seen anything unusual. That surprised him, because most zombie kings had a very strong sense of territory. They would never allow another zombie king to appear on their territory, let alone appear so openly. Unless he was ignored, because he was too weak to be worth paying attention to. The other party didn't even consider him a threat? In the wind and snow, the four of them, including Mortarin, ran until their hearts were about to burst and their legs could barely move, before finally finding the nearest building and crawling inside. What's that? Awakened zombies. Can't you tell? Why are they here? Isn't it said that a city usually only has 1 or 2 awakened zombies or zombie kings? We already encountered 2, and now 2 more have appeared. What kind of place is this? This city is so big. There are probably tens of millions of zombies inside. It's not surprising that there are more awakened ones. So what do we do now? Should we keep looking? The previously noisy group fell silent instantly. The fear of being chased and pounced on by the 2 awakened zombies hadn't faded. Their hands and feet were still trembling. They desperately wanted to escape the city immediately and hide as far away as possible. But we search again tomorrow morning. If we can't find him, we leave this afternoon. Mortarin gritted his teeth. If there had to be a villain, he'd be the villain. They couldn't all die here. That monster is so powerful. He might not even. Hu Shirtong swallowed his words, because saying it would make it sound like they were eagerly anticipating Su Jinyan's death. No one spoke. The group huddled together in their respective corners. They were unwilling, guilty, yet helpless. Equally silent were the members of the serious survival team on the right edge of the city. On the rooftop, Captain Gu Ming, wearing a black down jacket and a snow hat, put away his binoculars and headed towards the stairwell entrance. He brushed the snowflakes that had accumulated on his body in just a few moments as he walked. Beside him, 4 men carrying guns followed closely. One of them went to open the door. In the hallway were more than 60 men, some carrying guns and others holding them. They all looked up when he entered. Are they all asleep? Gu Ming looked down the hallway. The main force was in a room on the 3rd floor. Yes. Deputy Captain Yang Yuejun handed him a cigarette. Gu Ming took it, and Yang Yuejun quickly lit it for him. Gu Ming immediately took a deep drag. Many people in the hallway swallowed hard, some even inhaling the second-hand smoke, wanting to enjoy it. In this awful environment, getting a cigarette was quite a rare treat. What kind of behavior is this? Gu Ming mocked without any politeness. A group of people chuckled. After taking another deep breath, Gu Ming lowered his voice and said, "We go into the city tomorrow. This city is too big. Not many people dare to go in. There should still be plenty of food inside." The group had already anticipated this, so they weren't surprised. Shouldn't we think of another way? These big cities usually have awakened zombies, or zombie kings. It's too dangerous. One of the people hesitated before speaking. Gu Ming glanced at him. The more dangerous the place, the richer the supplies. But a lot of people will die, the man immediately said. But before he could finish, he was elbowed in the stomach by someone next to him. Gu Ming frowned, but didn't say anything more. He looked at the others and instructed, "Be quick when you get there. Don't you trust us? It's not like it's the first time," Yang Yuejun said with a smile. "The temperature is already quite low. Let's go back and rest." Gu Ming went downstairs, and the others followed. Soon, only the man who had tried to speak, but was interrupted, and the man who had interrupted him remained in the hallway. Both were men, one older and one younger, both in their early 20s. They were brothers, the older brother, Li Qinshui, and the younger brother, Li Linmu. The one who had been interrupted was the younger brother, Li Linmu. Seeing Gu Ming and his group enter the room, Li Qinshui slapped Li Linmu on the back of the head, simultaneously questioning him in a low voice. "What's wrong with you? Don't you want to live? But that would kill a lot of people." Li Linmu lowered his head. "So what?" Li Qinshui's tone remained unchanged. "Those people can only exchange this method for a ration of food. At least this way they can stay alive. Otherwise, why do you think they would stay in the team?" The serious survival team has a strict hierarchy. The first tier consists of armed individuals, who form the team's main fighting force. The second tier comprises unarmed but physically capable young adults. They are the replacements for the first tier, and the team's primary force for transporting supplies. The third tier consists of the elderly, children, women, and the wounded. The team currently numbers over 300. Foraging in residential buildings with such a large group is too inefficient. So their targets are typically small to medium-sized supermarkets. Supermarkets are rich in supplies, making them frequented by zombies. To enter, the entire supermarket must first be cleared of zombies. Their method of clearing the zombies involves having the third-tier members lure them away. The third-tier members generally have poor physical strength, so each search for supplies represents a high mortality rate. During this process, the first-tier members will not volunteer their help. Their bullets must be reserved for protecting themselves and the supplies. No one wants to die. But if a member of the third tier refuses to go, they will be expelled from the team. Once they left the group, only a faster death awaited them. Even if they returned alive, they would only have enough for 3 to 5 mouthfuls a day. Most of the supplies they risked their lives to bring back were seized by Gu Ming and his men, simply because they had guns. Li Lingmu opened and closed his lips, but couldn't form the right words. Li Lingmu went downstairs. Watching Li Lingmu go downstairs, Li Qingchui's usually calm face furrowed. How could he not understand Li Lingmu's meaning? But what could he do? If they angered Gu Ming, they would both die. They themselves were in such a state. How could they possibly care about others? Inside the city, seeing the snow was knee-deep, Su Jianyan had to stop. His hands and feet were already numb. Even his eardrums were starting to ache. If he didn't find somewhere to warm up soon, his limbs would be useless. He chose a shop with its shutter half closed, avoiding the zombies behind the cars on the road ahead, and bent down to enter. There were no zombies inside. Before entering, he hadn't paid attention to what kind of shop it was. Only after entering and seeing the walls and cabinets filled with packages did he realize that this was actually a post station. The packages showed signs of having been opened, looking like someone had come here looking for food. But an accident occurred, and less than 1/10 of the packages were opened. With logistics so advanced these days, the possibility of food inside the packages was very high. Su Jianyan's Adam's apple bobbed. A hunger he had long forgotten overwhelmed him. He couldn't remember the last time he had a full meal. Su Jianyan didn't rush to open the packages, but instead headed towards the back door. Outside the back door was a stairwell leading upwards. This inn wasn't located on the main street. Its location was relatively secluded, with ordinary residences upstairs. Su Jianyan headed upstairs. The door on the left side of the third floor was open. Su Jianyan entered as quietly as possible. There were obvious bloodstains on the living room floor, but no zombies were visible inside. He guessed the noise from the person unpacking the package had attracted the zombies downstairs. Su Jianyan closed the door and immediately rushed to the 2 bedrooms. After dragging both blankets into the same room, he took off his soaking wet shoes and clothes and eagerly crawled into bed. Warmth didn't immediately come. He couldn't even feel any temperature. His body just trembling uncontrollably. Su Jianyan gritted his teeth and persevered. But after 10 minutes, the situation remained unchanged. He had no choice but to get up again. He rummaged through the bedside table, found a lighter, drew the curtains, and began burning everything flammable in the room. Once the fire was lit, Su Jianyan immediately placed his hands and feet in front of it. After a while, he finally felt a little warmth. At the same time, there was a commotion outside the window downstairs. The zombies below had spotted the fire. With the door closed, ordinary zombies couldn't get up, and there weren't many zombies on the street. So Su Jianyan focused on warming himself by the fire. After more than 10 minutes, he finally regained some feeling in his hands and feet, followed by the stinging and itching characteristic of frostbite. Su Jianyan went to the kitchen and found a cup. He poured some water in, then tore apart the ham sausage, which had frozen solid, and threw it in, before placing the cup in the fire. After another 10 minutes or so, the water heated up, and the ham sausage softened. Su Jianyan sipped hot water and ate a sausage. The temperature was so low that not only his hands and feet, but his internal organs felt almost frozen. He could even feel the warmth flowing through him as the warm water went down. By the time he finished eating and drinking, the fire had burned out, and Su Jianyan quickly crawled back into bed. After about 10 minutes of vibrating heat, the bed finally warmed up. Sleepiness washed over him. He turned over to sleep, only to find he had kicked something. The man had gotten into bed some time earlier and was now curled up asleep at his feet. The man's body temperature was extremely low. like a block of ice. Su Jianyan could feel the chill even through the blankets. Su Jianyan had the urge to kick him off, but ultimately didn't dare to provoke him. He shifted to the side and closed his eyes. As soon as he relaxed, darkness enveloped him. Su Jianyan was awakened by the heat. When he opened his eyes, the sun was already streaming into the room through the gaps in the curtains. The man was still asleep. Su Jianyan groggily slept for a while before getting up. He first checked the wound on his hand. In such high temperatures, wounds are prone to infection and necrosis. After last night's extreme cold, the wound was slightly white, but there was no sign of infection yet. Su Jianyan tore off a new t-shirt and bandaged the wound. He didn't wear his previous outfit, but directly chose a new set from the closet. He chose a loose-fitting style for easy movement, and the outer garment was as thick as possible. He still wore sneakers, but this time he was smarter, choosing a pair of very sturdy snow boots and stuffing them into his backpack. Finally, he searched the entire room. The door had been open, but there was nothing edible inside. Su Jianyan slung his backpack over his shoulder, preparing to head to the inn on the first floor. Before leaving, he remembered the man and went back to the bedroom. The man was still asleep. "Wake up!" Su Jianyan called out. He never seen him so sleepy before. The man didn't react. "Get up!" Su Jianyan poked him with his axe. The man still didn't react. Su Jianyan was surprised. Then a thought popped into his head. If he ran now, the chances of successfully shaking off the man were high. Chapter 18. Su Jianyan was very tempted and couldn't wait to run away. No matter how good the man was to him, he was still an awakened zombie, someone who could easily kill him. But Su Jianyan quickly calmed down. He hadn't gone to the inn downstairs yet. By the time he finished unpacking the package, the man would probably be awake by then. Su Jianyan silently turned and went downstairs. Before leaving, Su Jianyan deliberately closed the door. The man wouldn't open the door, and he had closed all the windows last night. Although breaking the windows would be easy for the man, what if they were actually locked? The interior of the shop was the same as before, but the zombies that used to be on the road directly in front of the shop were gone. Su Jianyan's first reaction was joy. Were Mortalin and the others nearby? Then he realized what was going on. He cautiously approached the alley to the left of the shop, and sure enough, he saw a group of figures inside. The firelight from last night had attracted the zombies to the alley. Su Jianyan didn't disturb them and quietly retreated back inside. The roller shutter was pulled low, but there was still a gap of nearly a meter. The person who had previously discovered the place had used a box to block it, but it wasn't very secure. Su Jianyan had also blocked it yesterday, so unless someone was looking closely, they couldn't see what was inside. The only problem was noise. The alleyway wasn't far from the shop. Fearing something might go wrong, Su Jianyan didn't take off his backpack and immediately began checking. From the outside in, from left to right. He checked anything that could be confirmed on the delivery slip, and opened the package to check anything that couldn't be confirmed from the outside. Su Jianyan hadn't had high hopes, since someone had already searched the place. But the situation was much better than he expected. In no time, he found a box of preserved eggs, a box of fruit, and a bag of teething biscuits. Su Jianyan's spirits lifted, and he began to examine the packages even more diligently. Half an hour later, after checking all the packages, the ones he had placed separately in the middle of the room, fruit, wine, rice noodles, snacks, small bread rolls, cat food, had piled up into a small mountain. Since waking from his coma, he hadn't had a single day of full eating. The most he ever had was a ham, a small bag of biscuits, and half a bottle of water. Now, food was piled up at his feet. It gave Su Jianyan a surreal, dreamlike feeling. It also gave him a headache. There were simply too many things. His backpack couldn't hold them all. After a moment's thought, Su Jianyan bent down, picked up the boxes from the floor, and headed upstairs. He had finally found them. He certainly wasn't going to give up so easily. He could hide these things first, and then see if he could find a hiking backpack like the ones Ma Doran and his crew had. Just as Su Jianyan entered the stairwell, a figure swayed towards him. Su Jianyan looked over immediately. It was the man. He was awake, but clearly not quite rested. His eyelids were barely open, and he walked unsteadily. Upon seeing Su Jianyan, the man muttered something aggrievedly. Su Jianyan had disappeared as soon as he woke up. Su Jianyan didn't understand what he was saying, and only went upstairs in surprise. He remembered closing the door, and he hadn't heard the sound of breaking glass. Upstairs, the door to the apartment they had stayed in last night was wide open. There were no signs of damage to the door. It was clearly open from the inside. Realizing this, a chill ran down Su Jianyan's spine. Who opened the door? That man? But didn't he say he couldn't open doors? Who taught him that? Or perhaps, Su Jianyan suddenly remembered the man's sudden lethargy. He hadn't thought much of it before, assuming the man was healing from his injuries. But what if that wasn't the case? That monster was clearly more evolved than the man. Yet the man had eaten its head. A chill ran down Su Jianyan's spine as he turned to look. He saw the man following him upstairs, trotting along beside him. He still looked like he hadn't slept properly, showing no signs of evolution. "Open the door for me," Su Jianyan said deliberately. The man looked at him sleepily, his eyes as blank as ever. Su Jianyan stared into his eyes for a while, and after confirming he didn't see anything different inside, he breathed a slight sigh of relief. He was too tense. While reassuring himself, Su Jianyan secretly resolved to keep an eye on the man from now on, to prevent him from eating zombies again. If he kept eating them like this, even if he didn't evolve this time, he might next time. The man protected him and followed him because he was too foolish and mistook him for one of their own. If he became smarter, what would happen? Entering the house, Su Jianyan put down his things in the living room and went downstairs again. The man had just followed him upstairs when he saw Su Jianyan go down again. He was extremely sleepy, his eyes slightly wide open. The next moment, seeing Su Jianyan about to disappear into the stairwell, he had no choice but to follow. When he reached the second floor, Su Jianyan was already preparing to go upstairs again. The man muttered, sounding somewhat aggrieved. He was clearly very sleepy. Muttering to himself, the man still followed. If he didn't follow, Su Jianyan would disappear in a moment. After 4 trips, Su Jianyan finally finished carrying all the food. After finishing his work, Su Jianyan hesitated for a moment before going downstairs again. He had found something else among the packages: plant grow lights. The lights were tube type, 4 in total, with high wattage and full spectrum. They must have been bought by a fellow plant enthusiast living nearby. The sun was clearly acting strangely now, and the mutations in those plants were most likely related to it. Su Jianyan hadn't seen the vegetable garden since waking up, but with all the plants in the green belt mutated, the chances of the vegetables surviving were extremely slim. Their current food came from the city, but these things didn't reproduce, and would eventually be depleted. Once that day came, it would be a certain death trap unless they could find new food before then. For example, by establishing a new planting system. Crop growth requires water, light, fertilizer, air, and soil. All are indispensable, especially light. Without sunlight, plants cannot photosynthesize and cannot survive. Given the abnormality of the sun, grow lights naturally became especially important. Although he didn't need them right now, keeping them couldn't hurt. When Su Jianyan returned to the 3rd floor, the man was already curled up asleep next to his pile of supplies. He was incredibly tired. Su Jianyan was both amused and exasperated. Closing the door, Su Jianyan placed the fill light aside, put down his backpack and axe, and went to search the house. He tried to find a larger backpack. This family clearly didn't enjoy traveling. He searched the entire house, but couldn't find one. After all that searching, he was exhausted and hungry. He now had so many supplies that he couldn't even carry them all in his backpack. So he didn't stand on ceremony and went back to the living room to sit down in front of the supplies and start eating. The sweet aroma of bread, the unique scent of preserved eggs, the sweet and spicy flavor of spicy strips, the exceptionally crisp biscuits. Su Jianyan felt as if he had returned to the pre-apocalyptic world, a sensation that slowly relaxed his tense nerves. The only pity was that most of the box of apples was spoiled, and the few that were still barely edible were wrinkled and dehydrated. If it were before, he wouldn't have accepted them, let alone bought them, even if someone gave them to him. Now, however, he was reluctant to eat them. Reluctant as he was, Su Jianyan still chose a smaller one and ate it. Otherwise, it would really spoil. After eating until he was stuffed, Su Jianyan rubbed his stomach and leaned back, wanting to savor this moment of bliss. As he moved, his head bumped into something. He looked up and immediately saw the man's sleeping face, followed by the memory of opening the door earlier. Su Jianyan jolted to his feet, grabbed an axe, and started poking the man. Wake up! Wake up! The man groggily opened his eyes. Before he could react, Su Jianyan shoved an apple into his hand. Time to eat. From today onward, the man wouldn't eat another bite of zombie food. Gulp! The man sniffed the food offered to his mouth, showing no appetite. How can you not eat? Su Jianyan said seriously. Eating will help your wounds heal faster. With that, Su Jianyan directly shoved the apple into his mouth. Ugh! The man still resisted a little, but seeing Su Jianyan's concerned face, he mumbled a refusal that reached his lips, but swallowed it back. He obediently sat up, then painfully began to gnaw on the apple. Su Jianyan was very kind to him, but Su Jianyan's food was truly awful. Su Jianyan's brows relaxed, his tone gentle. Eat slowly. There's more if you're not full. Hearing that he wanted more, the man immediately started whining. Su Jianyan pretended not to understand. He didn't understand anyway. Only after watching the man finish the apple did Su Jianyan let him go. Meanwhile, the sun was directly overhead. In the distorted, sun-baked corner of the street, the four of them, including Mordelin, who had been scattered searching nearby, reunited. The atmosphere was oppressive. Let's find a place to rest. Mordelin took a deep breath, breaking the silence. We leave after the sun isn't so hot. No one spoke, and no one moved. Mordelin led the way towards a nearby building. Xian glanced at the empty street, clenched her teeth, then relaxed them, and followed. Liu Yu and Hu Shirtong also glanced at the street before following suit. The scorching heat baked the earth. Even the zombies seemed to fall silent. In the silence, a group of people's consciousness gradually faded. They tried to fall asleep, hoping it would lessen the suffering, but it was impossible. They tried to stay awake, but that was equally difficult. The intense heat caused their consciousness to involuntarily dissipate. Roar! Bang bang bang. A furious roar, like a thunderclap from a clear sky, suddenly erupted from the silence. Following the roar was a series of gunshots. Su Jianyan and Mordelin's group awoke simultaneously. The next moment, both sides acted at the same time. Mordelin's group immediately went downstairs and ran in the opposite direction from the city. Only awakened zombies or zombie kings could make such a sound. They had already witnessed their power yesterday. As for the shooters, if they really encountered the two awakened zombies they faced yesterday, even a force of 500 might not stand a chance. Going there would be suicide. Su Jianyan hastily stuffed a bunch of food into his backpack and went downstairs. But he headed straight towards the direction of the sound. Gunfire meant there were humans. He wasn't stupid enough to walk right into a gun barrel, but going to check it out wouldn't hurt. And Mordelin and the others might go too. East side of the city, on the zombie-swarming street, Gu Ming, escorted by a group of people on the first floor, quickly ran to the other end of the street. Behind them was a scene of screams and agony. A hellish spectacle, caused by a black, dog-like zombie king as tall as a 4-story building. Don't leave me. Help. Ah. Bang bang bang. In the chaos, Li Lingmu tried to kill the beast to save people, but the bullets were like tickles to it. Are you crazy? Run. Li Qinshui dragged Li Lingmu away. Gu Ming and the others had already reached the other end of the street. If they didn't give chase, it would be too late. Roar. A beastly roar rang out. And at the same time, something leaped over their heads, followed by another round of screams. This time, the screams came from the other end of the street. The monster wasn't going to let Gu Ming and the others go. Captain. The person whose leg was being stepped on hadn't even finished his plea for help before his upper body was bitten off. Gu Ming didn't look back, only running forward for his life. Usually, his close associates did the dangerous work. When it really came down to it, his speed was clearly slower than the others in the first tier. Seeing that he was about to fall to the back, Gu Ming didn't hesitate to spray bullets at the people around him. Bang bang. 5 or 6 people fell in succession. As they fell, disbelief filled their eyes. They were from the first tier, personally selected by Gu Ming. Gu Ming's eyes held only a burning desire to live. If he could so calmly send the people of the third tier to their deaths, why would they think he would treat them differently? Chapter 19. Taking this scene into view, the already chaotic group panicked even more. They desperately tried to escape, but every alleyway was swarming with zombies drawn by their commotion. Looking at those hideous faces, smelling the thick stench of blood and entrails in the air, the group cried and screamed. then were swallowed by deeper despair. In just a moment, less than half remained alive, while the monster seemed addicted to killing, letting out a low growl and becoming even more excited. When Su Jianyan arrived, this was the hellish scene he witnessed. He had already witnessed Zheng Kaishu's death, and most of the ordinary zombies bore the marks of attacks they had suffered in life. He thought he was mentally prepared, but seeing it in person, he almost vomited. Su Jianyan gritted his teeth and looked away. His purpose in coming here was to find Mordelin and the others. Su Jianyan glanced at the berserk monster, then quickly rushed towards the opposite building next door, leaping up and landing precisely on its rooftop. Upon landing, Su Jianyan immediately moved towards the edge, trying to find Mordelin and the others in the crowd. They weren't there. Su Jianyan immediately headed to the other side. They weren't there either. Just as Su Jianyan was about to try again, a man below stumbled and fell 2 meters away from a shop on the street. Su Jianyan paused, then forced himself to look away. Even if he went down now, it was too late. But the scream still reached his head. Fear, despair, pain, everything surged in like a tidal wave, threatening to engulf him completely. Su Jianyan took a deep breath. That monster was at least a zombie king level. Meddling in other people's business would only get him killed too. Besides, the same thing was happening all over the street. Even if he went to save him, how many could he save? Mommy. A child's innocent cry came from below. Su Jianyan stopped. Downstairs, a group of more than 10 people, young and old, were fleeing for their lives. 2 men who looked somewhat alike were trying to protect them, but their attacks seemed insignificant compared to the dozens, even hundreds, of zombies behind them. The child was tackled in the chaos. She was 7 or 8 years old, thin and bony, wearing clothes that looked like they'd been picked up from somewhere, the hem dragging on her ankles. She was terrified. She wanted her mother. By the time Su Jianyan realized what was happening, the axe he carried had already flown downstairs. Clang! The axe severed the neck of the zombie on the child's body and embedded itself in the wall diagonally opposite. The zombie's head rolled off, splattering greenish-blue blood all over the child. Beside them, Li Linmu and his group were stunned. The next moment, they all looked up. Right. Upstairs, Su Jianyan looked down from the rooftop. It was the hottest time of day. The sun so bright they couldn't see Su Jianyan's face clearly, only a luminous silhouette. Li Linmu's heart skipped a beat. He grabbed the child from the ground and immediately cleared a path to the right. Li Qinshui followed closely behind, reacting quickly. While Li Linmu cleared the way, he would hold off the zombies. But even with just the 2 of them, they were powerless to resist. How much more so now that he was alone? In a short while, the zombies closed to within a meter. Bang bang. Amidst the sound of bullets, Su Jianyan flipped and leaped down, using the air conditioner unit as a springboard. He repeatedly jumped across the wall, landing steadily after 4 leaps. The instant he landed, Su Jianyan rushed towards his axe. As the axe was pulled from his grasp, it flew towards a zombie lunging at him, followed by a second, a third, a fourth. By the time Su Jianyan had taken down the 7th zombie, a path finally opened up on Li Linmu's side, and the group immediately moved. On the right side of the building was a stairwell with its main door wide open, leading upwards. The group quickly surged inside. Upon entering, Li Linmu and Li Qinshui immediately went into the stairwell to clear out the zombies, while Su Jianyan stayed behind to close the door. Su Jianyan kicked away 2 zombies that lunged at him, and was about to pull open the door when he saw 5 or 6 figures rush out from around the corner. Wait for me. Please! A glint flashed in their eyes the moment they saw Su Jianyan. But the next instant, seeing the iron gate in his hand, despair returned. In this situation, no one would wait for them, especially with dozens of zombies separating them from Su Jianyan. TSK, seeing the zombie he had just kicked away rush back, Su Jianyan released the iron gate, stepped forward, and swung his axe again, reminding them, hurry up. The men, their eyes already lifeless, froze for a moment. Then, as if given immense strength, they were no longer afraid of the surrounding zombies, and rushed desperately towards Su Jianyan. As long as they got into the stairwell, they still had a chance. Bang! Su Jianyan smashed a zombie's head against the wall, shattering it instantly, and the entire wall trembled. In that brief moment, the men finally reached the vicinity of the stairwell. Su Jianyan took another step forward, giving them room to enter, while simultaneously driving away the zombies surrounding the iron gate. The instant everyone was inside, Su Jianyan quickly stepped back 2 paces and yanked the door shut. As the door slammed shut, several figures lunged at it, causing the entire iron gate to tremble. Su Jianyan stepped back 2 paces, avoiding the hands that reached in through the gaps. Above in the stairwell, Li Linmu stared in disbelief. In just a short while, Su Jianyan had taken down more than 10 zombies, and he was using an axe, not a gun. He was already surprised to encounter anyone else in this place, let alone someone with such abilities. Upstairs, Su Jianyan didn't bother with pleasantries, quickly pushing through the crowd towards the rooftop. All the doors in the stairwell were closed, and the zombies in the stairwell had already been killed. Upon reaching the top floor, Su Jianyan carefully opened the door. The moment the door opened, Su Jianyan saw the black beast, at least 4 stories tall, on the road 2 streets away from them. Li Linmu and Li Qinshui also looked over. The screams continued, but the gunfire had subsided considerably. Gu Ming and his group of people from the first tier, who had been well fed, had already run far away. "You guys stay in the stairwell and hide," Su Jianyan said, glancing at Li Linmu and his group. "Then you..." Before Li Linmu could finish his question, Su Jianyan suddenly accelerated and ran towards the rooftop of the building opposite. He easily leaped over the nearly 3-meter gap. Landing, he immediately approached the edge and looked down. Since he had already saved them, he didn't mind saving a few more dots on the rooftop of a row of buildings in the opposite direction. A man dressed in white casual clothes rested his hands leisurely on the railing, watching the black beast with interest, seemingly sensing something. The enormous beast, which had been raging just a moment ago, stopped and turned around. The man in white did not flinch. Their eyes met, both scrutinizing each other. "That's it? Not so impressive." The black beast reacted first. Ignoring the arguing ants, it pounced on the building where the man in white was. Since awakening, it had killed no fewer than 10 awakened zombie kings. It would never allow itself to be subservient to anyone, especially not one with intelligence far inferior to its own strength and speed. Roar! On the rooftop, the man's lips curled into a smile. Kill it. That beast, possessing only strength and no brains, had previously filled him with fear and even a desire to submit. The mere thought of it fueled his killing intent. Sensing his frustration, the 2 awakened zombies guarding his side immediately rushed out. They might not be as large as the monster, but their speed was no less. Bang! Thump! They thought it would be like this, but before they could get close, they were sent flying to the side. 6 at the same time. The black beast slammed into the row of buildings. The sturdy building collapsed instantly from the middle, sending debris flying. The white-clad man, moving rapidly across the collapsed ruins, still wore a smile, as if he hadn't been the one almost buried. The black beast immediately charged at him, raising its claws to stomp. But it paused just as its claws were about to strike. The pause lasted only a moment, but that moment was enough for the white-clad man to escape, landing. The man in white brushed the dust off his clothes and looked up dangerously. The black beast's yellow pupils, almost larger than a person's, blazed with an even fiercer rage than before. Intelligence-based control over zombies is effective against awakened zombies and zombie kings, but only when there's a power disparity. Although it was only controlled for a moment, it already demonstrated that the man's strength was no less than its own. Roar! The black beast was utterly enraged. It wanted to kill him. It had come here precisely to kill him. It would never allow anyone to be superior to it. Bang! Su Jianyan dealt with the zombie blocking his path with an axe and accelerated towards the nearest stairwell. The dozen or so people following him hadn't expected the zombie to be so weak. They instinctively stopped the moment they saw it. This meant that even after Su Jianyan had already rushed into the stairwell, they were still frozen in place. This way, Su Jianyan had to warn. A group of people, as if waking from a dream, rushed inside, closed the door. After reminding them, Su Jianyan went upstairs to check if there were any zombies inside. A moment later, he came downstairs. A zombie head rolled down with him. The group of people were immediately startled. Su Jianyan walked through them to the door. "You all stay here." With that, Su Jianyan went out. The black beast had been attacking relentlessly since the beginning, looking like it was fighting something. Quite a spectacle. This made it easier for him to rescue people. This was already the 3rd group he had rescued. "Where are you going?" The group left and the stairwell panicked instantly. Su Jianyan didn't answer. After looking around after leaving the room, he quickly ran to the right. 5 or 6 minutes later, he returned with another group of 12 or 13 people. They were now in an alleyway behind a row of residential buildings, where Su Jianyan had already cleared the zombies. Before Su Jianyan even approached the alleyway, the door opened. The group looked at Su Jianyan expectantly. "Let's go!" Su Jianyan didn't go over, but led the way in another direction. The group, who had finally gained a moment of safety, hesitated for a moment. But seeing Su Jianyan about to walk away, they quickly followed. They had already witnessed Su Jianyan's abilities. Just his presence gave them a great sense of security. A few minutes later, the door to the alleyway opened by itself again. Su Jianyan still didn't linger there, but led everyone back to where the first group had been. Not long after Su Jianyan left, Li Linmu and his group calmed down. They held their breath, afraid to make a sound, but tears streamed down their faces uncontrollably. They recognized many of the dead. What made them even more desperate was that even if they escaped this time, the same thing could happen again tomorrow. "He's back." A voice suddenly rang out from the bottom of the stairwell. The group, lost in despair, snapped out of their daze and rushed towards the door. Seeing Su Jianyan and the vast entourage behind him, they all instinctively held their breath. Are so many people still alive? This time, they had encountered the Corpse King, they thought. The next moment, everyone looked at Su Jianyan. The fact that so many people had survived wasn't because the Corpse King had shown mercy, but because they had encountered Su Jianyan. "Come out." Su Jianyan didn't go into the building. By now, the Black Beast had already smashed through more than 10 buildings. With that kind of destructive power, even if they weren't discovered and were merely caught in the blast, they would surely die. Now was the best time for them to leave. Li Linmu and his group quickly went outside. "This way." Su Jianyan identified a direction and ran quickly forward. The Black Beast's madness had actually helped them a lot. The ordinary zombies were all drawn away by the commotion. After turning left and right for 5 minutes, they stopped at a stairwell. Su Jianyan, who had led the way, went forward and pried open the door. This place was quite far from where they had been before, and in this secluded location, they didn't see any zombies nearby. Li Linmu and his group assumed it was another group of rescued people and were completely unprepared. The moment the door opened and they saw the situation inside, the fear of death immediately gripped them. Slightly wavy, shoulder-length hair, pale skin, eyes no longer dull and murky, the person in the room was clearly an awakened zombie. Had they barely escaped one death, only to die here again? Gurgle. The man sitting on the stairs was incredibly aggrieved. He raised his wrists, which were bound with strips of cloth. Su Jianyan had left him here and disappeared. "What's all the noise about?" "I'm back now." Su Jianyan went forward to untie the ropes. Ordinary zombies don't react to men, so Su Jianyan only needed to ensure he wasn't discovered each time he moved. But this trick didn't work on awakened zombies and zombie kings that could already think. So Su Jianyan had to lock him up here first. Su Jianyan tugged at the ropes and headed for the door. The man obediently followed. Gurgle. He had waited a long time without seeing Su Jianyan and wanted to go find him, but he was afraid of damaging Su Jianyan's ropes. Upon leaving, Su Jianyan prepared to lead the group away. Then, when he turned around, he was met with dozens of faces with distorted features. Chapter 20. Su Jianyan was stunned for a moment before he realized what was going on. He tried to explain that the man was obedient and wouldn't bite, but he swallowed his words. No one would believe him anyway. Su Jianyan glanced at the approaching battlefield and led the way in the opposite direction of the commotion. Let's leave first. He had come from that direction too. He had left in a hurry, only taking a small portion of the food from the house. Now he could go back and get it. No one dared to move. They trusted Su Jianyan. After all, if it weren't for him, they would have died long ago. But Su Jianyan took the strip of cloth that the man hadn't had time to untie from his wrist and tied the other end to his own wrist. The cloth strip was something he had hastily torn from his clothes. Binding an awakened zombie was as pointless as using straw rope. But the man was obedient. Sure enough, seeing the other end of the rope tied to Su Jianyan's wrist, the man, who had been in a daze, became visibly happy. Gurgle. The man shook his head, letting out a pleasant groan. In this way, he and Su Jianyan were connected. He liked Su Jianyan. The group of people, who had been struggling and hesitating just a moment ago, were once again in a state of panic. This wasn't the first time they had encountered an awakened zombie. In fact, they had seen one a month ago, and only after losing most of their group did they manage to escape. Boom! The sound of a building collapsing rang out behind them, followed by countless flying debris. The black beast was knocked towards them by something. Su Jianyan immediately looked over, and only then did he finally see what was fighting the black beast. There were two awakened zombies, completely unrecognizable as human. One was covered in scales, the other covered in fur. Their size far exceeded that of humans. Their forelimbs, when off the ground, were at least 2.5 meters long. Behind him stood a smiling young man in white casual clothes. Su Jianyan was momentarily surprised, then immediately realized that was an intelligent type. Was he controlling those two awakened zombies? At the same time Su Jianyan looked over, the man also saw them. The instant their eyes met, Su Jianyan had a very strange feeling. The man looked exactly like a human, yet he could sense that he was definitely not human. It sent chills down his spine and made his body tremble uncontrollably. That man could easily kill them all. The man raised an eyebrow, surprised that so many people were still alive, but quickly looked away. Normally, he wouldn't mind having some fun, but now he had more important things to do. Understanding the man's meaning and sensing the almost imperceptible yet chilling killing intent, Su Jianyan turned and ran into the alleyway. Li Linmu and his group, who had been hesitant, could no longer afford to think twice and quickly followed. Most of the nearby zombies were drawn to the commotion of the man fighting the black beast, which made things easier for Su Jianyan and his group. After running for more than 10 minutes, they were completely out of the battlefield's reach. The number of zombies around them gradually increased, forcing them to slow down and choose a more circuitous route. Ahead was an unfinished construction site. Su Jianyan led the way into it. The attack was sudden. Many workers didn't have time to evacuate, and as soon as they entered, two figures rushed towards them. Su Jianyan sidestepped and swung his axe. In less than a minute, the two zombies fell. Gulp! The man drooled. He was hungry. Su Jianyan didn't give him a chance, pulling him further inside. The man followed, turning back every few steps. Although there were zombies in the construction site, there were far fewer than on the streets outside. Li Linmu and his group followed closely behind. 5 or 6 minutes later, they reached the exit opposite the construction site. Not far from the exit was a tool shed. Because of the sudden turn of events, the tool shed door was open. Su Jianyan hesitated for a moment before heading towards it. The axe he was using was a fire axe, with a medium-length handle and light weight, made of ordinary material. After chopping down the awakened zombie, many parts were warped. At first, Su Jianyan wasn't very skilled at using it, and coupled with his fear of the zombies, he found the axe quite useful. But as he gradually got used to fighting, the axe proved insufficient, both in weight and length. Su Jianyan was quite lucky. There was an axe in the tool shed, and a rather new, high-quality steel one at that. The axe was heavy. The head alone probably weighed 70 or 80 pounds. The handle was also very long, almost reaching his chest. Su Jianyan weighed it in his hand. It was a little heavy, but that wasn't a problem. He had previously relied on his own strength to smash the zombies' heads. If the axe was heavy enough, it would be much easier, provided he could even swing it. Su Jianyan put the axe he had previously used in the tool shed and led the way outside. After another 10 minutes or so, Su Jianyan, who was at the forefront, finally stopped. He led the way into an inn. After everyone went upstairs, Su Jianyan skillfully pried open the door to the room on the 3rd floor. A group of people rushed in. The moment they entered, those with sharp eyes noticed the pile of food on the living room floor. Already ravenous, they instinctively swallowed, realizing this must be Su Jianyan's temporary residence. The food belonged to Su Jianyan. The door closed, and Su Jianyan looked over. "What's going on with you?" Li Linmu forced himself to look away from the food. "Our team is called Tianling, and our captain is." Remembering Gu Ming's actions, Li Linmu changed his words. "We came in looking for food, but we soon discovered that black beast. We didn't intend to disturb it. We wanted to sneak away, but the monster spotted us and chased us all the way." Su Jianyan wasn't surprised. In a big city like this, they would never fire unless absolutely necessary. Modwaran and his group were no exception. "Who are you?" Li Linmu asked nervously. Alone, and living in a city like this. Su Jianyan was no ordinary person. Su Jianyan. Su Jianyan only gave his name. Li Limu and his group seemed harmless. But one should always be cautious. After a pause, Su Jianyan added, "We rest here tonight." He hadn't found Mo Duolin and the others yet. He had noticed when they rescued people earlier, Mo Duolin and his group weren't there. That gave Su Jianyan a bad feeling. Mo Duolin and his group didn't look very resilient. Mo Duolin and Hu Shirtong were even injured. Su Jianyan didn't want to talk about it. And Li Limu and his group didn't dare to ask any more questions. All retreating to a corner to find a place to sit. The hottest part of the day had passed. In 3 hours it would be dark. And then a heavy snowfall would begin. Su Jianyan opened the door again as soon as he entered, saying, "You all stay here." Li Limu and the others were confused. But no one dared to say anything. After going downstairs, Su Jianyan immediately headed towards the direction where the black beast and the man were fighting. He didn't go back. But instead, after getting close enough, he began searching horizontally, trying to find Mortalin and the others. 3 hours wasn't a long time. Seeing the snowflakes begin to fall and the temperature drop rapidly, Su Jianyan had to go back. Half an hour later, when he entered the building, his shoulders were covered in a layer of snow. He climbed the stairs in the dark and knocked on the door. He was greeted by the dark muzzle of a gun. Recognizing him, Li Qinshui quickly lowered the gun. "Sorry." Su Jianyan didn't care. In this situation, caution was essential for survival. The room was pitch black. The situation inside was the same as when he left. Li Limu and his group were either lying or sitting on the edge of the living room. Seeing him return, those who were awake looked at him. No one touched the food he had left in the living room. Su Jianyan glanced at the heavy snow outside the window, then looked at Li Limu. "Choose a few people to come with me." Li Limu didn't understand, but still immediately obeyed. In less than 2 minutes, a small team of 10 was chosen. Su Jianyan led the way upstairs. Li Limu and the others were stunned for a moment, then quickly followed. They thought Su Jianyan was going downstairs. This area was relatively secluded, with only 6 floors in the building. Upon reaching the 6th floor, Su Jianyan pried open the door. The door opened, and a figure immediately pounced. Su Jianyan had already heard the noise when he opened the door. And before Li Limu and the others could retreat in fright, he swung an axe at them. After dealing with the zombies, Su Jianyan looked at Li Limu. "Find out some food, and bring all the blankets downstairs while you're at it." The temperature was too low at night, and Li Limu and the others looked unwell. They could easily freeze to death without proper insulation. The group, who had been wandering aimlessly, were startled. Then their spirits lifted. They had wondered what Su Jianyan was up to, but now they understood. He was leading them to find food and blankets. Su Jianyan had already saved them once. He could have simply left them alone. 2 people per group. "Be careful," Su Jianyan reminded them as he walked towards the opposite apartment. The building had 2 apartments per floor. "Thank you," Li Limu said quickly, entering the apartment. Many hands make light work. Su Jianyan had only pried open the opposite door and dealt with the 2 zombies inside when Li Limu and his group had already finished their search. This time, without Su Jianyan saying anything more, Li Limu took charge of the arrangements. Those who found the items went downstairs to put them away and called more people up. Those who hadn't found anything went with him to the apartment across the hall to continue searching. Su Jianyan headed towards the 5th floor. Su Jianyan opened the door and cleared away the zombies while Li Limu and his group searched. Half an hour later, when Su Jianyan returned to the 3rd floor, the room had completely changed. Bedding filled the entire living room. A small amount of food was piled up to one side, and a group of people were silently busy in the darkness. Su Jianyan sat down on the sofa. The food they had found remained untouched, clearly waiting for him to speak. "Let's divide it up," Su Jianyan said. The group, already starving, immediately stepped forward. They tried their best not to appear too eager, but they were simply too hungry. Li Limu handed Su Jianyan his share. "There are 5 bottles of water in total. We divide 4. Su Jianyan glanced at the food. Li Limu had brought over nearly a third of it. Not counting him, there were over 50 people in the room, including Li Limu's group. The 50-odd people ate 2/3, leaving him to eat a third. He also got a bottle of water all to himself. Su Jianyan didn't say anything and accepted it. The next moment, He looked at the food they had found at the post station earlier. Distribute that too. Li Lingmu was stunned. The group of people nearby, busy eating their meager portions, were also taken aback. Divide it equally among the people. We rest tonight and leave first thing tomorrow morning. Su Jianyan picked up a bag of macadamia nuts. The black beast and the white-clad man wouldn't stop until they had a winner. And regardless of whether they won or lost, once they finished what they were doing, their next target would definitely be them. They couldn't stay here long. As for Maduran and the others, he had already done his best. Li Lingmu couldn't speak for a long time. That food was Su Jianyan's own. When they were with Gu Ming's team, whatever they found was prioritized for Gu Ming and his first-tier members. Su Jianyan still had a backpack full of food. He couldn't take the rest even if he wanted to. So after giving instructions, he went about his own business. He looked at the man sitting obediently beside him and untied the ropes binding their wrists. The invisible tail behind the man gradually drooped. He wasn't holding him anymore. Su Jianyan handed him half a bag of macadamia nuts. Time to eat. He didn't plan to let the man eat any more zombies, but he couldn't starve him completely. After all, he was clearly hungry. Gulp. The man, who had been preoccupied with sadness just a moment ago, immediately fell silent. He dodged Su Jianyan's hand and crawled to the side, trying to escape. Come back. Su Jianyan grabbed his sleeve. Unable to escape, the man turned back with a pitiful expression. Su Jianyan shoved the fruit into his hand. Eat. The man looked at Su Jianyan with a wronged expression, then at the fruit in his hand, picked one up, and took a bite. Peel it. Before Su Jianyan could finish his sentence, the sound of the hard Hawaiian shell cracking came from the man's mouth. Crunch. The man chewed loudly. While chewing, he looked at Su Jianyan with an infinitely wronged expression, clearly not tasting it. Su Jianyan's lips twitched. For a moment, he didn't know whether to admire the man's strong teeth or just laugh and cry. Nearby, Li Lingmu and his group, who had witnessed the whole scene, were twitching with disbelief. Was Su Jianyan forcing an awakened zombie to eat vegetarian food? They had seen awakened zombies eat people, but forcing an awakened zombie to eat vegetarian food? Chapter 21. Hearing the crunching sounds, Li Lingmu and his group looked at Su Jianyan with strange eyes. He appeared suddenly, easily saving them from their predicament. And before they could express their gratitude, he turned around and told them he was raising an awakened zombie. Su Jianyan had already given them too many surprises. Just who was Su Jianyan? Watching the man swallow his food, Su Jianyan immediately offered him another one. The man resisted. What will you do if you don't eat enough and get hungry tonight? Su Jianyan forced it on him. Hearing this, Li Lingmu and his group, who had been feeling complicated just a moment ago, shuddered. In the eyes of an awakened zombie, they were definitely tastier than those macadamia nuts. Li Lingmu tried to smile, but the thought of sleeping in a room with an awakened zombie tonight made it impossible for him to smile at all. Crunch. The sound of the man chewing filled the darkness. Su Jianyan fed him half a bag of food in one go before stopping. After finishing, he picked up his backpack and the remaining food and headed towards the bedroom where he had slept the night before. There were blankets in the room, and sleeping on a mattress would definitely be warmer than sleeping on the floor. He had already eaten lunch. Seeing this, the man followed eagerly. Li Lingmu and his group breathed a slight sigh of relief. If they really slept in the same room, they weren't sure if they could even sleep. At the door, Su Jianyan stopped. Then you keep watch? Before, he was alone and couldn't keep watch at all. Now it's different. There are enough people. And more importantly, no one knows if the black beast and the white-clad man will come in the middle of the night. Keeping watch is necessary. Okay. Li Lingmu agreed without hesitation, even without the food issue. Based solely on Su Jianyan's demonstrated strength, they had no reason to let him keep watch. If Su Jianyan recovered his strength, he might be able to save their lives in a critical moment. Su Jianyan nodded and went inside. It had been almost 2 hours since it became completely dark, and a thick layer of snow covered the windowsill. The temperature was probably below -10 degrees Celsius. Getting into bed felt like jumping into ice water. Seeing Su Jianyan get into bed, the man climbed on after him, wanting to sleep in the spot where Su Jianyan had been at his feet the night before. Su Jianyan shifted away. The blanket was already cold, and the man was like an ice cube. The man moved closer to Su Jianyan's feet under the blanket, trying to get closer to him. Su Jianyan opened his mouth to say something, but seeing the strip of cloth hanging from the man's wrist, he swallowed his words. He got up, took the strip of cloth, and tied the other end to his own wrist. What if the man sneaks out to eat while he's not looking? Gurgle? The man, who was already getting ready for bed, noticed the movement. Seeing that he and Su Jianyan were tied together again, his eyes immediately lit up. Su Jianyan lay down. The rope was a bit short, and with the man sleeping at the foot of the bed, he couldn't even tuck his hands under the covers. Su Jianyan was having a headache when the man made a move. He turned around, then crawled towards Su Jianyan, and laid down next to Su Jianyan's hand. That way, it wouldn't pull. Su Jianyan tucked his hands under the covers. Seeing this, the man immediately moved closer to Su Jianyan's head, wanting to be right next to him. Su Jianyan closed his eyes, but he wasn't sleepy. The man's presence made him uncomfortable. Not because the other was an awakened zombie, he had already accepted that, but because of the man's cold breath on his face. It was already cold, and the fan was blowing directly on his face. Seeing his face almost numb with cold, Su Jianyan simply burrowed deeper into the blankets, leaving only the tip of his head sticking out. Gurgle? The man's eyes widened slightly. After lying in the blankets for a while and warming up, sleepiness quickly overcame him. Su Jianyan slept very restlessly that night. In his dreams, he kept feeling zombies tearing at his head, wanting to eat his brains. When Su Jianyan woke up, it was already 6 o'clock the next morning. The snow would stop around 5 or 6 o'clock, and the sun would come out around 7. Once the sun came out, the temperature would start to rise rapidly, reaching a terrifying 60+ degrees Celsius around 11 o'clock. If they wanted to leave, they had to set off as soon as possible. After quickly packing, Su Jianyan grabbed his backpack and went out. Most people in the living room were already awake. We leave in half an hour, Su Jianyan said. The snow was too heavy to travel. Li Lingmu nodded and quickly went to wake the people who were still asleep. Su Jianyan took the opportunity to look around. Yesterday, he was in too much chaos while rescuing people, and afterwards, he went to find Mortalin and the others. By the time he returned, it was completely dark, and he hadn't had a chance to check on them. The group was in even worse shape than he had imagined. They were all emaciated and pale, and most of them were injured. They looked much more wretched than Mortalin's group. How much food do you have left? Su Jianyan asked. This city was large, and it was teeming with zombies. Coupled with the midday heat and the heavy snow at night, there wasn't much time available for travel each day. To get out without alerting the zombies, it would take at least 10 days. If they didn't have enough food, they would have to spend more time foraging. Hearing this, everyone felt embarrassed. That's all the food you gave me last night, Li Lingmu said with a wry smile. Su Jianyan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Actually, we found some food before, but the team has rules that food and medicine should be prioritized for the first tier, Li Qingshui said. Most of the people here are from the second and third tiers. Su Jianyan didn't really like the term tiers, but he didn't say anything. Without the constraints of rules and regulations, one could imagine how chaotic the outside world would be. Su Jianyan made a quick decision and said, try to stay away from this area during the day, and we look for food later tonight. The food he had distributed was a lot for him alone, but dividing it among 50-odd people meant only a few bites per person. Okay. Alright. The group was in good spirits. After yesterday's rescue and food-finding experience, they now had a strange trust in Su Jianyan. Shall we go? Su Jianyan stood up. The group quickly got ready. Su Jianyan exited through the front door. As he went out, he glanced in the direction of the black beast from yesterday, and the moment he saw it clearly, he instinctively stopped. When they left yesterday, the black beast had already smashed through more than 10 buildings. They had never seen such a scene before, and it left a deep impression. Now, seeing it again, it was even more shocking. The ruins had expanded to the size of a large town. Given that level of destructive power, given another month, they might just raze the entire city to the ground. Seeing this, the smiles on the faces of the people, who had initially been pleased to have escaped, gradually froze, replaced by a despair more chilling than the snow on the ground. They couldn't even handle ordinary zombies, let alone monsters like those. Could they really survive? Even if they survived now, what about tomorrow? The day after? The despair was too profound and heavy. For a moment, They even thought death might not be so bad. Let's go. Su Jianyan broke the silence. The black beast was no longer in the ruins. The battle must have ended. They didn't know who had won. But no matter who won, it wasn't good for them. Su Jianyan led the way to the left, completely opposite to the battlefield. Li Limu and the others silently followed, clearing out the zombies they could, and detouring where there were many zombies. This seemed simple. But it wasn't. The city was too large, and there were too many people, so they almost never traveled in a straight line, but had to constantly detour. Even so, with Su Jianyan leading the way, 2 hours later, as the sun fully rose, they finally left the previous area and entered a relatively less populated new district. Su Jianyan sped up. Li Linmu and the others followed suit. After running through the alley behind a row of buildings and reaching the wall at the end, Su Jianyan gestured for silence to the others, took 2 steps back, and silently scaled the wall with a running start. Li Linmu and the others were watching. Su Jianyan, who had just climbed the wall, came down again. Su Jianyan slipped. Everyone was stunned. The next moment, before they could even ease the awkwardness, they saw Su Jianyan, who had landed, gesture for them to run. At the same time, Su Jianyan grabbed the man beside him and headed back the way they came. None of the people who survived this long are truly stupid. Li Linmu and his group reacted almost instantly, and in the next moment, they all followed. Not a single one of the 50-odd people made a sound. Alleyways, streets, residential areas. After running for more than 10 minutes straight, seeing that some of the injured and the elderly were unable to run any further, Su Jianyan finally stopped. "What's wrong?" Li Qingjue asked, panting, turning back to look. That black beast from yesterday. Su Jianyan also turned back to make sure the monster hadn't caught up. "What?" Li Qingjue instantly forgot to catch her breath. Li Limu and his group beside her also felt their eyelids twitch. I don't know if they won or lost, but they look pretty badly injured. They should be resting over there. The moment Su Jianyan peeked out, he saw a large, furry head, and his heart nearly jumped out of his chest. "Let's hurry," one of them urged. "That thing has very sharp ears." Yes, they became like this because they encountered that Corpse King. The situation then was very similar to now. After the scouts returned with news, Gu Ming decisively retreated, and they immediately fled, but were still caught. Su Jianyan glanced in that direction again, then turned and continued leading the way. He didn't intend to go back to where he had been the previous night. After retracing his steps to create a significant distance, he led the way in a third direction, far away from the previous battlefield and the black beast. Getting out of the city was the priority, no matter what. 2 hours later, the sun was high overhead, and most of the snow on the ground had melted. That made things easier for them. Awakened zombies, especially Corpse Kings, could deduce a lot from their footprints. 3 hours later, the temperature reached its hottest point of the day. Shoes felt like they were melting underfoot. Meanwhile, the group breathed a sigh of relief. The black beast must have been seriously injured and fallen into a deep sleep. It hadn't chased after them yet. Su Jianyan headed towards the residential area on the right, looking for a room to escape the heat. As he approached, Su Jianyan was about to peek out from the edge to see what was happening when something came into view. It was a face covered in scales, unrecognizable as human. It was one of the awakened zombies controlled by the man in white. It had emerged from the residential area. Unprepared for this situation, Su Jianyan's mind went blank for a moment. At the same time, Li Limu and his group behind him also went blank. The next moment, recovering, Li Limu and his group turned to run. But before they could take a step, something flew from the entrance of the residential area towards the shop across the street. At the same time, Su Jianyan's voice rang out. "Don't let it get away." The man in white didn't know they were there. If this awakened zombie escaped, they would all die. Li Limu and his group, their hearts pounding in their throats, stumbled and nearly fell to the ground. They immediately looked in the direction the voice came from. Su Jianyan was still standing unharmed at the entrance of the residential area. The one who had been sent flying was inside the clothing store. The scaled awakened zombie shook its head and stood up, stunned. Upon confirming the situation, Li Limu almost cried. That thing was terrifying enough already. Why did Su Jianyan even provoke it? And what did he mean by "don't let it get away"? Su Jianyan, listen to yourself. Is that even human language? it should be. Don't let them get away. Before Li Linmu could recover from the shock, a figure rushed into the store and tackled the awakened zombie. Unlike the last time when the monster bullied Su Jianyan, this time it was clearly Su Jianyan who initiated the bullying. But it doesn't matter. As long as Su Jianyan wants to fight, he help. Chapter 22. The man was smaller than the scaled awakened zombie. But being an awakened zombie himself, he launched a sudden attack. And with the zombie still dazed, he successfully tackled it. Ordinary zombies were one thing, but this was an awakened zombie. Su Jianyan couldn't win. Su Jianyan, let's go. Li Linmu's words of advice were cut short as another figure rushed into the clothing store. This time it was Su Jianyan. Upon entering, before the awakened zombie could even get up, Su Jianyan swung his axe at its head. Bang! The axe struck precisely. The awakened zombie was trying to get up when Su Jianyan's blow slammed its head back into the ground, even creating a crater. The scales on the zombie's forehead and back of its head cracked, green blood oozing out. It was clearly stunned, but its skull remained intact. Its bones were far harder than those of the monster Su Jianyan had killed before. Su Jianyan's axe strike wasn't originally intended to kill it. After hammering it back to the ground, Su Jianyan immediately raised his axe again, this time using all his strength. Clang! The steel axe blade slammed down on the awakened zombie's neck. Squeak! Scales ripped cleanly apart. Blood and flesh splattered, accompanied by the awakened zombie's piercing scream. Having witnessed this scene, Li Linmu and his group had only one thought: they must be insane. Otherwise, how could they have seen a human pinning an awakened zombie to the ground, hacking at it until it screamed in agony? Hearing the scream, Su Jianyan, who had been somewhat tense, suddenly brightened up. If it were merely a scratch, the awakened zombie wouldn't have reacted so strongly. His attack was effective. The new axe was indeed useful. While thinking, Su Jianyan raised his hand to chop again, sending the man pitting the awakened zombie flying. The pain snapped it out of its daze, and it began to struggle, kicking the man away. It turned and swung its claw at Su Jianyan. The strength-type awakened zombie was incredibly fast. Su Jianyan couldn't dodge in time. In a flash, he simply didn't dodge but swung the axe down with all his might. Bang! The axe slammed into the awakened zombie's outstretched arm. The awakened zombie's arm was far less hard than its neck, and combined with Su Jianyan's incredible speed and the weight of the axe, its arm immediately cracked. Squeak! Again in pain, the awakened zombie was both hurt and enraged. It kicked off the ground and lunged at Su Jianyan without regard for its surroundings. The man pounced, rolling with it to the other side of the shop. 3 deep, bone-revealing claw marks were visible on the man's stomach. The awakened zombie had evolved considerably. Not only was its body covered in scales, but its limbs were also gradually taking on claw-like shapes. If Su Jianyan had been caught just now, even without infection, he would definitely have died from excessive bleeding due to the large wounds. Gurgle. The man pounced on the awakened zombie, then got up and began tearing at it. He saw it. This monster was also bullying Su Jianyan. Feeling the pain, the awakened zombie went completely berserk. It opened its blood-red maw and lunged at the man, trying to kill him first. Bang! Su Jianyan didn't stop. The instant the man lunged at the awakened zombie, he stepped forward and swung his axe. Squeak! Another scream rang out, this time clearly more panicked than before. Su Jianyan was familiar with this change. The monster had reacted the same way after its spine was injured last time. Su Jianyan stepped forward, his axe raised again. The fear of death gripped the awakened zombie. Ignoring its rage, the zombie dragged the man still clinging to it and charged towards the shop's exit, trying to escape. It was far faster than the previous monster, reaching the doorway almost instantly. Across the street, Li Linmu and his group, who had been watching this scene in shock, were startled by the sudden appearance of the monster. The next moment, Li Linmu instinctively raised his hand. Bang! The bullet struck the awakened zombie precisely in the right leg. The bullet couldn't penetrate its bone, but it caused it pain. The awakened zombie, already running at high speed, stumbled immediately after being shot. It turned back, its eyes filled with fury as it glared fiercely at Li Linmu. Fear gripped Li Linmu, and his face twitched. Bang! Li Qinshui also fired. Under normal circumstances, even if they had 100 times the courage, they wouldn't dare to attack an awakened zombie trying to escape. But now it's different. They have Su Jianyan, the awakened zombie, whom they saw as a grim reaper, was being relentlessly hammered and hacked down by Su Jianyan, forced to flee. While the man also played a significant role, Su Jianyan was merely a human. They hadn't even seen how Su Jianyan dodged the awakened zombie's attacks. The awakened zombie was fast, but Su Jianyan was on par. If they hadn't already known Su Jianyan, that speed and power would have made them think it was two zombies fighting. Shot again. The awakened zombie ignored it and turned to run. Once it returned, they were doomed. Bang. Before it could even take a step, it was sent flying towards the right wall. Su Jianyan had already caught up. The wall cracked. In its confusion, the awakened zombie turned to pounce on Su Jianyan. Before it could get close, the man swiped at its face. Pain shot through it, and it instinctively closed its eyes. Bang! The axe struck its neck for the third time. This time, the feel was distinctly different. The axe had not only struck its spine, but also the wall. The awakened zombie's spine was severed. It tried to make a sound, but only a thin layer of skin connected its head and neck. It slumped against the wall, its eyes filled with resentment. Su Jianyan took a step back. At the same time, Li Limu and his group across the street also felt their Adam's apples bob. The awakened zombie. Dead? Su Jianyan won? That was an awakened zombie. And Su Jianyan actually won? Leave here. Su Jianyan calmly looked at both ends of the street. There were no zombies on the street before, but now both sides were filled with zombies attracted by the gunfire. You? Li Limu stood there, stunned, unable to think. Su Jianyan headed towards an alley on the left. The attracted zombies were already nearby. Seeing Su Jianyan run, Li Limu and his group suddenly realized the ordinary zombies around them. They couldn't care less about anything else and hurriedly followed. At the same time, they finally realized something was wrong. Su Jianyan's hands, wrapped in bandages, were bright red, and blood was dripping from his fingertips. Su Jianyan seemed to have only used a few axe blows, but each blow was delivered with all his might. Understanding this, the shock in Li Limu's heart subsided, replaced by extreme complexity. Su Jianyan was just an ordinary person. Everything he possessed, everything that seemed effortless to them, was earned through sheer grit and determination. That man. Li Qinshui's voice suddenly rang out. Su Jianyan, running at the front, turned around. The man was nowhere to be seen in the crowd. The man had a wound in his abdomen, and it looked quite serious. Su Jianyan paused, then quickly ran back. You guys run first. Try to get as far away from here as possible. That man in white might come over. Pushing through the crowd, before Su Jianyan could even accelerate, he spotted the man at the far end of the alley. The man was running towards him, wagging his tail. He was carrying a round object, happily munching on it as he ran. That object was none other than the brain of the awakened zombie from before. Su Jianyan almost spat out blood. Throw it away. Startled, the man, who had been happily munching away just a moment ago, instantly drooped his tail. He was hungry. Moreover, Su Jianyan's food was truly awful. It's disgusting. Su Jianyan's face showed disgust. If the man still wanted to eat such filthy food, then he wouldn't want him anymore. Understanding Su Jianyan's meaning, the man clearly panicked. He couldn't bear to look at the head in his hands and throw it away. Finally, he burped. Su Jianyan looked over, and sure enough, the head was empty. Su Jianyan wanted nothing more than to pry the man's mouth open and make him spit it out. Gulp! The man lowered his head, like a child who had done something wrong. As he lowered his head, Su Jianyan saw a greenish-blue liquid continuously oozing from the wound on his stomach. The scolding that Su Jianyan was about to utter choked back. If the man hadn't held off the awakened zombie, they definitely wouldn't have won this fight, even if he was incredibly skilled. If the awakened zombie had even slightly injured him, he would have been dead. The man had taken all the damage for him. Su Jianyan took a deep breath, trying to make his tone as gentle as possible. I was worried you'd get an upset stomach. With that, Su Jianyan led the way into the depths of the alley. The zombie had caught up with them. The man scurried after them, stealing glances at Su Jianyan's face as he ran, trying to see if Su Jianyan was still angry. Ahead, there was someone. Li Limu and the others went ahead to scout. The man left behind was there to lead the way. Everyone saw the wounds on Su Jianyan's hands. On the other side of the city, in the lobby of a chain hotel, on a sofa, a white-clad man, his clothes no longer clean and bearing several wounds, stared at his hands with a grim expression. The contact had indeed disappeared. Was he killed by that black beast? TSK. The man's previous smile vanished, replaced by a sinister glint in his eyes. He had assumed he would win, having been undefeated since his awakening. But the reality was that he and the black beast were evenly matched. That infuriated him. Half an hour later, when the heat was so intense it distorted the ground, Su Jianyan and his group finally moved completely away from their previous location. This way. Li Qinshui, who was leading the way, headed towards an open iron gate beside the alley. Inside the gate was a staircase. At the top of the stairs, on the second floor, a room was open, but there were no zombies inside. After everyone entered, Li Lingmu immediately looked at Su Jianyan. "How's your hand?" Everyone looked. Su Jianyan leaned the axe against the sofa, then raised his hand to examine it. The wound that had previously scabbed over had reopened, and this time it was larger and deeper than the original. The excruciating pain had been screaming all the way. "Shall I take a look?" Li Lingmu took 2 steps forward. Su Jianyan sat down on the sofa. Both hands were injured, making self-bandaging inconvenient. Li Lingmu sat down beside him. The gauze was completely soaked with blood. The moment Li Lingmu touched it, he felt the dampness, which made him frown. The man squatted down beside Su Jianyan's legs, sniffing the wound. Su Jianyan was injured? Faced with the man's face, so different from theirs, Li Lingmu's movements noticeably stiffened. This was the first time he had been so close to an awakened zombie. The next moment, he suppressed his fear and focused his attention on Su Jianyan's hand. There were lacerations on the base of his thumb, ring finger, and middle finger. The most severe injury was on the base of his thumb. It was bloody, and the flesh was turned inside out. The nerves in the hand are incredibly dense. Anyone else would have been crying out in despair after such an injury. Su Jianyan, however, endured the pain and finished the entire match. "Let me see if there's any medicine in the room," someone in the crowd said. "I go find some clean clothes." Everyone in the room sprang into action, wanting to help. In less than 2 minutes, everything was gathered. "I only found a box of cold medicine. The strips of cloth have been torn. See if that's enough. Water. Just bear with it." There was no alcohol, no iodine. Li Lingmu could only use water to simply clean Su Jianyan's wound. The wound was too deep. As soon as the surface blood was rinsed away, new blood oozed out. Su Jianyan frowned. Ouch! Realizing that Li Lingmu had hurt Su Jianyan, the man who had been standing by his side opened his mouth and bit him. Su Jianyan reacted quickly, pressing his elbow against Li Lingmu's forehead. "Don't bite." Almost bitten, Li Lingmu's face turned pale with fright. "I watch him. You continue." Su Jianyan looked at Li Lingmu. Li Lingmu took out a strip of cloth. As soon as Li Lingmu moved, the man immediately showed him his white teeth again. If he hurt Su Jianyan, he would bite him. Chapter 23. Li Lingmu's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. He wanted nothing more than to turn and run, to get as far away as possible. But looking at the hands that had already stained the cloth strips red in just a moment, he held back. After a moment, Li Lingmu withdrew his hands. "All done." He paused, then added, "The temperature is quite high now. You should get some sleep. Don't worry. We keep an eye on things." Su Jianyan looked at the man squatting beside him. "Let me check the wound." Saying this, Su Jianyan lifted the cloth strip covering the man's abdomen. The awakened zombie's claws were incredibly sharp. In some places, even writhing internal organs could be seen. A human would have died from such an injury long ago. But the man was still lively and energetic. This wound needed bandaging. It was clearly impossible for Li Lingmu to help. So Su Jianyan had to get up himself. He went to the bedroom next door, found a new shirt and suit, tore 2 t-shirts to make gauze and rags, and then went to the kitchen to find disposable gloves. "Get ready," he said, looking at the man who had been following him eagerly. "Take off your clothes." The man looked down at his torn clothes and reached down to rummage through them. After waiting for a while without him unbuttoning a single button, Su Jianyan slapped his hand away and grabbed him directly. Gulp. The man wasn't angry at being hit. His eyes were fixed on Su Jianyan's furry head, because he was unbuttoning. Su Jianyan was very close to him. "Raise your hands a little," Su Jianyan instructed without looking up. The man obediently spread his wings. His clothes slipped down. without the clothes covering him. The man's good physique was fully exposed, as were his wounds. That made Su Jianyan frown. The wound was longer than he had expected, running from his right lung all the way to his left side. "Does it hurt?" Su Jianyan asked. "Gurgle." Su Jianyan quickly wiped the wound with a pre-prepared rag, then used a strip of cloth to bandage it. The wound must have been painful, especially when the bandage tightened around the wound, causing the man's entire body to tense. The sight made Li Limu and the others nearby break out in a cold sweat. The wound was still bleeding profusely. By the time Su Jianyan finished bandaging the lower half, the bandage on the chest area was already soaked. Su Jianyan had to bandage it again. Finally, Su Jianyan checked the wound on the man's arm. The bandage outside the wound was a deep bluish green, and the liquid had dried. The wound beneath the bandage had scabbed over. Su Jianyan already knew that awakened zombies had strong healing abilities, but seeing it in person still surprised him. It had only been a few days. Su Jianyan changed the bandage and rebandaged the man, then helped him put on new clothes. The man cooperated obediently throughout. After finishing, Su Jianyan removed his gloves and tossed them, along with the man's old clothes, into a secluded corner. Finally, he found a place to sit and rest. Everyone else, except those on guard duty, had also begun to rest. After Su Jianyan sat down, the room quickly became quiet. A wave of drowsiness, brought on by the high temperature, followed. As Su Jianyan drifted off to sleep, he felt a chill on his right arm. He looked up groggily and saw the man sitting next to him, very close. Awakened zombies have very low body temperatures, and high temperatures have little effect on them. Su Jianyan wanted to distance himself, yet he craved the coolness. Lost in thought, he quickly fell into a deep sleep. Su Jianyan was woken up by Li Limu from 2 meters away. After falling asleep, he leaned against the man, who was clearly happy, his invisible large tail swaying behind him. The high temperature had passed. The man in white didn't know if he had discovered that his subordinate was dead. If he had, he was probably already looking for them. They had to leave as soon as possible. Upon waking, Su Jianyan quickly ate something and drank some water. The others did the same, except they were eating their last rations. 10 minutes later, Su Jianyan got up. "Let me help you with the axe," Li Limu suggested. The axe weighed at least 70 or 80 pounds, and both of Su Jianyan's hands were injured. "No need," Su Jianyan refused. "I don't feel safe leaving it in my own hands. Besides, if they didn't carry it themselves, it might be too late to find it if something happened." Li Limu didn't say anything more. The group went downstairs. Although the high temperatures had subsided, the outside temperature was still close to 50 degrees Celsius, and a wave of heat rushed in from all directions as soon as you stepped downstairs. This way. Su Jianyan hesitated for a moment before heading towards the direction where the black beast and the white-clad man had fought. That wasn't a good choice. The commotion had undoubtedly attracted many ordinary zombies, but it was still better than the zombie kings in the other two directions. Knowing that Su Jianyan was injured, Li Limu and Li Qinshui didn't let him scout ahead again, but instead took turns. They couldn't deal with the zombies without making a sound, so they had to keep taking detours, which made their progress incredibly slow. More than an hour later, they were probably less than 3 miles from their midday resting place. Su Jianyan couldn't bear to watch any longer and had to step forward. Li Qinshui and Li Limu, knowing their efficiency was low, could only return to the group. Their faces flushed. Su Jianyan led the way, and their speed immediately increased. In less than 20 minutes, they had advanced more than 3 miles. An hour later, they were completely away from the area where they had rested at noon and returned to the area where they had rested the previous night. Having spent most of the day back at the starting point, everyone looked rather unwell, including Su Jianyan. After a short rest, Su Jianyan led the group forward again. 2 minutes later, Su Jianyan stopped in front of a staircase. "What's wrong?" Li Limu, who was covering the rear, stepped forward. There were footprints in the stairwell. The footprints were fresh, probably made today. The footprints were messy, looking like those of more than 10 people. But it was also possible that some of them had been chased by a group of zombies. Li Limu frowned immediately. Gu Ming and his group? Only Gu Ming and his group escaped. The others who survived were rescued by Su Jianyan. "You stay here. I go upstairs and check," Su Jianyan said. "It might be Mo Duolin and his group." Li Limu grabbed him. "Don't go." Su Jianyan looked at him, puzzled. Li Lingmu opened his mouth to recount the bad things Gu Ming had done. But before he could speak, a dark gun barrel appeared above the stairwell. It's you. Yang Yuejun recognized Li Lingmu immediately. Li Lingmu's face darkened instantly. A group of people in the alleyway stirred. Gu Ming and his group came down from the stairwell. There were 15 or 16 of them in total, all looking disheveled and with cracked lips, clearly having not found food since they separated. Do you have any water? Give it to me. Gu Ming held out his hand. Li Lingmu's group looked better. They had obviously found food. The group exchanged bewildered glances. They had already finished their food. And even if they had any left, they wouldn't give it away. Without waiting for a response, Gu Ming's brows furrowed immediately, and he raised his gun. Beside him, Yang Yuejun and his group followed suit. Were Li Lingmu and his men tired of living? Li Lingmu and Li Qinshui also moved in unison, but their guns were pointed at Gu Ming and his group. Seeing this, a hint of malice flashed in Gu Ming's eyes. What do you two mean? Don't forget I gave you your guns. Li Qinshui and Li Lingmu gritted their teeth, but didn't lower their guns. Gu Ming had indeed given them their guns. It was because of them that they had survived until now. But they truly couldn't condone Gu Ming's actions. You abandoned us before, and we've been on different paths ever since, Li Lingmu said. From now on, we go our separate ways. Go our separate ways? Gu Ming sneered. I fed you. I kept you alive. And now you're telling me we're going our separate ways? Gu Ming cocked his gun. If you really want to leave the team, fine. But first give me back the lives I gave you. You're talking nonsense. Li Lingmu opened his mouth to argue. Even though it was the people of the second and third tiers who had risked their lives to support Gu Ming's group. Before Li Lingmu could finish speaking, Gu Ming pulled the trigger on Su Jianyan, who was closest to him. His hard-earned team had been shattered like this, and he had almost died. He was already furious. Bang. The bullet fired, but it didn't hit Su Jianyan, because he was knocked back. A long, slender, pale hand pierced his heart. The man tilted his head slightly. Was Gu Ming going to bully Su Jianyan too? Yang Yuejun and his group's minds went blank for a moment. Then, realizing what was happening, they all turned and ran. None of them checked on Gu Ming's condition. As they ran, they fired back, not hoping to kill the awakened zombie, but simply hoping to use the scent of Li Lingmu and his group's blood to stall him. Li Lingmu and his group quickly dodged. TSK. A bullet grazed Su Jianyan's arm, immediately staining his clothes red. The already enraged man chased after the shooter without a word. Come back. Su Jianyan stopped him. It wasn't that he felt sorry for the group, but they needed to leave quickly. Gunshots could be heard far. He had the worst luck today, choosing 3 different directions in one day, and all 3 had gone wrong. Gulp. Watching the group run away, the man's anger burned. But he didn't want to abandon Su Jianyan, which only fueled his rage. Su Jianyan looked at Li Lingmu and his group. How are they? A few are injured, but they're all still alive, Li Qinshui said. Let's get out of here first. Su Jianyan led the way, running towards the end of the alley. Even if the 2 zombie kings hadn't come, if they didn't leave soon, ordinary zombies would be enough to give them a run for their money. The group moved quickly. As they approached the alley entrance, Su Jianyan stopped, about to peer inside, when the ground trembled as if a heavy object had fallen. Immediately following was a wild beast's roar. A wha! It was the black beast. Su Jianyan's scalp tingled. The beast had come from the left side of the street. Yang Yuejun and his group were running that way. And suddenly the street was filled with gunfire and screams. Run! Su Jianyan led the way without hesitation, running to the right side of the street, while Yang Yuejun and the others were holding off the black beast. They still had a chance to escape. If they didn't run now, it would be too late. Hiding was out of the question. The Corpse King was intelligent, and they were covered in the stench of blood. A group of people rushed out of the alley. No one looked back. They gritted their teeth and ran forward for their lives. They were already very fast, but it was meaningless against the Corpse King. Something huge and black descended from the sky, blocking their path. With screams, the group turned and ran back. The instant they turned back, they saw a pool of blood. Yang Yuejun and his group were all, without exception, swallowed by the black beast. The stench of blood filled the air, less than half a meter from Su Jianyan's scalp. Su Jianyan gritted his teeth and whirled around, swinging his axe with all his might as well. Bang! The axe slammed into the gaping maw. The impact caused the black beast to tilt its head slightly. But that was all. It was at least 4 stories tall. Its size was simply enormous. Su Jianyan's hands, which he had barely managed to stop bleeding from, were immediately covered in blood again. Gulp! The man charged forward. The black beast flicked its head, sending the man flying more than 10 meters. There was an overwhelming difference in strength between the zombie king and the awakened zombie. The black beast's golden eyes fixed on Su Jianyan, filled with murderous intent. Bang bang bang. Su Jianyan. Li Lingmu ran to the end of the street before realizing the black beast hadn't followed. He turned back, and the instant he saw clearly, he was completely stunned. Su Jianyan was dead. At the same time, he finally understood why the black beast hadn't followed. Su Jianyan's resistance had held it back. Don't worry about me. Run, Su Jianyan said without turning his head. In this situation, there was no point in Li Lingmu and the others staying. Come here, Li Lingmu shouted while firing. But before he could finish his sentence, the word stopped abruptly. The gunshots also stopped abruptly. On the left side of the street, in the alley between them and Su Jianyan, a man in a white tracksuit strolled out. Beside him, the furry awakened zombie had a ferocious expression and was brimming with murderous intent. The man ignored Li Lingmu and his group, looking directly at the black beast. He smiled, but his eyes held no joy. It was doomed today. Woof! The furry awakened zombie charged towards Li Lingmu and his group. It was hungry. Ah! Run! The crowd instantly erupted into chaos. Let's go! Li Qinshui grabbed Li Lingmu's arm. I go save him. Li Lingmu raised his hand to push Li Qinshui away. But before he could move, Li Qinshui punched him in the face. Haven't you had enough? Li Qinshui's eyes were bloodshot, and his body trembled uncontrollably. He and Li Lingmu had always been different. Li Lingmu was passionate and upright, while he was more worldly wise. Because of this, he was often compared to Li Lingmu, and even their parents preferred Li Lingmu. But he was only more worldly wise. It didn't mean he had no heart. He had seen how Su Jianyan had treated them along the way. If he could, he would also want to save Su Jianyan. But that was the Corpse King. A Corpse King that even 10 or 100 of them couldn't defeat. Go! Li Qinshui pulled Li Lingmu away. Awuh! The black beast also spotted the man in white. Its eyes were contemptuous, but its gaze held the same fury as the man's. It had been badly injured in the last battle. This would never happen again. Today was the man's death day. It opened its mouth to bite Su Jianyan, as if gnawing on an insignificant roadside weed. However, the weed pricked its mouth. Su Jianyan dodged to the side, swinging his axe again. Seeing the black beast get hit in the mouth, the man sneered. The black beast's killing intent surged. It abandoned its attempt to eat Su Jianyan and raised its foot to stomp on him. The man lunged at its head again. However, the difference in size made his action seem insignificant. Boom! The black beast's foot landed, and the concrete ground collapsed. The man was thrown away again. Su Jianyan rolled on the ground, barely escaping death. But the flying rubble reopened his wounds. Witnessing this, the white-clad man not far away raised an eyebrow. Humans controlling awakened zombies? The man was clearly helping Su Jianyan. Roar! The black beast stepped forward. The white-clad man also strolled forward. Between the man and the beast, Su Jianyan had to move accordingly, trying to maintain distance from both sides. Soon, less than 10 meters remained on either side, forcing Su Jianyan to stop in the middle. Need my help? The white-clad man challenged. The black beast didn't speak, but its killing intent intensified. Forced into a corner, the fear of death gripped him. Su Jianyan's body trembled uncontrollably, his heart pounding at its limit, and the feeling of flesh and blood coming back to life when he killed the monster earlier surged back. It made his head buzz. He focused his attention on the axe in his hand. He wasn't going to give up so easily. If he could kill awakened zombies, he could kill the zombie king too. The black beast lunged forward again. Su Jianyan's body moved simultaneously. But instead of striking the black beast, he whirled around and slashed at the black-furred awakened zombie that had suddenly jumped down from the roof behind him. He mobilized every cell in his body, using all his strength. Bang! The axe slammed heavily into the ground, instantly cracking it. A head covered in black fur rolled off. Su Jianyan felt something snap at his head. The black beast and the man in white moved simultaneously. Su Jianyan immediately turned around. Neither the man nor the beast charged at each other. Instead, they knelt on the ground, their eyes empty with fear. Su Jianyan was momentarily stunned. The next moment, he rushed towards the nearest alleyway. Meanwhile, in more than 10 cities centered around City A, all the zombie kings who were resting or feeding stopped moving at the same time. The next moment, they all turned to look in the same direction. There was their king. Their king was angry. Their king was fighting. Their king was afraid. Their king was so young, not even fully evolved yet. He needed their protection. They should have protected him. But now he faced danger alone. The next moment, they all rushed towards the direction they sensed. They had to protect their king. Chapter 24. The alleyway was teeming with zombies attracted by any noise. Su Jianyan avoided them, rushing forward at top speed. He used all his strength, making his already wildly beating heart race. And the sensation in his brain as if his flesh and blood were coming alive became even more intense. So intense that it caused a severe headache. He ran for an unknown amount of time, until he was completely exhausted and could run no more, before finally finding the nearest building and climbing through a side window to the second floor. It was a side bedroom. The door was closed. There were no zombies inside, but there should be some in the living room. Hearing the noise, he immediately heard rustling sounds outside the door. Su Jianyan had no time to pay attention to them. After locking the window and drawing the curtains, he quickly went forward and locked the door from the inside. Having done this, Su Jianyan's tense nerves relaxed, and he collapsed onto the bed, panting heavily. The feeling of his heart overload was unpleasant, but what was even more unbearable was the incessant headache that had been throbbing since the beginning. 10 minutes later, Su Jianyan's breathing and heartbeat gradually calmed, but the pain in his head became increasingly intense. It felt as if something was growing wildly inside his brain. Su Jianyan got up and rummaged around, finding a small mirror in the bedside table. He had a 2-centimeter long cut on his forehead, but it wasn't deep, and there were no other obvious external injuries. Su Jianyan then checked his body. Aside from the reopened wound on his hands, he had more than 10 other wounds on his body, some from bullet grazes inflicted by Yang Yuejun and his men, but most from being hit by rubble during the Black Beast's attack. The wounds didn't have green blood, so they didn't seem infected. But if it wasn't a viral infection, then Su Jianyan couldn't understand why he had such a headache. Su Jianyan got up and went to the wardrobe to get clean clothes to rebandage his hands. His brows remained furrowed throughout the movement. Li Limu and the others had run in a different direction than him. In this city where no one dared to make a sound, finding them wouldn't be easy. He hadn't found Mo Doran and the others. More importantly, the man hadn't followed. The overwhelming size and strength of the man made him no match for the Black Beast. His attacks were easily repelled. His attention was entirely focused on the Black Beast and the man in white. He hadn't paid any attention to him, and didn't know what had happened to him after being knocked away for the last time. Once he found an opportunity to escape, he left without hesitation. At the time, he hadn't thought much. Only one thought occupied his mind: escape. He didn't want to die. He wanted to live. Now, calming down, a deep sense of guilt welled up inside him. Since they met, the man had saved him countless times. If it weren't for him, he would have been dead long ago. Yet he had abandoned the man and run away. Even if the man was an awakened zombie, this was still unacceptable. Since the man could eat other awakened zombies, the Black Beast and the white-clad man might eat him too. The thought of the man's neck being snapped and his brains being removed made Su Jianyan clench his teeth. Hastily bandaging his hands, Su Jianyan got up and walked to the window he had come from upstairs. He peered through the curtains in the direction he had come from. He desperately hoped to see that familiar figure again. The man always followed him around like a puppy, and he could always see him when he turned around. However, outside the window was only a group of ordinary zombies wandering aimlessly. Should he go back to him? Staring outside for a while longer, Su Jianyan finally lowered his hand from behind the curtains. The man was an awakened zombie. No matter how good he was to him, that wouldn't change. More importantly, the man was good to him because he was too stupid. Because he had mistaken him for someone else. If he ever became smarter, Su Jianyan tried to convince himself. But the guilt in his heart didn't disappear. Instead, it grew stronger. He had tried his best to save Imo Duolin and Lilinmu, but the man had saved him countless times. Yet he abandoned them so easily. Su Jianyan took a deep breath, picked up the axe already stained with blood from his hands, and headed towards the living room. The moment the bedroom door opened, 2 zombies lunged at him. Su Jianyan quickly dealt with them. The door leading from the living room to the hallway was wide open, and footsteps could be faintly heard in the hallway. Su Jianyan didn't go downstairs. After dragging the 2 zombie corpses outside with the axe, he closed the door as quietly as possible. After finishing these tasks, he surveyed the room and returned to his previous side-lying position. The pain in his head intensified, reaching a point where he was drenched in cold sweat, combined with the exhaustion and dizziness from blood loss. He was unable to move and would have to rest there for the night. After all this commotion, it was already late. It would be completely dark in half an hour at most. Su Jianyan put down his backpack and axe, went to the master bedroom to fetch the blankets, ate a little something, drank some water, and went straight to sleep. Su Jianyan had hoped to alleviate his headache through sleep, but things didn't go as planned. The pain worsened in the latter half of the night, and he also developed a fever. Realizing this, Su Jianyan felt a moment of unease. Could he really be infected and turning into a zombie for a fleeting moment? Su Jianyan thought that wouldn't be so bad, because then he could go back to the man without any worries. But he quickly calmed down. After all, turning into a zombie would only take a few seconds. If he were infected, he wouldn't be able to escape immediately. After his anxiety subsided somewhat, Su Jianyan had no choice but to get up and search the entire house. He tried to find medicine. Many households keep painkillers. However, the door to this room had been opened before, and things inside had been ransacked. He searched twice but couldn't find anything. Unable to find anything, Su Jianyan could only drink some more water and then go back to sleep. By dawn, his fever had reached its peak. Su Jianyan was feverish and weak, his consciousness becoming hazy. In his hazy state, he thought of the man again. Seeing him, the man just abandoned him and ran away. What was that man thinking then? Surprise? Sadness? Or anger? The man had always liked him. Su Jianyan woke up again, this time from the heat. The sun was already high overhead, yet he was still covered by 2 thick winter blankets. He struggled with all his might to kick the blankets off. After kicking them off, he drifted back into sleep. He felt that even a brief moment after closing his eyes, his body began to feel cold again. In his dazed state, he thought it was due to a fever and struggled to get up to drink some water. When he opened his eyes, he found the world was already pitch black again. Su Jianyan could only cover himself with the blankets again. After finishing, Su Jianyan forced himself to drink 2 sips of water. The water was frozen solid, and each sip was icy cold. Su Jianyan, however, felt better, and his mind cleared somewhat. He quickly unpacked some more food. It's especially important to eat in times like these. Otherwise, a weakened body will be harder to recover from. Su Jianyan had no appetite. The food he had previously been reluctant to eat now only made him feel nauseous. He even had the illusion that it wasn't meant for him. Su Jianyan forced himself to eat 2 small bread rolls and a small bag of teething biscuits, enduring the nausea. After eating, Su Jianyan collapsed and fell into a deep sleep again, waking up cold at night and hot during the day. Su Jianyan vaguely felt that at least a week had passed. Seeing that his backpack was almost empty, he finally began to recover. His headache persisted, but it wasn't as intense as at the beginning, and his periods of lucidity gradually lengthened. When he woke up again, snow was falling heavily outside. Su Jianyan pulled the blanket over himself. And finally, he glanced at the backpack lying beside the bed. He only had a small packet of teething biscuits, 2 small packets of seaweed, and most of a bag of raw rice left in his bag. He only had 2 mouthfuls of water left. He had to act. Su Jianyan didn't touch the water. Instead, he took the packet of teething biscuits, tore it open, and started eating. The biscuits were hard, and his mouth was so dry he had no saliva left. Each bite felt like chewing on tiny pebbles. He could even feel the pain of the biscuit crumbs scraping against his throat as he swallowed. After half swallowing the biscuits, Su Jianyan closed his eyes and fell asleep again. He would leave tomorrow. Perhaps because he was about to leave, Su Jianyan dreamed of the man again that night. They hadn't found him after so long. The man was likely dead. Su Jianyan dreamed of the scene. The man was captured, and the black beast was about to devour him. The man couldn't speak, only uttering anxious, unintelligible mutterings. Su Jianyan, don't leave him. Su Jianyan struggled to save him, but he was no match for the black beast. He watched as the man was devoured. When Su Jianyan finally woke up from the dream, it was still night, but he was drenched in cold sweat. Heaving his breath, Su Jianyan turned over to go back to sleep, only to find his legs pinned down by something. Su Jianyan froze for a moment, then looked up sharply. A man in a suit with shoulder length, slightly wavy black hair was curled up at his feet. Fast asleep, Su Jianyan jolted awake. The next moment, Su Jianyan scrambled out of bed and immediately checked on the man. Wake up! Su Jianyan tried to rouse him. The man didn't respond. Su Jianyan looked closer. The room was on the second floor, poorly lit, and mostly dark, allowing only a vague view. Su Jianyan hurried towards the living room. He remembered there was a flashlight in the drawer under the coffee table. A moment later, Su Jianyan returned. Ignoring the possibility of attracting zombies, he immediately turned on the flashlight and looked at the person on the bed. The man's clothes were tattered. Half of his clothes were covered in a bluish-green liquid, and his body was dusty and gray. Su Jianyan went out again, and returned a moment later with a pair of kitchen rubber gloves. He laid the man down and looked at the tattered parts of his clothes. The moment he saw it clearly, he gasped, a growing sense of unease creeping over him. A large chunk was missing from the man's left thigh. His already injured abdomen had a clear penetrating wound, and his forehead and both arms bore fatal injuries. The wounds weren't claw marks, and they were mixed with a lot of ash. The black beast was incredibly strong. Being hit by it was comparable to being struck by a large truck with full force. The man must have crashed into the building during the final blow and was buried in the collapsed rubble. Su Jianyan felt a pang of unease. The man was buried in the rubble, struggling but unable to escape. And yet he fled without looking back. Zombies don't die unless their necks are broken or their brains are damaged. But this level of injury was already quite serious. After all his handling, the man showed no sign of waking up. Su Jianyan took a deep breath and quickly went to the kitchen. A moment later, he returned with a pot. He went to the window. Sure enough, it had been smashed from the outside. Su Jianyan used the pot to scoop some snow from the windowsill for later use, then went to find something to burn and a stool to build a stove to boil water. The snowman's drink was undrinkable, but it shouldn't pose any threat to awakened zombies, since awakened zombies can't be judged by normal standards. After lighting the fire, Su Jianyan found scissors and began to remove the man's clothes. 20 minutes later, when the water boiled, the man was completely naked. Su Jianyan added more snow to the water to quickly lower the temperature, then used a cup and some clean clothes to clean the man's wounds. The man could already feel pain, and as soon as the water was poured in, he stirred. He groggily opened his eyes. Don't move. Su Jianyan pressed him back down. The man recognized Su Jianyan. His tense body slowly relaxed, and he quickly fell asleep again. Su Jianyan continued. The wounds elsewhere were easy to treat, but when he reached the man's left thigh, seeing the faintly visible leg bone, Su Jianyan felt a sharp pain in his own leg. After finally cleaning, half the bed was soaked with a greenish-blue liquid in water. Su Jianyan first moved him to the other, relatively clean half of the bed before beginning to bandage him. The man was only half a head shorter than him, still over 1.8 meters tall, making bandaging extremely difficult, especially the abdomen. It took Su Jianyan over an hour to finish. By then, the other half of the bed was also covered in a greenish-blue liquid. This room was uninhabitable. Su Jianyan found a thick coat to change into, and carried the man to the master bedroom opposite. The blankets were soaked with the man's blood and unusable. But fortunately, the man wasn't bothered by the cold. After settling him down, Su Jianyan moved his backpack and axe there as well, changing into clean clothes and extinguishing the fire. Entering the room, Su Jianyan wrapped himself in a thin summer blanket and sat on the bed. The man's brows were constantly furrowed. It was unclear whether it was from pain or from Su Jianyan's absence. With dawn still some time away, Su Jianyan felt no sleepiness whatsoever. 2 hours later, daylight broke. The man showed no signs of waking. Su Jianyan didn't wake him. He grabbed an axe and silently left. The corpses of the 2 zombies he had dragged out earlier were still at the door. But because they were dead, their bodies were highly decomposed. and a strong stench filled the air as soon as the door opened. Zombies could be vaguely seen in the downward stairwell. Su Jianyan didn't go downstairs. Instead, he went upstairs, including the rice. He had enough to eat to last for several days, but he only had 2 mouthfuls of water left. He had to find more as soon as possible. The building was located in the old city area, where the buildings were generally old and short. The building they were in was only 5 stories high. Su Jianyan's hand injury hadn't fully healed, so he tried to avoid rooms where zombies might be inside, searching each floor one by one. The signs of ransacking the second floor weren't a coincidence. Similar signs were present throughout the entire building. After searching the entire building, Su Jianyan found nothing. Frustrated, he turned his attention to rooms where knocking elicited movement from inside. A few minutes later, Su Jianyan found a bag of ginkgo nuts and 2 packets of instant noodles. The refrigerator had originally contained a lot of vegetables and frozen goods, but it had been without power for months. Su Jianyan couldn't find any water. Just before leaving, he saw a zombie lying behind the door and went back inside. He went to the kitchen, found a soup bowl and gloves, and began collecting brains. Although the 2 men had become zombies, their physical structures hadn't changed. Chopping off their necks and smashing their heads was one thing, but suddenly trying to pry open their skulls made Su Jianyan feel utterly disgusted, especially the process of prying open the skull to collect the brains. Su Jianyan almost vomited. Half an hour later, Su Jianyan came downstairs with a bowl of instant noodles and ginkgo nuts in one hand and brains in the other. Inside the house, the man had already woken up. When Su Jianyan entered, he was trying to get out of bed. Blood gushed from his wounds with every movement. "Lie down." Su Jianyan quickly stopped him. The man obediently lay back down on the bed. Su Jianyan tossed aside his own food and brought the brains to the bedside. "Do you want to eat now?" Gulp. Seeing the brains, the man's eyes, which had been listless due to pain, instantly lit up. "I leave it here. You can eat slowly." Su Jianyan tried hard not to show any disgust, but in reality, every cell in his body was resisting. He felt uncomfortable seeing this kind of thing no matter how many times he saw it. Gulp. The man picked up the bowl and started drinking. Su Jianyan turned his head away for a second. Should he just give up on this person? A few minutes later, calculating that the man should have finished eating, Su Jianyan turned back. The man was staring blankly at the empty bowl in front of him. "What? Not enough?" Su Jianyan's attitude was firm. There's nothing left. He had offered to find this food only to help the man's wounds heal faster, not to accept that he eat it. The man looked at Su Jianyan with some guilt. Gulp. It was rare for Su Jianyan to find him something good to eat. He should have left some for Su Jianyan, because he wasn't very clever. Sometimes the man's thoughts were easy to understand. The moment he understood, Su Jianyan felt a pang of sadness in his heart. The man wasn't angry with him. Even though he abandoned him and run away, the man wasn't angry with him. "You?" Su Jianyan's throat tightened with a dry, sore throat. "Gurgle." The man groaned. His arm was broken, and he was pinned down by a large rock with an iron rod embedded in it. He struggled to climb out, but by the time he did, Su Jianyan was gone. Luckily, he found Su Jianyan again. Gurgle. He remembered the black beast. Next time he saw it, he would definitely beat it up. He seen the black beast bully Su Jianyan. Gurgle. The man touched the wound on his left leg. The wound was painful, but he wasn't afraid of pain. He would heal quickly. He didn't lose last time not because he couldn't win, but because he didn't perform well. He'd definitely be fierce next time they met. Afraid Su Jianyan wouldn't believe him, the man was about to get out of bed to show Su Jianyan his prowess. Su Jianyan quickly stopped him. "I'm sorry." Su Jianyan felt terrible, his voice hoarse. "I ran away back then. I shouldn't have done that." "You?" Su Jianyan felt there was something wrong with him. Even if he helped him, the man was still an awakened zombie. He might react and bite him at any moment. He knew this very well. But now, he genuinely felt guilty, and wanted to apologize. Ugh. The man didn't understand what Su Jianyan was saying at all. Assuming Su Jianyan was upset because he'd been bullied, that made him even more anxious. He was going to kill that black beast right now. "What are you doing?" Su Jianyan swiftly pushed him down. "Lie down obediently." The man didn't resist, but even after lying down, he kept making incoherent noises. Su Jianyan couldn't understand what he was saying, and could only look at him with a complicated expression. If only the man could stay this clumsy forever. Then they could stay together like this forever. Su Jianyan took a deep breath. You should rest. With that, Su Jianyan headed towards the door again. The man was injured like this. He wouldn't be able to move for a while. He needed to get 2 more blankets. Otherwise he freeze to death tonight. Before leaving, Su Jianyan deliberately looked back. Stay put. Don't get out of bed. The man seemed to understand. Obediently sprawling out on the bed. 10 minutes later, Su Jianyan returned. He placed the blanket on the bed. The sun had just risen. The snow hadn't completely melted, and the room temperature hadn't fully risen. The man quickly moved to the other side, making room for Su Jianyan. After spreading the blanket, Su Jianyan drank the remaining water, ate half a packet of instant noodles, and got into bed. His head still ached. He already exceeded his exercise goals for the day. Seeing Su Jianyan lying down next to him, the man was in a good mood, constantly fiddling with the blanket, trying to cover himself up like Su Jianyan. Su Jianyan, who was already preparing for sleep, was annoyed by him. Don't move around. Go to sleep. The man instantly became obedient. Su Jianyan turned his head and closed his eyes. The man was only obedient for a short while before starting to fidget again, until he finally tucked himself into the blanket. Su Jianyan was too lazy to pay attention to him and let himself drift off to sleep. Around 5 p.m., as the high temperature subsided and the sun began to set, Su Jianyan got up. His headache had significantly eased after a nap, which made Su Jianyan breathe a sigh of relief. He still didn't understand why he had a headache. He was clearly not infected. After all, he still knew who he was. Yet the headache was so intense. But since the headache was gone, it wasn't a big problem. As for the possibility of something growing in his head and causing illness, Su Jianyan simply didn't think about it. Because if that were the case, with current medical technology, all he could do was wait to die. So rather than worrying about it, he decided to pretend he didn't know. Feeling good, Su Jianyan went out again. This time he went downstairs. Partly to clear out the few zombies downstairs to ensure his safety, and partly to see if he could find water. The old town area is poorly planned, with many illegal buildings and relatively inconvenient transportation. In addition, the houses and furniture are usually old, and rents are generally low, making it a popular rental location for many migrant workers. This also led to a problem. After the virus outbreak, there were far more zombies in this area than in other places. After dealing with the zombies in the building, Su Jianyan hadn't even gone downstairs when he saw more than a dozen figures loitering in the alleyway outside the building. Unable to go downstairs, Su Jianyan had no choice but to go back upstairs. The rooftop was always locked, and the lock was showing signs of rusting. Su Jianyan simply pried open the door. There were no zombies on the rooftop. The same was true for the nearby buildings. After looking around, Su Jianyan chose the nearest one, took a running start on the roof, and jumped over. Su Jianyan had calculated the distance carefully, but the landing point was much further than he had calculated, almost causing him to lose his footing. Su Jianyan was somewhat surprised, but didn't pay much attention. He had never done this before the virus outbreak. His experience was limited, and occasional mistakes were normal. Su Jianyan pried open the iron gate to the top floor and focused his attention on the hallway. Both doors on the 5th floor were open, one of which had clearly been pried open. Su Jianyan had a bad feeling. He went into one of the rooms and, sure enough, there were signs of ransacking. Su Jianyan searched the entire room. The previous occupants had thoroughly searched it, and he found nothing to eat. Su Jianyan went downstairs. On the 4th floor, one door was open and the other closed. The open door had also clearly been ransacked. Su Jianyan pinned his hopes on the locked room. He pried open the door, only to find the same scene of trash scattered everywhere. Knowing there was no hope, Su Jianyan stopped searching and headed straight for the rooftop to try another building. The second building was no different. Upon entering, he saw trash everywhere. Undeterred, Su Jianyan went for another search. It was clear that not just a few nearby buildings had been searched, but the entire area. The situation was the same in the next building. Emerging again, with darkness falling, Su Jianyan grew anxious. He wouldn't starve immediately without food, but without water in this weather, he would surely die within 3 days. Despite his anxiety, Su Jianyan remained calm. He stopped blindly searching and began observing his surroundings from the rooftop. Although he was already in the old city, he hadn't ventured very deep. The old city stretched out behind their building. while an industrial area lay to the right. He had come from the left, which was clearly more prosperous. Su Jianyan hesitated for a moment, then looked towards the industrial area to his right. While bustling areas usually have more food, they also tend to be more crowded. With the black beast and the white-clad man around, he didn't want to take any risks. If he was lucky, he might be able to find a food processing plant or something similar in the industrial zone. Having made up his mind, Su Jianyan didn't head there immediately but returned to his temporary lodgings first. It was already dark, and snow had begun to fall, although there was still some time before the extreme cold arrived. That time wouldn't even be enough for him to reach the industrial zone. On the other side of the city, in front of a mostly destroyed building, a huge black beast crouched on the ground, while a white-clad man covered in ashes sat on the ruins, rubbing his nose. The previous confrontation between the man and the beast was completely gone, replaced by silence and disbelief. "I thought it was you." The man couldn't help but speak as the snow fell heavily. "Awuh." The black beast responded almost immediately, also assuming it was the man in white. Given the man's presence in the city and his hostile intent, the man rubbed his nose. He had a headache in every sense of the word. "Still haven't found him?" the man asked. "Awuh." That question should be directed at the man himself. This city was so vast. Even if it searched alone, it might not find him even in a year. But the man was different. He could control zombies. I tried to mobilize the zombies as much as possible. The man closed his eyes, attempting to get useful feedback. However, none of the more than 300 zombies he controlled reacted. This action only made his headache worse. Controlling zombies consumed mental energy, and he was already in poor condition. That day, just as he and the black beast were about to make their move, a familiar, chilling aura suddenly erupted, penetrating their minds and souls. And this time was completely different from the previous one. If their previous encounter had only glimpsed the tip of the iceberg, leaving them with a vague sense of what lay ahead, this time it was the entire ocean, towering waves hundreds of meters high. So much so that these previously invincible and arrogant warriors were instantly overwhelmed and knocked unconscious. They didn't awaken until the next day, their bodies still trembling with fear. They trembled uncontrollably, unable to even speak. They knelt facing each other, until their strength slowly returned. It was during this time spent together that their hostility towards each other faded. "Awuh? What are you going to do after you find him?" The man paused and rubbing his nose, peering through his fingers at the enormous creature before him. "Awuh? You admit he is." The black beast couldn't utter the word. Even the thought made its legs tremble beneath its belly, and boundless regret welled up within it. They should have protected him. Instead, they hurt him. The man remained silent. The black beast stood up. "Awuh." It would never admit it anyway. It only had one king, and that was itself. Having conveyed its meaning, the black beast turned and left. It stood straight, but its 4 legs limped. That was their king. The king they should have protected. Yet their ignorance almost led to his harm. The black beast shook its head violently. It tried to calm itself, tried to straighten its back. It adopted the aura of a zombie king. It would get to the corner first, no matter what. Witnessing this, the man in white remained expressionless. Before, he would have laughed. But now, he couldn't laugh at all, because his condition wasn't any better than the other man's. The snow fell heavier and heavier, turning his hair white in moments. The man didn't leave, but sensed again. When they woke up, the other man was gone. By the time they reacted and went to look for him, half a day had passed. The zombies he had taken a walk with responded one by one, but none brought good news. Just as he was about to check again, 2 unfamiliar presences approached him. The man opened his eyes. In the alleyway in front of the ruins, a man and a woman were walking towards him. The man had a thick beard, was tall, and looked to be in his 40s. The woman was younger, with long, wavy hair, and wore a striking red dress that stood out starkly in the snowy night. The 2 stopped 5 meters away from him. "Did you find it?" the bearded man asked. The man in white ignored him. The bearded man frowned. "We didn't find it." The man in white got up, jumped off the ruins, and turned to leave. This was the second time the 2 had come looking for him. The last time was 3 days ago. The bearded man pursed his lips, his eyes unfriendly. The woman stepped forward to block his movement. Finding him is the priority. Having sensed that information, they immediately came to the city. But they only obtained partial information, and didn't know what their king looked like or where he was located. Therefore, they immediately searched the city. However, several days passed in the blink of an eye, and they still hadn't found anything. The Corpse King came from awakened zombies. None who reached the level of Corpse King were incompetent. They were incredibly proud and arrogant. They would never allow themselves to be ordered around by others. Therefore, apart from the two of them, the other zombie kings were still operating independently. Their ability to cooperate wasn't because they weren't proud or arrogant, but simply because they were intellectual types and their minds worked better. They came to find the man in white because they knew he was an intellectual type. They assumed that even if he understood, cooperation was the best course of action. The fact that their king was afraid meant he was definitely in danger. They had to find him as quickly as possible. But the man in white refused to cooperate. The bearded man took a deep breath. Do you think it's possible that his king has already? No. The woman interrupted without hesitation. The bearded man remained silent. But his eyes were filled with worry that didn't match his rugged appearance. If that were the case, he could never forgive himself. If something happened to him, we would definitely sense it. Stop guessing. Let's hurry and search. The woman led the way back. The bearded man followed. He had barely moved when the woman in front of him suddenly stopped. The bearded man immediately looked up expectantly. The woman's eyes showed a moment of confusion. Then her brows furrowed. There's a human on the roof. To maximize the search area, they had sent out ordinary zombies that consumed less mental energy. And ordinary zombies were mindless, excited at the sight of anything moving. Never mind him. Finding him is the priority. The bearded man continued forward. Okay. Inside the dark room, the man was anxiously staring at the doorway. Seeing Su Jianyan return, he immediately perked up. I'm not going to run away. Su Jianyan had only said it casually, but he swallowed the words back. It's only because men don't hold grudges. Anyone else might have stabbed him in the back the next time they met. After putting down the axe and closing the door, Su Jianyan laid down on the bed. The man's injuries were severe this time, and it would be difficult for him to heal in a day or two, especially since a large chunk of flesh was missing from his left thigh. Unable to leave, and with nothing else to do, the room quickly fell silent. I wonder how Li Linmu and the others are doing, Su Jianyan said, trying to make conversation. He had slept too much during the day, and now he was wide awake. He had managed to hold off both zombie kings, and Li Linmu and the others weren't inexperienced. Their chances of escaping safely were quite high. They probably wouldn't expect him to be alive, so they wouldn't stay to wait for him. He'd been unconscious for so long. Even if he wanted to find them, he probably wouldn't be able to. First it was Mordelin and his group, and now it's Li Linmu's group. Why is it so difficult for him to leave? Gurgle. I wonder what's wrong with those two zombie kings. Thinking of those two zombie kings, Su Jianyan recalled their abnormal state. They looked as if they'd been terrified by something extremely frightening. But there was nothing else there besides them. It couldn't be him who scared them. Su Jianyan found it amusing just thinking about it. They were zombie kings capable of easily destroying a city, while he was just an ordinary human. If only he could scare them. Gurgle. The man responded immediately, even though he didn't understand what Su Jianyan was saying at all. Chapter 25. The man couldn't understand what Su Jianyan was saying, and Su Jianyan couldn't understand him either. But Su Jianyan was still quite happy to have someone to talk to. Being alone in this eerie environment for a long time, he even wondered if he would go insane. After chatting for a few more minutes, Su Jianyan fell silent and let himself drift off to sleep. The next day, Su Jianyan got up at 5 o'clock. The snow hadn't stopped, and the sky was just beginning to lighten. Su Jianyan checked the man's injuries. Awakened zombies have strong regenerative abilities, but this time, he was probably severely weakened. Even though Su Jianyan had personally found him some brains, the wounds hadn't changed much after a day and a night. That meant Su Jianyan couldn't move him around freely. Once the snow outside stopped, Su Jianyan ate the half-pack of instant noodles he had left over from yesterday, then slung his backpack over his shoulder, grabbed his axe, and headed out the door. Seeing him about to leave, the man immediately got up. Su Jianyan interrupted. If you're not going, you stay here. I come back for you once I made sure it's safe over there. Gulp? The man looked pitiful. Knowing that reasoning wouldn't work, Su Jianyan simply opened the wardrobe, found some clothes, and tore strips of cloth. Seeing that Su Jianyan had tied him to the headboard, The man whimpered even more pitifully. He wanted to go with Su Jianyan. He had searched for Su Jianyan for a long time when he went missing before. Don't worry. I won't abandon you this time. Su Jianyan paused, then added, I won't again. The man moved his bound hand. He could easily tear the cloth strips. But he didn't want to damage Su Jianyan's. I'll be back soon. Saying this, Su Jianyan headed towards the side bedroom where he had stayed before. There were zombies at the stairwell entrance. The window to his side bedroom had been broken by a man. A blast of cold air hit him as soon as the door opened. Su Jianyan stretched his limbs to adjust before jumping out. The world outside was a blanket of white. The snow had just stopped, and the sun hadn't come out yet. In many places, the snow was thigh-deep. Coupled with a large number of zombies in the old town and his injured hand, he had to constantly take detours. After more than 40 minutes of winding and turning, Su Jianyan finally reached the outskirts of the industrial zone. The industrial zone was vast, with at least 100 factories. The buildings were quite wide, but most weren't tall, the tallest being only 5 or 6 stories. And such buildings were relatively rare. Fortunately, the situation in the industrial zone was about what Su Jianyan had expected. There were far fewer zombies than in other areas. Su Jianyan didn't search house to house like he had in the residential area. Instead, he first walked around the area, trying to find a food processing plant. He didn't find any factories. The factories here were mostly freight forwarding stations, garment factories, and shoe factories. Su Jianyan was somewhat disappointed. After a moment's thought, Su Jianyan headed towards a freight transit station. Freight transit stations operate similarly to post stations, primarily transporting goods between cities. However, they typically handle large items, such as raw materials for factories or building materials. Theoretically, these large items might also contain food ingredients, such as corn or peanuts. Moreover, these places handle substantial quantities. Even a small amount should be enough to feed him for a long time if he found something. Approaching the station, Su Jianyan didn't go in immediately. Instead, he found a nearby vantage point and observed the situation from above. The transfer station covered a large area, but most of it was used to park large trucks. With only 5 or 6 buildings at the back, Su Jianyan focused his attention on the trucks. During the virus outbreak, there weren't many vehicles at the transfer station. Most of the large playground was empty. Fortunately, 2/3 of the trucks inside were parked along the edge of the wall, giving him a chance to go around from the outside. There were fewer zombies here compared to other places, but there were still some. The zombies at the transfer station were mainly concentrated in the playground. Having determined his location, Su Jianyan descended from the high ground and circled around the perimeter. 5 or 6 minutes later, he arrived at the designated location. Silently scaling the wall, Su Jianyan first peeked out before entering. Upon landing, Su Jianyan immediately looked at the vehicle directly in front of him. The vehicle was over 10 meters long. With high tires, the base of the vehicle almost reached Su Jianyan's chest. The cargo box hadn't been rummaged through, and the door was tightly closed. Su Jianyan held his breath, gently pushing the bolt upwards as lightly as possible, then slowly pulled open the gate. The gate was iron, inevitably making a sound, forcing Su Jianyan to slow down repeatedly. 5 or 6 minutes later, when he could barely squeeze in sideways, he was drenched in cold sweat. The truck was empty. Su Jianyan frowned. Stepping out, Su Jianyan looked at the row of trucks parked along the wall. Were they parked to the side because they were all empty? That was highly likely. Su Jianyan's heart sank. Thinking about it, Su Jianyan began checking the tires of each truck. These large trucks were usually loaded with a lot of cargo. If there was anything inside, the tires would definitely show signs of compression. Going along, of the dozen or so trucks, only the one furthest inside had anything inside. Su Jianyan opened the door as carefully as possible. The truck was loaded with tiles. Su Jianyan could only focus his attention on the vehicles parked in the playground. There were many zombies in the playground. Even if his hand wasn't injured, he couldn't possibly deal with them all. Thinking about it, Su Jianyan climbed onto the truck loaded with tiles and took some wooden planks used to secure them from the truck bed. Finally, he climbed over the wall and headed towards the building behind the transfer station along the road outside. A few minutes later, he climbed over the wall again. When he went back in, he was between 2 buildings. After the incident, Everyone inside was running out. But he didn't see anyone on this side of the buildings. Su Jianyan chose one of the buildings, and suddenly threw the wooden stick in his hand. Crack. The sound of shattering glass broke the morning tranquility. The next moment, all the zombies in the playground rushed towards him. Su Jianyan didn't leave immediately. He threw out a second and a third stick until the commotion was loud enough. After scaling the wall, he immediately returned at lightning speed. A few minutes later, when he scaled the wall again, only a few drivers who had been attacked inside their vehicles remained in the playground. They were either trapped by the doors or stuck by their seatbelts. Unable to get out, Su Jianyan ignored them and quickly headed towards the vehicles parked in the middle. The commotion behind them continued, making it easier for Su Jianyan to open the cargo doors. Before opening the door, Su Jianyan had only one thought: to find some food. When the door opened and he saw what was inside, Su Jianyan's mind went blank. The food was indeed edible, but subtly different from what he wanted. The truck was filled with bottled water. The truck was over 10 meters long. Its cargo box capable of carrying at least 10 tons of goods, equivalent to tens of thousands of bottles of mineral water. In this sweltering weather where every drop of water is incredibly precious, finding tens of thousands of bottles of water was akin to winning billions in the lottery. No, even winning billions wouldn't be this extravagant. After all, you won't die without billions. But without water, death is certain. A surge of elation welled up inside Su Jianyan. But he didn't show it. He suppressed the urge to immediately get a bottle and quickly headed towards another truck nearby. He only drunk a couple of sips of water yesterday, and his throat was already parched and sore. But his priority now was figuring out what was inside. Water was there, but if only he could find some food. The second truck also contained mineral water. The third truck was the same. The fourth truck was empty. The fifth contained sofas, mattresses, and other furniture. The sixth contained fabrics. And the seventh, Su Jianyan found absolutely nothing edible. Meanwhile, the commotion behind them had gradually subsided. Su Jianyan quickly returned to the 3 water trucks. He quickly closed the doors of 2 of them and got into the third. He slit open a case of water, quickly pulled out a bottle, unscrewed the cap, and gulped it down. The truck had been exposed to the snow all night, and most of the water was frozen solid, leaving only a limited amount drinkable. And even that was icy cold. But the moment he drank the water, Su Jianyan felt a sense of revival. He opened 5 bottles in one go until he was full, then stopped. Finally, he stuffed the rest into his backpack. With his backpack full and feeling safe, he gradually calmed down. At the same time, he began to feel a headache. There was so much water, he couldn't possibly carry it all by himself. But if he didn't take it, the thought of leaving so much water here was unbearable. If only Mo Dulan and Li Lingmu were here. After a moment's hesitation, Su Jianyan glanced at the rising sun, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and got off the bus. He carefully closed the bus door and quickly scaled the wall to leave. He headed back. He had already taken the same route on the way here, so his return journey was halved. Upon reaching the second floor and entering the room, Su Jianyan immediately saw the man peeking out from the bed. Having heard the commotion, perhaps because he had found the water, the man seemed rather endearing. Su Jianyan untied the cloth binding him. Let's go somewhere else. He couldn't take the water with him, so they would have to go there. This was the old city area, teeming with zombies, and not as safe as the industrial zone. The man had no idea what Su Jianyan was thinking. He only understood that Su Jianyan wanted him to come with him. He immediately followed, eager to catch up. On the way downstairs, Su Jianyan was a little worried. The man's leg was injured. The man jumped down without hesitation. Su Jianyan immediately checked him. The wound had indeed reopened. Leaving it like this wasn't a solution. So Su Jianyan had to climb back upstairs to find a shirt. After quickly bandaging the man's wound, Su Jianyan led him towards the industrial area, not wanting the man to reopen his other wounds. Su Jianyan tried to avoid any climbing or jumping areas on the way. That made things take even longer. When they arrived at the industrial area again, it was more than 40 minutes later. Su Jianyan didn't take the man directly to the transfer station. Instead, he led him to explore several other factories nearby: stone cutting factory, garment factory, shoe factory, empty factory buildings. Su Jianyan chose an empty factory building. That factory building used to be a garment factory. It had relatively many buildings, most of which were large open spaces that could hold sewing machines. However, now all the sewing machines were gone, leaving only empty open spaces. After entering, Su Jianyan walked around and went into a dormitory building on the left. This dormitory building had a layout of one room, one living room, and a kitchen and toilet. Although the furniture was gone, the overall decoration and layout were bright and airy. Clearly not for ordinary employees. Su Jianyan chose a room on the second floor near the entrance. "We stay here for now," the man mumbled. Su Jianyan put down his backpack. "You watch this for me." The man obediently squatted down next to the backpack and stared intently. Su Jianyan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. There was no need to be so serious. After resting for a while, Su Jianyan went downstairs again. He headed towards another garment factory nearby. The garment and shoe factories were the two places with the most zombies in the industrial zone. But they were also the only places with employee dormitories. With so much water available, he didn't plan to move again before leaving completely. So he had to be prepared to spend the night there. Next to the garment factory was a stone cutting factory. Su Jianyan went into the stone cutting factory first, carefully observing the garment factory from there. The dormitory building was located at the back of the garment factory. Su Jianyan went directly to the back. Approaching, Su Jianyan spent some time finding a corner with fewer zombies, and then climbed over the wall to the second floor of the dormitory building. There were also zombies in the dormitory building. Su Jianyan was attacked as soon as he went up. But fortunately, only one spotted him. After quickly dealing with him, Su Jianyan immediately went into the nearest dormitory. 8 people shared each dormitory room, and there were plenty of blankets. Su Jianyan packed 3 blankets and 2 mattresses. Su Jianyan had originally wanted to find a pot so he could use the rice he had carried all the way, but he didn't see one in the dormitory. He did find a bag of snacks in one of the private lockers, containing 5 or 6 bags of chicken feet, 3 braised eggs, and 2 bags of potato chips. Su Jianyan took it all. The food was easy to carry, but the blankets and mattresses were a problem. They weren't heavy, but they were too bulky. So Su Jianyan had to throw them all into the adjacent stone quarry first. After he went there himself, Su Jianyan carried them back in 2 trips. The man remained in the same position he had been in when he left, carefully watching his bag until Su Jianyan returned. Su Jianyan unfolded the mattresses and blankets, checked the doors and windows to make sure they were okay, and then drew the curtains. This provided them with a temporary shelter. Su Jianyan sat down on the edge of the bed, took some water and the braised eggs he had just found, and began to eat. After several trips back and forth, it was almost noon, and the temperature had already reached over 50 degrees Celsius. The ice in the bottle had long since melted, and the water was lukewarm. Having eaten and drunk his fill, Su Jianyan decided to take a nap. Seeing this, the man lay down beside Su Jianyan. When Su Jianyan woke up, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. He was incredibly thirsty again. Fortunately, he lacked nothing but water, and he drank to his heart's content. After drinking the water and resting for a while, Su Jianyan went out again. He made 3 or 4 trips to the transfer station, returning with over 60 bottles of water, with water available. Su Jianyan's appetite for the rice intensified. He hadn't had a decent meal since waking up. He went back to the clothing factory. The same route, the same second floor. Su Jianyan searched 5 dorm rooms in one go, finally finding a rice cooker in the last one. The rice cooker was out of power, but the inner pot worked. Besides the inner pot, Su Jianyan also took 2 sets of clean clothes, 2 buckets, and some toiletries back with him. The afternoon's activity time was shorter than the morning's, and by the time Su Jianyan returned, the sun was only a glimmer of gold. He quickly went to other parts of the factory to dismantle some stools and, before it got dark, lit a fire. Before the apocalypse, most people cooked rice in rice cookers. They were instant cook, but cooking with firewood was a different story. Su Jianyan tried his best to control the fire, but it was still a bit too big. The water quickly boiled away, and the bottom of the rice was slightly burnt. Luckily, the rice was cooked through. After the rice was cooked, Su Jianyan realized he had forgotten to prepare bowls and chopsticks. It was too late to go find them now, so Su Jianyan simply used his hands. There was no meat, no vegetables, just white rice. In the past, Su Jianyan would have found it hard to swallow, but now, the unique sweet aroma of the rice spread in his mouth. And Su Jianyan felt only happiness. Because it was so rare. Su Jianyan even thought the burnt parts were quite delicious. Gulp. The man stared intently at Su Jianyan's pot, watching Su Jianyan eat with great relish. The man could eat anything. And Su Jianyan, who had originally planned to feed him some potato chips and instant noodles later, decided to share some with him. The man looked expectant. But as soon as the rice entered his mouth, a look of disappointment appeared. Ugh. Not tasty. Not tasty at all. Su Jianyan always eats things that don't taste good. Su Jianyan, with a stiff face, deliberately offered him some more. The man immediately shrank into a corner, looking at the sky and the ground but refusing to look at Su Jianyan. Having eaten and drunk his fill, Su Jianyan put down the pot, picked up a bucket, and started pouring water into it. The sun was only a glimmer of gold, and the temperature was gradually dropping. But even so, it was still around 30 degrees Celsius, a temperature that wouldn't be a problem for a cold shower. 10 minutes later, when Su Jianyan came out of the bathroom wearing clean clothes, he felt completely refreshed. The sun had completely set, and with it came a rapid drop in temperature. Su Jianyan immediately hid under the covers, wanting to warm the bed before the temperature completely dropped. Having eaten and drunk his fill, clean and comfortable under the soft blankets, Su Jianyan was feeling quite at ease when a dirty thing appeared next to him. The man climbed into bed and was pulling back the covers to burrow deeper. Su Jianyan had changed his clothes once after he returned, but the new clothes were already stained with his blood, and his face and hair were covered in grime. He was incredibly filthy. Su Jianyan desperately wanted to take him to wash him clean immediately, but he didn't have gloves. Su Jianyan turned his back, choosing to ignore him. The man, who had finally managed to get under the covers, seemed to notice. His eyes filled with confusion. The next moment, he moved closer to Su Jianyan, trying to sit next to him. Su Jianyan dodged, refusing to touch him. In the darkness, outside a small grove of trees in a town adjacent to City A, west of City A group of over 60 people were silently withdrawing from the town. They were supposed to have left an hour earlier. How's it going? How much did you find? The first squad leader asked after they regrouped. The second squad leader shook his head, his face extremely grim. Only enough for 2 backpacks. This town has already been ransacked by countless people. We've been through the same thing over there. The third person gave a bitter smile. Hearing this, the group around them stirred. What do we do now? This little bit of stuff isn't enough to last us until we reach the next town. How about we go to City A? No. Before the person making the suggestion could finish speaking, the first and second squad leaders interrupted simultaneously. The two exchanged a glance, although the surrounding darkness prevented them from seeing each other's expressions. They both knew the other's face must be extremely pale. There are awakened zombies in there. It's very dangerous, said the first squad leader. But we're almost doomed. If we don't go, we might survive. If we go, we're doomed. The second squad leader's tone was dry, but his attitude was equally resolute. It's not necessarily that we're really unlucky. What if we don't run into them? Something's happening. The noisy crowd instantly fell silent, their muscles tensing. It was then that they noticed a group of figures rapidly approaching them from not far outside the woods. Humans. Someone recognized them. Humans and zombies were easy to distinguish. Zombies only attack mindlessly, while humans were cautious. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, but their muscles tensed again the next moment. In the current environment, anything could happen. What should we do? Should we make contact? Someone asked. A group of people looked at the leader of the third squad, who was also the overall leader of their survival team. He hesitated visibly. Their survival team had over 60 people, but only 3 guns, and one of them was out of ammunition, although the other side appeared to have only 40 people. The number of guns they carried was unknown. If a fight broke out, we can't avoid contact. The leader of the first squad interrupted his hesitation, because in that short time, the group had already entered the woods where they were. Get ready, the leader of the second squad reminded them, then raised his voice. There are people here. The group that had just entered the woods were stunned. The next moment, 2 of them quickly stepped forward and raised their guns. Who's there? Show yourself, or I shoot. The leader of the second squad took a deep breath and stepped forward. My name is Mortarin, formerly the leader of the Chonsuan survival team. Chonsuan? The 2 men opposite him exchanged a glance. They did remember the name. Gu Ming's serious survival team already had over 300 members, making them one of the largest teams in the area. The Changsuan survival team had only half the number of members as Sirius, but it was still considered a large team. Therefore, although they hadn't directly contacted each other, they had inevitably heard about each other from other survival teams. My name is Li Lingmu. I used to be from the Sirius survival team. Li Lingmu lowered his gun slightly, indicating his stance. Serious? Mo Doran was surprised. The group of people from his current survival team were also surprised. Doesn't Sirius have over 300 members? Xian asked instinctively. She was now the leader of the second squad in this survival team. They encountered this team the day after escaping from City A. When they were all exhausted, they joined the team thanks to the gun she had carried all the way, which was now out of bullets. Over the next 2 weeks, Mordelin and Hu Sherdong's injuries gradually improved, and with their increased survival experience, they were gradually valued by the team and promoted to squad leaders. That was before, Li Qinshui said, lowering her gun. Now the Sirius squad is gone. Mordelin and his group exchanged glances, surprised but not entirely. After all, they had just experienced something similar. At the same time, the 3 members of their team with guns lowered their weapons. If there was no hostility between them, communication wouldn't hurt. It was their only way to obtain more information. How did you get here? Mordelin asked. Li Lingmu and his group had come from the direction of City A. We just escaped from City A, Li Lingmu admitted frankly. There was no point in hiding it. Mo Dulan was speechless. Xian, Hu Sherdong, and Lu Yi beside him were the same. You also encountered awakened zombies? The captain of Mo Dulan's survival team asked in surprise. This was the second group of people he had encountered escaping from City A in the past 2 weeks. My name is Gu Shengping, and I'm the captain of this survival team. Also? Li Lingmu raised an eyebrow. The Changsuan survival team perished in there. Mo Dulan smiled bitterly. Out of more than 100 people, only 4 made it out. Understanding the bitterness in Mo Dulan's words, Li Lingmu couldn't help but smile bitterly as well. If it weren't for Su Jianyan, they would all be dead by now. We encountered 2 zombie kings, Li Qinshui said. Zombie kings? 2? Xian couldn't help but step forward. First, there was the monster that chased them all the way. Then the awakened zombies beside Su Jianyan. Plus the 2 awakened zombies they encountered after separating from Su Jianyan. They already encountered 4 awakened zombies. There were even zombie kings in that city. And 2 of them at that. What's going on in that city? Yes, one is a strength type, and the other an intelligence type. And the intelligence type even has 2 subordinates, Li Qinshui said. And you still managed to escape? Gu Shengping asked incredulously. Their team hadn't encountered any awakened zombies or zombie kings yet, but they had all heard about how terrifying they were. Mordelin and his group only encountered 1 awakened zombie, and their team of over 100 was reduced to just 4. Li Lingmu and his group encountered 2 zombie kings and 2 awakened zombies, yet over 40 of them survived. We didn't escape on our own, Li Lingmu said, a bitter taste rising in his throat. Someone held him off, and we managed to escape. Huh? Gu Shengping was increasingly incredulous. 1 person? Holding off 2 zombie kings and 2 awakened zombies? Was he deaf, or was Li Lingmu out of his mind? Li Lingmu was reluctant to talk about this and fell silent. Gu Shengping realized he might have asked too many questions. Although he desperately wanted to know, he couldn't force him. So, what are you planning to do next? Gu Shengping changed the subject. Listening to their conversation, Mordelin and his 3 companions in the crowd went completely blank. In that instant, the same face flashed through their minds. In their minds, there was only 1 person capable of such a thing. The person you met. What's his name? Xian's voice was so dry she couldn't even recognize it herself. Li Lingmu gripped his gun tightly. His teeth clenched. Li Qinshui vaguely sensed something was wrong. Xian and the others' reactions were strange. Su Jianyan, what's wrong? The moment they heard those 3 words, Xian and the other 3 felt their already incapacitated minds go blank with a deafening buzz. Su Jianyan. It really was Su Jianyan. Su Jianyan is still alive? Su Jianyan is actually still alive? After the initial euphoria, their already pale faces turned deathly white. Su Jianyan is still alive? That means they really did abandon him. Su Jianyan saved them, but they abandoned him and ran away. Chapter 26. You know him? Gu Xingping sensed something was wrong. The words left his mouth. But he immediately realized. He's the powerful person you were talking about before? Gu Xingping had encountered Mo Doran and his group about half a month ago. At that time, the four of them had just left City A. Looking quite disheveled. He had asked about their situation then. And the four only said that while foraging in City A, they were discovered and chased by an awakened zombie, and were rescued by someone. As for how they got out, and where their rescuer went, the four didn't say. They didn't press further. After all, such things happened every day, and Mo Doran and his group always seemed very guilty. You know him? Now it was Li Linmu and his group's turn to be surprised. In this environment, the probability of survivors knowing each other was already small, let alone in their situation. We've been to Cydia before too. Mo Doran briefly recounted what had happened, speaking of Su Jianyan leaving alone with the monster, and their subsequent decision to leave. Mordelin felt utterly ashamed. That makes sense, Li Linmu said absent-mindedly. The day we met him, he saved us and then went out again in the afternoon. I found it strange at the time, but we weren't familiar with each other, so I didn't ask. Now it seems he probably went to find you. Later, when we tried to leave, we saw footprints in the stairwell, and he wanted to go upstairs to check. He was worried that Gu Ming and the others were upstairs and tried to stop them. Upon hearing this, Mordelin and the other three, already feeling uneasy, felt their hearts pound even harder. Su Jianyan is still looking for them. They abandoned Su Jianyan and ran away. Yet he's still searching the whole city for them. Xian opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but no sound came out. She crouched down, curling herself into a ball. Don't be too. Gu Shengping immediately wanted to comfort her, but the words caught in his throat. In the 3 months since the virus outbreak, he had witnessed too many scumbags who would do anything to survive. Someone like Su Jianyan was rare. If he had encountered such a person and done something like that, he would never forgive himself. The darkness fell silently. Snowflakes fell, bringing with them extreme cold. They had to find shelter from the cold as soon as possible. Gu Shengping took a deep breath and looked at Li Linmu and Li Qinshui. Li Linmu's group was clearly in charge now. So what are you planning to do next? Are you coming with us? Many people looked at them. Li Linmu and Li Qinshui did too. Since you know each other, that's a kind of fate. The road ahead will only get harder. If we can walk together, our chances of survival will be much greater. When the virus first broke out, there were no awakened zombies, or zombie kings. Awakened zombies appeared about a month after the outbreak, and the zombie king appeared a month later. Now, in the 3rd month, they haven't heard of anything more powerful than the zombie king. But the number of awakened zombies is visibly increasing, and the food they can find is getting scarcer and scarcer. Under these circumstances, survival will only become increasingly difficult, especially for a small group. After the food in the less dangerous villages and towns has been completely scavenged, there's no way to survive. Larger groups can at least find a way into larger towns and cities. With more people, even if they can't get guns, they still have an advantage in numbers. Li Linmu and Li Qinshui exchanged a glance. They had just come out and hadn't thought about this issue yet. Let's discuss it. Li Linmu looked at the group behind him. He and Li Qinshui had led the way out, and now they were practically the leaders. But neither of them intended to become the next Gu Ming. The group moved along. When they separated from Su Jianyan, there were more than 50 people. But here only 40 or so remained, and those who survived were exhausted. Everyone agreed to join. After confirming everyone's opinion, the group went back. Gu Shengping was the happiest to receive a reply. After all, Mo Duolin and Li Linmu looked experienced. After briefly explaining the situation on both sides, Gu Shengping, Mo Duolin, and the other three, along with Li Linmu and Li Qinshui, went aside for a private chat. If they formed teams, they couldn't just work independently like before. Someone had to take charge. The discussion didn't last long. Gu Shengping was the overall captain, with Li Linmu and Mo Duolin serving as vice-captains. Gu Shengping's team had the largest number of members. Li Linmu's group also had over 40 people, but it was still smaller. Mo Duolin's team only had 4 people, but he had previously led a group of over 100, so his opinions were still quite valuable. After settling things down, the group briefly discussed what to do next. They inventoried all the supplies, then redistributed them according to the number of people. And finally, They quickly arranged for people to set up temporary tents in the woods. Li Linmu and his group had escaped from City A. They hadn't bothered to find food on the way, and they had almost nothing left. Ji Shiping and Mo Duolin had found some food, but it wasn't enough for themselves to begin with. Now, with over 40 more people joining the team, their situation was even more dire. Food was manageable, but in this heat, 3 days without water would be fatal. Therefore, they decided to head towards another town far from City A at dawn the next day. The journey from here to there would have taken 3 or 4 hours by car before, but on foot, with zombies everywhere and their poor physical condition significantly reducing their daily mobility, they wouldn't arrive until at least tomorrow morning. This seemed like a minor problem, but the distance between the next town and the town after that was considerable. Another day or two's journey. In other words, if they couldn't find water in the next town, they wouldn't survive until the town after that. Despair loomed ahead. The group was already used to this. After discussing their options, they quickly went into their tents, ate something, and went to sleep. These tents were really just makeshift shelters made of sheets and sunshades, offering absolutely no insulation. With so many people, getting in and out of town was inconvenient, especially in the pitch-black night. They woke up freezing, slept, and woke up freezing again, finally enduring until dawn. Before the sun came out and the snow melted, the group hurried off. The snow was knee-deep, making walking extremely difficult. 2 hours passed, and they had only just reached the foot of the mountain not far outside town. The sun came out, and the snow began to melt. After a short rest, the group was preparing to cross the mountain along the road when suddenly figures appeared on the road ahead. A group of more than 50 people were walking towards them from the mountains. The men were all dressed in identical black overcoats, wearing the same cold weather masks and gloves, and carrying the same type of backpacks. They were all tall and strong, and each carried a gun, clearly different from their group of crippled soldiers. This immediately put them on edge. If the other side wanted to steal their belongings, they would be powerless to resist. "Don't be nervous. We just want to ask you something," a man leading the group said loudly. Gu Xingping, Mo Duolin, and Li Linmu exchanged glances, but did not lower their guard. A moment later, the group stopped in front of them. The group had obviously spotted them long ago. Approaching, they didn't even bother with polite formalities, asking directly, "Have you seen a man with a bow?" "A bow?" Gu Xingping exclaimed in surprise. "No." Li Linmu shook his head. "We haven't seen a single living person besides you since dawn." The man frowned, scrutinizing them, trying to discern the truth. Li Linmu stared back at him. "Thank you." The man didn't make things difficult. He nodded to his men and led the group straight back in the direction Li Linmu and his group had come from. "Captain, City A is just ahead. That guy didn't really run in there, did he?" one of the men asked. The man didn't answer. Only his brows furrowed. He wouldn't be that stupid. After what happened recently, would he go in now? He have a death wish, another man said. "Wait a minute," Li Linmu said. The group, who had already walked some distance, stopped and turned back. "You were just talking about City A? What happened in City A?" Li Linmu asked. He didn't think Su Jianyan was still alive. Those were 2 zombie kings and an awakened zombie. But since City A was involved, he couldn't help but be concerned. Although they didn't plan to go back to City A, they couldn't completely escape it in the short term, so knowing more wouldn't hurt them. "You didn't know?" the man asked, somewhat surprised. Li Linmu and his group exchanged glances. What should they know? About 10 days ago, centered on City A, the zombie kings from more than 10 nearby cities all rushed towards City A at the same time. The man said. "What?" Li Linmu and his group were all shocked. Seeing that Li Linmu and his group genuinely knew nothing, the man added, "This has never happened before. This is the first time. So we suspect there must be something in that city. I advise you to leave this area as soon as possible, or you won't even know how you died." With that, the man turned and left. Watching them walk away, Li Linmu and his companions were speechless for a long time, because everything the man said was too unbelievable to them. More than 10 zombie kings acting together, and all heading towards City A? It was like a dream. And why City A of all places? City A. Su Jianyan had a rare good night's sleep. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, illuminating the blankets and adding a touch of warmth to the room. After lying in bed for a while longer, Su Jianyan forced himself to get up. He had a lot to do today. He planned to give the man a bath. But he had run out of water yesterday and needed to fetch some more today. Besides that, he also planned to find some daily necessities, such as bowls, chopsticks, gloves, and the man's clothes. The remaining rice, calculated at 2 meals a day, would be enough to keep him from starving for about half a month. But one can never have too much of that. Besides, he also needed to consider what to do next. His previous eagerness to leave the city and his attachment to Mordelin and the others stemmed from a fundamental desire to survive. After all, surviving alone in this apocalyptic world is incredibly difficult in every way. But now it's different. Now he has that water. Although the crises of having no one to guard the night and lacking food still exist, compared to the water, these seem less critical. Should he stay for the water? But there are 2 zombie kings in the city. Because of his wounds, the man was somewhat drowsy. Su Jianyan had already slung his backpack over his shoulder, grabbed his axe, and was ready to leave when the man still hadn't woken up. Su Jianyan simply didn't wake him and went out directly. More than 2 hours later, when Su Jianyan returned with over 50 bottles of water and went to the clothing factory to retrieve bowls, chopsticks, gloves, and the man's clothes, the man finally woke up. Su Jianyan immediately carried him to the toilet to wash him clean. Stripping off the outer clothes and seeing the man's tattered clothes, Su Jianyan had to put down the brush he was holding. He took a prepared towel, quickly wiped the uninjured areas, and then washed the man's face and hair. The man cooperated obediently, especially during the hair washing. He seemed to be enjoying the massage, making soft, cat-like purring sounds. The man's hair was quite long, and there was no hairdryer available. After washing it and ruffling it into a fluffy ball, Su Jianyan simply sat him down by the window where the sun was shining. The man didn't understand what Su Jianyan was doing, but he still sat obediently. A few minutes later, when Su Jianyan returned after cleaning the bathroom, the man was already drowsy from the sun. Sunlight streamed through his hair, illuminating his pale skin and giving him a touch of life. Su Jianyan suddenly thought of the commercial building where he had woken up. Although he and the man were both in the building, one lived in the penthouse suite, while the other was just an ordinary person. If it weren't for this apocalypse, they would never have crossed paths. After all that commotion, it was already past 11. The high temperature made Su Jianyan lie down immediately. When Su Jianyan woke up around 3, the man was no longer at the window, but curled up beside him. There was food and water, so Su Jianyan didn't rush to get up, but continued to ponder the previous question. He wasn't going to abandon the man again, which would make his chances of joining the survival team extremely slim. After all, the man only didn't attack him. He didn't care about others. Even if a brave soul was willing to take them in, he would have to be constantly careful. Su Jianyan remembered the 4 plant grow light tubes he had found earlier. He'd been lucky enough to avoid going without food for days on end. But food in the city was ultimately limited. He had water now. And if the supplemental lighting worked, Su Jianyan's Adam's apple bobbed involuntarily. Since waking up, he'd eaten whatever he could find. But that couldn't go on forever. Even if his stomach could handle it, malnutrition could break him. If only he could grow some vegetables. Recalling his meals before the apocalypse, Su Jianyan suddenly felt restless. He glanced at the still high sun outside the window and jumped up. Backpack, axe, water, food. Before leaving, Su Jianyan found the strips of cloth he'd taken before and tied the man's wrists to the doorknob. He might not come back tonight. Stepping outside again, Su Jianyan looked around. The building where the light bulbs were hidden was to the left of the ruins created by the first fight between the Black Beast and the white-clad man. And he was now to the right front of the ruins. He had run with all his might when he escaped earlier, and given how long he had run, the distance between the 2 sides was considerable. It would take at least 3 or 4 hours to get there. Having determined the direction, Su Jianyan quickly headed in that direction. On the way, Su Jianyan was as cautious as possible. 2 hours later, Su Jianyan saw the ruins in the distance. Upon closer inspection, the ruins were far more spectacular than he had imagined. Even a meteorite impact couldn't have created such a sight. There were many zombies in the ruins. Su Jianyan didn't provoke them and turned to leave. He had barely moved when a figure appeared at the end of the alley ahead. Su Jianyan's first reaction was that it was a zombie. But upon closer inspection, he realized something was wrong. The figure had 3 arrows sticking out of its body. and its eyes were no longer dull. They were filled with anger and murderous intent. He had already awakened, but only recently, and his body hadn't changed yet. Upon seeing Su Jianyan, the awakened zombie visibly paused, then lunged. Su Jianyan took a step back, about to raise his axe. Whoosh! The sound of something cutting through the air came from behind Su Jianyan's head. Something swiftly and accurately pierced the awakened zombie's forehead. It was an arrow. The awakened zombie stumbled and crashed into the wall. Su Jianyan turned around. On the ruins outside the alley, a man with a backpack on his back, another backpack hanging from his chest, and yet another backpack in his hand smiled at him. Seeing him look over, the man stylishly tapped his forehead with his right index and middle fingers. Sorry, I didn't notice you. If I'd known you were here, I wouldn't have come here. The arrow struck Su Jianyan squarely in the forehead, but the awakened zombie didn't die. Recovering from its initial shock, the already enraged zombie turned to pounce on Su Jianyan again. The man immediately knocked and drew his bow, even twirling it with a flourish. Whoosh! The awakened zombie was forced back again. The man's smile widened. Come to me. Su Jianyan remained expressionless. Seeing Su Jianyan's inaction, the man clearly misunderstood. Don't be afraid. I'm here. He can't hurt you. The awakened zombie had already stood up again. Su Jianyan took a step back, and then, just as the zombie lunged at him, swung his axe violently. Bang! The awakened zombie collapsed to the ground. Its skull caved in. It had only recently awakened. Its bones were only slightly harder than a normal zombie's. Having dealt with it, Su Jianyan looked up with a chilling gaze. His boasting had backfired. The smile on the man's face, which had been so smug just moments before, froze. Su Jianyan turned and left. Unlike Mo Duolin and Li Lingmu, the man was in good spirits and clearly didn't need his help. Coming to his senses, the man looked at Su Jianyan, then at the awakened zombie on the ground, and his lips twitched. The next moment, he quickly climbed down from the rubble. Wait for me. Before passing the awakened zombie, he didn't forget to pick up his arrows. He only had 20 arrows in total. Once lost, they were gone. Su Jianyan ignored him. The man was using a composite bow. Compared to a gun, a bow that didn't make a sound in the apocalypse was obviously more practical. However, like a gun, the bow's destructive power was somewhat lacking. What's your name? Are you alone? The man caught up. Reaching the end of the alley, Su Jianyan peeked out. They were in a residential complex, facing a passageway between two rows of buildings, through which more than a dozen figures lurked. However, a horizontal green belt stretched across their side. Its plants now mutated and taller than a person, effectively concealing them. Su Jianyan, recognizing the direction, quickly veered to the left. The man hurriedly followed. After running across the green belt and reaching the side of the buildings, Su Jianyan peered out before charging straight towards the opposite wall. The man immediately tried to follow, but forgot he was carrying a backpack. Although he jumped, the backpack bumped against the wall, causing him to slide down. Help! 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 Zombies on the right side of the wall rushed at the commotion. Su Jianyan, crouching on the wall, had no choice but to brandish his axe. Climbing over the wall, having escaped death, the man patted his chest. That scared me to death. My name is Jifeng. What's yours? The man's name was clearly not his real name. Su Jianyan immediately regretted saving the man. This Jinibu, adolescent delusions of grandeur, was no good. Don't follow me. Su Jianyan jumped off the wall and quickly headed across the street. Although it was Jinibu, the man's ability to appear here alone clearly indicated he had some skill, so there was no need for him to interfere. Besides, his current situation wasn't suitable for taking anyone back. Before, he had nothing, so it didn't matter. But now that he had that water, he naturally had to be careful. It wasn't that he was unwilling to share. He wouldn't lose out even if he shared some of the several tons of water. He was worried that the other party might find him a nuisance. The man followed, chattering incessantly. Haven't you heard of me? I'm quite famous. Have you heard of the Gale Squad? I'm their captain. Where are you going? I thought no one dared to enter this city except me. You also hid here because you're hiding? Su Jianyan stopped and looked over. The man almost stopped himself. Why doesn't anyone dare to enter the city? Su Jianyan asked. You don't know? The man was surprised. Then what are you doing here? Without waiting for an answer, Su Jianyan turned and continued forward. The man quickly followed. Nearly 10 days ago. Centered on this city. All the zombie kings from more than 10 nearby cities rushed this way. That means there are at least a dozen zombie kings in the city now. Su Jianyan's steps immediately halted again. More than 10? Yes. It's in complete chaos outside. The man said. Only me. No one else would dare to come in. Su Jianyan frowned, scrutinizing the man. He seemed quite unreliable. So the credibility of his words was naturally low. Why would I lie to you? The man demanded. Su Jianyan thought about it. That made sense. But then he wondered. What were those corpse kings doing here, and nearly 10 days ago? Wasn't that the same day he and Li Limu encountered those two corpse kings? Su Jianyan recalled the strange behavior of the black beast and the white-clad man. Was it because of that? Seeing Su Jianyan's interest, the man perked up and quickly said, Everyone outside is speculating about what happened here. The most interesting theory is that something inside might be summoning them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have all come at the same time. As for what's summoning them, there's another theory. It might be a corpse king after its third evolution. A king of corpse kings or something like that. A third evolution? Su Jianyan had never heard this before. Everyone outside says those awakened zombies, the zombie king, are evolving. Since its evolution, no one said it can only evolve twice. Su Jianyan couldn't refute this for a moment. Actually, I'm quite interested in seeing that thing. Su Jianyan raised an eyebrow. I heard that the intelligent form that evolves into a zombie king looks exactly like a human, and can even talk. Don't you find that weird? Evolving is one thing, but ending up looking like a human? What's the point? If a second evolutionary zombie king is like this, what would a third evolutionary be like? 3 heads and 6 arms. Or superpowers? Have you ever seen an intelligent zombie king? I haven't. And I really like to. Su Jianyan wasn't very interested in this topic, and turned to continue forward. There are intelligent zombie kings in this city. If you want to see one, you can go look for them. Seeing Su Jianyan leave, the man instinctively tried to chase after him. But after taking 2 steps and hearing Su Jianyan's words, he almost stepped on his own foot. How can you be so sure? You seen one? Su Jianyan ignored him, and continued forward at full speed. As he moved, he thought, if what the man said was true, it meant there were now more than 10 zombie kings in the city. He had previously planned to stay in the city, but now it seemed best to abandon that idea as soon as possible. But since he was already here, he decided to take the light bulbs back with him. Light bulbs were harder to find than water. If he didn't take them now, it would be difficult to come back for them later. You still haven't told me your name? The man caught up. Since we're so destined to meet, I tell you my real name. I'm Li Xiaofeng. Don't tell anyone. I still think Gale suits me better. 40 minutes later, Su Jianyan saw the building in the distance. They were very close to where they had encountered the 2 zombie kings, and Su Jianyan became increasingly cautious, crossing the street and circling around to the back of the building. Su Jianyan quickly went upstairs. The building was the same as before. On the 3rd floor, the door was tightly closed. Su Jianyan skillfully pried open the door. Entering the room, seeing the blankets scattered on the floor, Li Xiaofeng was stunned. You live here? Su Jianyan quickly found the light bulb behind the sofa. The light bulb was easily broken. The shopkeeper had wrapped the items in foam when shipping, and outside the foam and packaging were 2 wooden strips to prevent breakage. Su Jianyan tore off a piece of clothing and tied it to his back. Finally, he quickly went downstairs. There was only a little over an hour left before dark. Where are you going? Li Xiaofeng was just about to put the things down to rest when he saw this, and had to put them back on. Su Jianyan, who had already left, stopped and looked back. Are you planning to leave the city? This was the first time Su Jianyan had proactively asked Li Xiaofeng about his own affairs. And Li Xiaofeng immediately nodded. Yes. Su Jianyan nodded. Want to come along? He could only carry so much weight alone. And even with the man, they wouldn't be able to carry much water. Li Xiaofeng looked quite strong. Li Xiaofeng was speechless. Su Jianyan's attitude had changed too quickly. Sure, but there's something I need to tell you first. What is it? Ahem, actually, I was chased in here. Those guys were so stupid. I couldn't stand them. So I secretly took some of their things. The things were quite important. Li Xiaofeng patted the backpack hanging on his stomach with a proud look on his face. Su Jianyan frowned and remained silent. Li Xiaofeng didn't seem inherently bad. And that was why he had just suggested leaving together. But if Li Xiaofeng stole something, especially something important, simply because he disliked the other person, then he had to reconsider. Perhaps it was Su Jianyan's gaze that was too direct and intimidating. But Li Xiaofeng's smile faltered. He scratched his head. We were originally on the same team. But there's this guy who keeps picking on me, even accusing me of stealing supplies from the team. I explained to them, but they wouldn't listen. So This sounded like something Li Xiaofeng would do. How many are there? Su Jianyan asked. About 50. Su Jianyan assessed the situation and, realizing he could win, didn't linger. Stay close to me. He had originally planned to return tomorrow, given the heavy snow and wind at night. But now, he wanted to get back as soon as possible. Oh, okay. Li Xiaofeng followed. He had already traveled the route once, and although he hadn't memorized it completely due to the distance, he still had a general impression. That saved a lot of time. More than 3 hours later, the snow was already ankle-deep. Su Jianyan's hands, feet, and ears were numb and aching from the cold when he finally saw the industrial area ahead. Su Jianyan led the way towards the factory. Inside the house, the man had already woken up. Gurgle. Seeing Su Jianyan return, the man's eyes immediately lit up. This is where you live. Li Xiaofeng brushed the snow off his clothes. Seeing Li Xiaofeng, the man's already bright eyes shone even brighter. Su Jianyan brought him food? Li Xiaofeng, who had already stepped inside, froze. The man was clearly an awakened zombie. The man knew Su Jianyan. Su Jianyan had previously mentioned there was an intelligent zombie king in the city and had told him to go find it. Could Su Jianyan be that intelligent zombie king? Otherwise, he really couldn't understand why Su Jianyan would keep an awakened zombie in his place. A strange fetish? Chapter 27. Su Jianyan put down his backpack, brushed the snow off his clothes, and headed for the bed. It was at least minus 40 degrees Celsius outside. If he didn't warm up quickly, he could easily get frostbite. The man got up and went towards Li Xiaofeng. Li Xiaofeng had already pulled back the foot he was about to step into the room. He gave an awkward but polite smile. How about I come back tomorrow? Gulp. Seeing the brain near his mouth, the man tried to run away, his eyes darkening as he lunged. Su Jianyan reacted quickly, grabbing the rope on his wrist. Stopped. The man turned back, drooling. That's not for you to eat, Su Jianyan said. Gulp. The light in the man's eyes faded, replaced by a hint of grievance. But he was really hungry. Li Xiaofeng, thou already at the ready, twitched his lips. He was pleased that Su Jianyan had stopped the man. But why did his words sound so strange? It was as if Su Jianyan had actually captured someone and fed them to that man. Su Jianyan looked at the doorway, wondering whether Li Xiaofeng should come in or not. If not, he closed the door for him. It was drafty and cold. Understanding Su Jianyan's meaning, Li Xiaofeng's lips twitched again. But he didn't leave immediately. Instead, caught in a dilemma. The man was clearly an awakened zombie, and every cell in his body screamed fear and a desire to flee. But after the fear, a touch of curiosity inevitably crept into his heart. For nearly 4 months since the virus outbreak, he had joined 5 or 6 survival teams of varying sizes. Thanks to his archery skills, he had even organized a team of over 100 people, eventually becoming one of the captains of the largest amusement park survival team in the vicinity. Enjoying immense prestige for a time, his rich experience made him quite knowledgeable. But someone like Su Jianyan was a first for him. Su Jianyan was clearly human. His coldness was proof enough. But a human living with an awakened zombie. And that awakened zombie clearly obeyed Su Jianyan. He could attribute Su Jianyan's earlier axe wielding to the zombie's recent awakening, and Su Jianyan's exceptional strength to that. But to make an awakened zombie obey? That was impossible. Li Xiaofeng gritted his teeth and went inside. After closing the door, he didn't dare approach Su Jianyan, instead hiding along the wall in a corner completely opposite to Su Jianyan's. Su Jianyan wrapped himself in a blanket, rubbing his hands and feet. The man sat obediently beside him. Li Xiaofeng stared at the two for a while, and seeing that Su Jianyan could indeed control the man, his tense nerves slowly relaxed. He took off the 3 backpacks hanging from his body and sat down in the corner. Do you have any more blankets? Li Xiaofeng asked. No. Li Xiaofeng blinked. Su Jianyan had 3 blankets, one on top of the other, and 2 under his. Su Jianyan ignored him. Of the 2 of them, only Li Xiaofeng was freezing. If he shared his blankets, wouldn't there be one more person freezing? He didn't dislike Li Xiaofeng, but Li Xiaofeng seemed very resilient. There was no need to feel sorry for him. Li Xiaofeng pursed his lips. Stingy. The next moment, as if remembering something, he opened one of the backpacks and took out a small smokeless stove. Can you light it? He asked. Looking around, the curtains were drawn, and there didn't seem to be any zombies nearby. This was the second floor, with buildings in front and behind. As long as there weren't any particularly bright open flames, it shouldn't be a big problem. However, this was ultimately Su Jianyan's territory. Okay. Su Jianyan agreed, turning back to retrieve his rice cooker inner pot and an unopened bottle of mineral water from the left side of the bed. Then got up and went over. Seeing Su Jianyan approach, Li Xiaofeng's first reaction was wariness, until he clearly saw what Su Jianyan was holding, especially when he saw the bottle of mineral water. His Adam's apple involuntarily bobbed. Can I exchange some water with you? Li Xiaofeng said. I have a lot of medicine, painkillers and anti-inflammatory drugs. Su Jianyan was somewhat surprised. In this environment, medicine was more precious than food. After all, every household had some food, but not everyone had medicine, especially painkillers and anti-inflammatory drugs, which were even scarcer resources. Li Xiaofeng quickly opened the backpack that had been hanging on his chest. The bag was full of medicine. He quickly found a box of painkillers and a box of anti-inflammatory pills, then took out a strip from each. Give me both, and I give you half a bottle of water. Su Jianyan unscrewed the water bottle and poured it all into the pot, preparing to drink some hot water. You're taking advantage of our misfortune. Li Xiaofeng felt a pang of regret. Survival teams often exchange supplies. The current rate is 1 pill for 1 bottle of water, and he had already given them more than he should. Su Jianyan took the charcoal from the smokeless stove to light a fire. Then forget it. Li Xiaofeng had previously mentioned that the things in the backpack were stolen. Li Xiaofeng's expression changed instantly. I was just joking with you. As he spoke, he proactively took a lighter from his backpack and handed it to Su Jianyan. The fire quickly ignited, and Su Jianyan immediately placed the pot on it. The smokeless stove used charcoal, producing little smoke and little flame. Su Jianyan didn't leave but sat down beside the stove to examine the wounds on his hands, intending to take his medicine later. After unwrapping the bandages, his hands were covered in scabs. His wounds had already scabbed over during his unconsciousness, but because they had reopened multiple times, and he hadn't used any medicine at the time, this recovery was already quite good. Ouch. What happened to you? Li Xiaofeng looked on, with pain. Fighting zombies. Li Xiaofeng was speechless. The next moment, he turned back and pulled out a roll of gauze from his backpack where he kept his medicine. This is for you. Su Jianyan glanced at him, but didn't refuse. After checking, Su Jianyan wrapped the area with gauze, then picked up the previous strips of cloth and rewrapped them to prevent accidental contact with zombie blood. The water quickly began to steam. Su Jianyan didn't plan to wait for it to boil. Seeing this, Li Xiaofeng picked up an empty bottle from the ground, cut off the top, and made a cup. Su Jianyan shared half with him as promised. The temperature outside was already -40 or 50 degrees Celsius, almost freezing. The temperature inside was slightly higher, but still below -30 degrees Celsius. After a sip of hot water, Su Jianyan felt completely refreshed. Li Xiaofeng held the cup and sipped slowly until the water was almost cold before finally drinking the rest. We leave here first thing tomorrow morning, Su Jianyan said, getting up. Okay. Su Jianyan lay back down on the bed. Li Xiaofeng tended the smokeless stove to warm himself, keeping a wary eye on the man as he did so, clearly not intending to let his guard down. The next day, when Su Jianyan woke up, the snow had stopped. Li Xiaofeng was huddled between 3 backpacks, drooling in his sleep. Su Jianyan didn't disturb him and quietly went out. 10 minutes later, he returned with a backpack full of bottled water. After putting the things away, Su Jianyan deliberately made a noise. Li Xiaofeng rolled over and went back to sleep. Su Jianyan's axe clattered to the ground. Hearing the noise, Li Xiaofeng finally woke up. How much food do you have left? Su Jianyan asked. Li Xiaofeng wiped his drool, turned to grab his bag. Not much. I'd been on the run. There were only 2 of them, so they could only carry a limited amount of supplies. Leaving the city would take at least 10 days. so it was better to distribute supplies together for easy replenishment along the way. Li Xiaofeng indeed didn't have much. 5 small bags of sakama, a type of Chinese pastry, 2 small bags of raisins, 1 bag of chocolate, and 1 bag of spicy rice crackers. Su Jianyan glanced at the bag briefly, then picked it up. Seeing the backpack full of water, Li Xiaofeng immediately perked up. Where did you get this? Then, remembering how Su Jianyan had traded half a bottle of water for 2 boxes of medicine last night, his face contorted in disgust. He felt like he'd been tricked. Su Jianyan searched the room again, bringing back the remaining rice and snacks he found in the clothing factory's dormitory. Su Jianyan didn't eat much, but more than Li Xiaofeng. And more importantly, he had a huge backpack full of water. We each take half. Su Jianyan took out half a bottle of water, afraid that Su Jianyan would change his mind. Li Xiaofeng quickly stuffed the water into his own backpack. Su Jianyan also took the fill light. A few minutes later, Su Jianyan led the way out the door. The sun hadn't risen yet, and the air was still chilly. Leaving the factory, Su Jianyan looked around before leading the way towards the nearest city outskirts. Li Xiaofeng had the ability to show off. His speed and strength surpassed that of Imo Duolin and Li Limu's group. He could handle 1 or 2 zombies on his own, making them far more efficient than when they were with Imo Duolin and Li Limu. By midday, they were far from the previous area. Su Jianyan found a nearby residential building. Upon reaching the top, Li Xiaofeng immediately collapsed to the ground. His physical abilities were good. He had always been the one taking care of others in the team. But compared to Su Jianyan, he was far inferior. At first, he had the energy to subtly compete with Su Jianyan, but later he was only focused on not falling behind. After enduring the midday heat, the two set off again around 3 p.m. As night fell, upon finding temporary shelter, Li Xiaofeng collapsed to the ground, too weak to eat or drink. Su Jianyan ignored him, taking advantage of the remaining darkness to wander around the building, hoping to find something to eat. Knowing there were more than 2 zombie kings in the city, Su Jianyan became increasingly cautious. But perhaps because the city was so vast, they didn't see anything unusual even by nightfall. 5 days later, they finally left the central area and entered the outskirts. Unlike the towering buildings everywhere in the city center, the buildings in the outskirts were mostly only 5 or 6 stories high and quite old. In an alleyway, Su Jianyan was about to continue when he was grabbed. Li Xiaofeng, drenched in sweat and looking like he was about to cry, said, "I can't run anymore." Su Jianyan glanced at the sun, which wasn't even overhead yet. "It's still early. No, I really can't run anymore." Li Xiaofeng didn't care about being embarrassed anymore. His legs were trembling. Su Jianyan glanced towards the direction outside the city. If they moved quickly, they could leave in 3 days at most, which made his heart race uncontrollably. He had already tried to leave twice before, but had been stopped each time. "We're already here. We definitely get out. Don't worry." Before Li Xiaofeng could finish speaking, Su Jianyan abruptly pulled him and the man into a nearby stairwell. Li Xiaofeng was startled. Hiding, Li Xiaofeng looked at Su Jianyan, asking what was going on. Looking over, he saw that Su Jianyan's face was extremely ugly, and he was glaring at him. Li Xiaofeng was a jinx. Li Xiaofeng was speechless. The next moment, he secretly peeked around the corner. At the end of the alley, a man in a white tracksuit was walking by. Beside him stood a zombie that was clearly awakened. Li Xiaofeng pulled his head back. That was, Su Jianyan nodded slightly, an intelligent zombie king, and coincidentally, the same one that had fought the black beast earlier. Li Xiaofeng's Adam's apple bobbed, and his muscles tensed. Su Jianyan also had an awakened zombie beside him, but the two gave him completely different feelings. The man sent chills down his spine. Crossing the street to its end, the man in white entered one of the buildings. On the 3rd floor, the man in white knocked on the door. The door was tightly shut, and no one answered. The man took 2 steps back, and the next moment, the door was smashed open. At the same time, gunshots rang out, amidst a hail of bullets. The awakened zombie that had been ramming the door stood in front of the man in white. Shielding him, the man in white looked into the house. Inside were over 50 people dressed in identical black overcoats. But the one he was looking for was nowhere to be seen. The man frowned, then turned and left. The ordinary zombies he had sent out had discovered the presence of people and rushed over immediately, only to be disappointed. The awakened zombies followed immediately. The gunfire subsided, then stopped. Seeing the empty doorway, the group of people, their faces pale with fear and thinking they were doomed, exchanged bewildered glances. They were confused. The man was clearly not human. Yet he had barged in and then left just like that. At the other end of the street, a man and a woman frowned. He's looking for a human. For the past 2 weeks since they entered the city, they had searched every inch of it. But no matter how hard they looked, they couldn't find the one who had summoned them. As time went on, they even began to doubt whether their feelings that day had been an illusion. Just when they were at their wits' end, they noticed that the man in white was also searching for something. As an intelligent person, the man should have known that cooperation was the best option. But he refused, and then continued searching. They couldn't help but wonder if he knew something. Now it seemed they were right. But why a human? Upon hearing the gunshot, Su Jianyan and Li Xiaofeng immediately moved in the opposite direction, trying to get as far away from the zombies as possible before they swarmed in. They were lucky. The alleyway they chose didn't see any zombies. After running for more than 10 minutes, completely away from that area, the two finally stopped. The sun was high overhead. The heat was intense, and they needed to find a place to rest as soon as possible. Li Xiaofeng looked back with some worry. The people chasing you? Su Jianyan chose a building and led the way upstairs. Very likely. Li Xiaofeng tried to smile, but couldn't. He hadn't expected those people to actually have the guts to follow him in. He didn't like some of them, but he didn't want them dead. Living in this environment was already difficult enough, and many of them might even be from his former team. I go check. Li Xiaofeng stopped. Su Jianyan, who was heading upstairs, also stopped. As if making a decision, Li Xiaofeng took off his backpack containing medicine. Can you leave this here? Wait for me here until tomorrow morning. If I'm not back by tomorrow morning, you don't need to wait anymore. And you can have this too. Su Jianyan remained silent. If he could, he just wanted to get out of the city as soon as possible. Li Xiaofeng, seeing Su Jianyan's tacit approval, put down his backpack and turned to go downstairs. Su Jianyan's lips parted, but he ultimately said nothing. He didn't know those people, so he could pretend not to know. But if it were Mo Duolin or Li Lingmu, he would definitely go back. Su Jianyan took 2 steps downstairs, picked up the backpack, and continued upstairs. One of the rooms on the 3rd floor was empty. After marking the door, Su Jianyan pried it open and went inside. The temperature was already very high. When Su Jianyan sat down against the wall, he felt as if his internal organs were on fire. The man sat down next to Su Jianyan. The man was icy cold, and Su Jianyan couldn't help but move closer to him. Usually, it was the man who initiated contact with Su Jianyan. This was the first time Su Jianyan had willingly sat next to him. The man immediately let out happy babbling sounds. Su Jianyan quickly became drowsy, and the babbling sounds became incredibly soothing. When he woke up, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. He leaned against the man, who was already asleep against him, perhaps due to not having eaten zombies and lacking human energy. The man had been quite sleepy since his injury. Su Jianyan nudged the man. He was indeed fast asleep. Li Xiaofeng hadn't returned yet. Not in a hurry to leave. Su Jianyan simply didn't disturb him further, instead checking his wounds. Over a week had passed, and most of the man's wounds had healed, except for noticeable gashes on his legs and abdomen, especially on his legs. Previously, the flesh on his arm had only been torn, but after he tied it back up, it slowly healed. Now, the flesh on his leg was completely gone. Feeling the dent through his pants, Su Jianyan hesitated. Even if the man was an awakened zombie, he could feel pain now. Perhaps he shouldn't be so selfish. No. Suddenly, someone spoke, startling Su Jianyan. There was no one else in the room. Only the man who had woken up sometime earlier. The man was still mumbling incoherently. Su Jianyan breathed a sigh of relief. He pushed the man away and stood up. I go for a walk around the building. These past few days, they had spent as much time as possible traveling, and food had been scarce. Now that he finally had a chance, he naturally wanted to explore. The man immediately tried to get up. Su Jianyan pressed him back down. If you're not going, you stay here. The man looked utterly listless. Su Jianyan was in a good mood, a smile playing on his lips. He grabbed his axe and was about to leave. After taking 2 steps, He heard footsteps. He turned around and saw the man following him. Ah! He wanted to follow Su Jianyan. Su Jianyan had no choice but to let him. The city was too large. Not many survival teams dared to enter. But as food outside dwindled, many desperate individuals came here to try their luck. Ma Duran and Li Limu were among them. This meant that food was increasingly scarce in the outer areas. Su Jianyan searched the building but found nothing to eat. Li Xiaofeng hadn't returned. And it was still early. So Su Jianyan decided to check the building next door. It wasn't just his building that had been searched. The entire area had been searched. And the building next door was in the same state. Returning empty-handed once again, Su Jianyan couldn't help but worry about the future. Before, when he was in the city center, food wasn't easy to find. But with enough time, he could always find some. Here, however, it was clearly different. It had been completely ransacked. Not a single grain of rice left. If even a large city like this was like this, one could only imagine the situation in the villages and towns outside. He might even starve to death if he went out. Su Jianyan remembered the 4 supplementary lighting tubes he had brought. He had to find a place to test them as soon as possible. Waiting until he was completely out of resources would be too late. Plants need time to grow. Before that, he needed to find soil and seeds. Su Jianyan looked towards the outskirts of the city. The city was surrounded by mountains and forests. Surely someone would be growing vegetables. The vegetables in the fields had definitely mutated. But those people might have seeds at home. The question now is whether the survival teams coming to find food will take the seeds with them. After all, if he can think of this, others certainly can too. Pondering this, Su Jianyan became impatient. He looked again in the direction Li Xiaofeng had left. The gunshots only rang out briefly, then fell silent, leaving it unclear whether those people were all dead or had escaped. If Li Xiaofeng didn't return by nightfall, he would go check on him. To cultivate crops, one person alone certainly wouldn't be enough. After all, establishing the base alone was a massive undertaking. In the apocalypse, encountering a living person is not easy. Before that, Su Jianyan glanced at the man who had been eagerly following behind him, then headed into the stairwell to find zombies. There was no food, but zombies were everywhere. In less than 10 minutes, Su Jianyan had taken down 4. Eat. Su Jianyan piled the corpses in the stairwell, then stepped back and sat on the steps. The man pounced almost immediately. The scene was quite gruesome. Perhaps he'd gotten used to it from seeing it so often. But seeing the man eat so heartily, Su Jianyan actually started to feel hungry too. Food was chronically scarce, and the feeling of hunger had been with him almost since he woke up. But this time the feeling was exceptionally strong, even making his hands tremble. Su Jianyan looked away. 10 minutes later, the man finally finished eating. Su Jianyan dusted himself off and led the way downstairs. As he passed the man suddenly pulled something out of his pocket like a treasure. Su Jianyan didn't need to look to know what it was. I don't want it. You eat it. The man stuffed the pig brain into his pocket. He wanted to save it for later when he was hungry. Su Jianyan only let him eat it after a long time. Don't put it in your pocket. Su Jianyan looked disgusted. If you don't want it, throw it away. Scolded. The man muttered a couple of words and stuffed it into his mouth. Su Jianyan went downstairs first. A moment later, the man came down. Su Jianyan led the way back to their building. Li Xiaofeng still hadn't returned. There was only about an hour left until dark. Upon entering, Su Jianyan took some sakama, a type of Chinese pastry, and started eating. He was clearly very hungry, and the sakama tasted good. But for some reason, he found it hard to swallow. After finishing, he drank about half a bottle of water to wash away the taste. And only then did he feel a little better. The sun was already just a golden rim. Su Jianyan looked at the man while waiting. Having eaten and drunk his fill, the man was nodding off. Noticing the gaze, the man looked up. Seeing Su Jianyan looking at his leg, the man said, "Ugh, no, it doesn't hurt." Su Jianyan, who was in a daze, froze, and the next moment a chill ran from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. Has the man finally developed a brain? He told me not to eat random things. Chapter 28. Su Jianyan gripped the axe handle at his side, his muscles tensing. The man showed no aggression. In fact, he seemed to be in a good mood. Having eaten and drunk his fill, Su Jianyan was even showing concern for him. Su Jinyan's tense nerves slowly relaxed. Calming down, Su Jinyan's mind started working again. And the look he gave the man was complex. Awakened zombies are divided into two types, intelligent and powerful. Powerful zombies are more common. And after awakening, they all evolve into non-human animal forms. Intelligent zombies retain their human appearance. And only intelligent zombies can speak. Since the man can speak, he must be intelligent. Intelligent zombies don't have the awkward transition period of powerful zombies into animal forms. Which is a good thing. At least they won't be an eyesore. But with a man's intelligence, enough to recognize him as one of their own, intelligent. Ah. After uttering only 2 words, the man entered another phase of incomprehensible babbling. As they spoke, he moved closer to Su Jianyan, wanting to sit next to him. Su Jianyan didn't stop him. There was still some time before dark. After eating, the man started to feel sleepy. And soon, he rested his head on Su Jianyan's shoulder and fell asleep. Half an hour later, the sun set. Darkness quickly descended, along with a chill. Another half hour later, when snowflakes began to fall, Su Jianyan woke him. The backpack Li Xiaofeng had left him was a hiking backpack, crammed full, and quite cumbersome to carry. Su Jianyan simply let the man carry it. The man seemed to misunderstand that Su Jianyan was giving him the backpack, cooperating fully, making happy gurgling sounds in his throat. Don't lose it. Su Jianyan fastened the buttons on his abdomen for him. Gulp. The man touched the buttons, treating them like precious treasures. Su Jianyan led the way to the door. The door opened, and Su Jianyan was about to go downstairs when he heard a noise. The noise came from downstairs. Very faint, but it was probably footsteps. And more than one. Su Jianyan didn't speak, retreating back inside to wait quietly. Half a minute later, Li Xiaofeng appeared in the hallway. He didn't return alone. A long trail of followers followed behind him. Those men were wearing matching black overcoats, backpacks, and gloves. They were clearly well-trained. It wasn't safe outside, so Su Jianyan stepped back to let the group in. Upon entering, the group of men in black immediately noticed the man's backpack. Give it back to us. One of them reached out directly. The man immediately bared his teeth. It was given to him by Su Jianyan. No one could take it away. Seeing this, the group of men in black were stunned. A moment later, in the dim moonlight, they could barely make out the man's pale skin. And they finally understood what was happening. Their hearts raced instantly. And in a panic, they retreated towards the door, simultaneously raising their guns. What's going on? An awakened zombie? An awakened zombie. The man was carrying a backpack. Something an awakened zombie would never do. Which was why they hadn't recognized him at first. Ha! Just an awakened zombie. And you're so scared. Li Xiaofeng mocked without any politeness. Hearing Li Xiaofeng mention awakened zombie, confirming that the man was indeed an awakened zombie, the group of men in black, who had been somewhat uncertain, tensed up even more. Li Xiaofeng grew increasingly smug. Look at you guys. So pathetic. Su Jianyan glanced at him with a hint of melancholy. Li Xiaofeng wasn't like this before. Noticing the gaze, Li Xiaofeng coughed awkwardly and changed the subject. Anyway, like I said, I given him the item. As for whether you can get it back, that's up to you. With that, Li Xiaofeng sat down to the side, seemingly no longer concerned with the matter. The group of men in black were all gathered at the doorway. They desperately wanted to escape, but the packet of medicine was far too important to them. In this environment, a single anti-inflammatory pill could be a lifesaver. If it weren't for this, they wouldn't have risked chasing him into the city. Among the group of men in black, a man in his 40s glared at Li Xiaofeng before steeling himself and looking at Su Jianyan. My name is Zhang Yu, captain of the first squad of the Paradise Survival Team. Those medicines belong to our team. Could you please return them to us? Or what are your conditions? We fulfill them if we can. He didn't understand what was going on between Su Jianyan and the awakened zombie. But since Li Xiaofeng dared to enter, it meant the situation was under control. Su Jianyan glanced at Li Xiaofeng. Seeing that Li Xiaofeng seemed genuinely willing to let him make the decision, he thought for a moment and said, Take me out of the city. I return them to you after we're out. They only had about 3 days' journey left to leave the city. The journey wasn't too long. But ever since he saw the white-clad zombie king during the day, he had had a bad feeling. Zhang Yu paused for a moment, then breathed a sigh of relief. There's a zombie king in the city. So you absolutely can't shoot unless it's a last resort. The man next to Su Jianyan is clearly an awakened zombie. So killing him without shooting is practically impossible. Su Jianyan's conditions weren't exactly difficult. Although they didn't know why Su Jianyan was there. He was alone. And being alone in this environment was inconvenient. They had guns. So it wasn't surprising he wanted to rely on them. Okay. Zhang Yu agreed. The group of men didn't lower their guns. Zhang Yu looked at the man beside Su Jianyan. He's from my team. Su Jianyan didn't explain. Heading straight for one of the bedrooms. The snow had started falling. Even if they wanted to leave, they couldn't. They could only wait for dawn. Seeing Su Jianyan enter the room, the man immediately followed. Upon entering, Su Jianyan placed his backpack beside the bed and opened the wardrobe to find a blanket. It was too cold at night. One blanket wasn't enough. Seeing this, Li Xiaofeng got up and went to another bedroom. Sleeping on a bed was much more comfortable than sleeping on the floor. There was a spare blanket in the wardrobe. Su Jianyan spread out the blankets, glanced at Zhang Yu and his group still standing at the door watching them, closed the door, got into bed, and went to sleep. The man followed suit and climbed into bed. Even lying down, he didn't take off his backpack, leaving it slung over his back. At the doorway, witnessing this scene, the group of men in black all turned to Zhang Yu, their scalps tingling. Captain, go check the room across the hall. We stay across. Send 2 more people to guard it tonight, Zhang Yu said. Even if the awakened zombie hadn't shown any intention to attack, they couldn't possibly share a room with him. The group exchanged glances, then immediately sprang into action. He slept soundly through the night. The next day, as soon as the snow stopped, the group got up. After a short rest, they went downstairs. This way, Zhang Yu led the way, choosing the opposite direction from the intelligent zombie king they encountered yesterday. It wasn't the shortest route out of the city. Su Jianyan hesitated for a moment, but followed anyway. What about the gunshots yesterday? Su Jianyan asked. Yesterday at noon, we were just about to rest when an intelligent zombie king suddenly kicked down our door. Zhang Yu continued, still full of doubt. He seemed to be looking for something. After kicking down the door, he just looked at us and left. Looking for something? Yes. Su Jianyan frowned. The fact that he specifically kicked down the door to look for something meant that the man in white knew where Zhang Yu and the others were. But if his goal was clear, why would he specifically search in a crowd? Was what he was looking for only found in crowds? Was he looking for a person? Su Jianyan suddenly had an absurd guess. Was the man in white looking for him? Because he had escaped earlier? But he was just an unlucky guy who appeared in the wrong place at the wrong time. Surely he wouldn't do that. Zhang Yu's group was clearly a specially trained elite team. Their movements were silent, and their coordination excellent. Although their speed was limited because they couldn't deal with zombies as quickly as he and Li Xiaofeng. Their overall efficiency was quite high. After observing for a while, Su Jianyan simply blended into the group and didn't stand out. Li Xiaofeng did the same. No one said anything because Su Jianyan wasn't involved. They weren't familiar with Su Jianyan and didn't know his situation. And besides, Su Jianyan had an awakened zombie with him. They didn't want to provoke him if they could avoid it. While Li Xiaofeng wasn't involved, many people in the team had darkened expressions. Beside Zhang Yu, a man in his 30s, who looked at least as a deputy captain, kept turning around to look around the corner. A zombie suddenly lunged. Everyone jumped in fright. But the group reacted quickly. The 2 closest to it used their backpacks to pin it against the wall, while the others grabbed their weapons. 5 or 6 minutes later, the zombie collapsed. The group remained shaken. Let's go, Zhang Yu said, leading the way. The man who kept turning back didn't follow beside him, but deliberately lagged 2 steps behind, walking alongside Li Xiaofeng. Still angry? Li Xiaofeng ignored him. Zhang Yu and the others all looked over. What happened before was indeed my fault. I shouldn't have blamed you without evidence. I apologize, the man said sincerely. Li Xiaofeng quickened his pace, walking alongside Su Jianyan. Ignored again? The man smiled bitterly. Seeing this, the others couldn't take it anymore. Captain Liao, you don't need to apologize to him. He's the captain. The discrepancy in his team's supplies is his problem. Exactly. He can't even criticize the accounts? Li Xiaofeng's face turned ashen. He opened his mouth to say something, but swallowed it back. Li Xiaofeng didn't say anything, But the man called Captain Liao immediately spoke up. You can't say that. Although there are indeed some problems with the accounts, his abilities are undeniable. I should have investigated first. Hearing this, the others who had spoken earlier fell silent. But their expressions were noticeably more unpleasant than before. Li Xiaofeng's expression was the same. Su Jianyan turned around and glanced at him. The man called Captain Liao seemed quite amiable. But what he said was quite interesting. They were clearly discussing Li Xiaofeng's accounting errors. Yet he inexplicably said his abilities were undeniable. As if to say that Li Xiaofeng's abilities justified his mistakes and deserved leniency. Such things are not uncommon, whether before or after the apocalypse. But to bring it up directly is another matter entirely. Moreover, given Li Xiaofeng's show-off personality, there were probably already many people in their team who disliked him. And now this has happened. Su Jianyan even began to doubt whether there really was something wrong with the accounts. Noticing Su Jianyan's gaze, the man called team leader Liao smiled at him. Just as Su Jianyan was about to look away, the group of people who had gone to scout ahead hurriedly returned. The group fell silent instantly, everyone looking over. The men didn't speak, only quickly making a retreat gesture. No one asked for the specific reason. The group immediately headed back the way they came, wanting to leave first. However, they had only run a few steps when a distinctly unusual figure appeared at the end of the alley. It was a zombie king. It was over 3 meters tall, covered in fur, shaped like a monkey, but with claws and teeth. It seemed to have sensed something, moving around while searching. Before the monkey could turn around, Su Jianyan and his group quickly rushed back to the corner they had been at. After hiding, Su Jianyan peeked out from the corner. The monkey was gone. On the other side of the row of buildings, Zhang Yu also peeked out. The next moment, he quickly gestured to retreat. The monkey ran to the front of the row of buildings. Su Jianyan and his group immediately retreated to the back of the row of buildings. Half a minute later, everyone had retreated to the back of the row of buildings. After hiding, Zhang Yu peeked out again. The monkey was nowhere to be seen on the street. The group waited patiently. 1 minute, 2 minutes, almost 3 minutes had passed, and there was still no movement on the street. Zhang Yu looked away and let out a breath. It must be gone. Seeing this, the others breathed a sigh of relief. What happened? Zhang Yu asked the two who had gone to scout ahead. We saw it as soon as we rounded the corner, one of them said. Let's go. Liao Su reminded them. There were more than a dozen zombie kings in the city. Even in a large city, the chances of encountering one were still high. Zhang Yu led the way onto the street. Almost simultaneously, something dripped onto his head, and he instinctively looked up. A huge, furry face was looking at them from above. The monkey zombie king they thought had left had somehow climbed up the row of buildings behind them, and was now hanging down from the roof, watching them. Seeing Zhang Yu stop, the others also looked up. Before they could react, the monkey suddenly opened its mouth and bit them. Ah! A scream immediately rang out as 2 people who hadn't had time to dodge were bitten. Shen Yi. Zhang Yu tried to save them, but before he could grab the legs of the 2 people being bitten, the legs fell off. Hot blood splattered down with them, facing death at close range. Everyone was stunned. The next moment, many raised their hands to fire. Don't shoot! Su Jianyan stopped them. There were more than 10 zombie kings in the city. If they fired, they might attract even more. Run! Zhang Yu understood this and quickly warned. The group immediately ran towards the street. Before they even entered the street, darkness enveloped them. The monkey zombie king was quite large, but incredibly fast. The group immediately ran back. The monkey chased them into an alley. A muffled groan came as the last runner was trampled to the ground. Whoosh! An arrow flew, striking the monkey's leg precisely. Squeak! The monkey cried out in pain, lifting its leg. The trampled man immediately scrambled to his feet. However, before he could run far, the monkey pounced again. Li Xiaofeng's arrow had enraged it. This time, the monkey's claws pierced the back of the man on the ground. Killing that man wasn't enough. It took a few quick steps, and with a few swipes of its claws, 5 or 6 people fell to the ground. Ah! A scream filled the air, accompanied by the stench of blood. At the same time, the monkey pounced on them again. The monkey was far faster than them. Without the ability to fire, they had no chance of escape. This can't go on. Shoot in the eyes. Su Jianyan, who was running forward, suddenly turned around. his axe flashing in his hand. The monkey hadn't expected Su Jianyan to turn around. By the time it reacted, Su Jianyan's axe had already struck its shin. Pain shot through it, and it immediately screamed and retreated. Equally surprised by Su Jianyan's turn was Li Xiaofeng and his group. Realizing what was happening, Li Xiaofeng immediately drew his bow and fired an arrow. Whoosh! The arrow struck the monkey precisely in the right eye. Having hit it, Li Xiaofeng turned to run. But before he could take a step, he caught a glimpse of Su Jianyan out of the corner of his eye. Su Jianyan wasn't running. Instead, he was charging towards him. Li Xiaofeng's lips twitched violently. Su Jianyan was a reckless fool. That was the Corpse King, he cursed inwardly. But Li Xiaofeng still quickly drew his bow and knocked an arrow. Su Jianyan swung his axe a second time. But this time he missed. The monkey dodged before him, its claws reaching for Su Jianyan's chest. Watch out! Li Xiaofeng's heart leaped into his throat. The claw didn't land on Su Jianyan, because before it could, the monkey was knocked away. The one who knocked it away was the man beside Su Jianyan. Everyone except Su Jianyan was stunned. Even Li Xiaofeng had never seen that man help Su Jianyan before. Bang! Su Jianyan's axe struck the monkey's face precisely, instantly tearing its skin open. But an axe is no match for the sharpness of an arrow. The monkey's eyes weren't blinded. In pain, the monkey kicked the man off it. Li Xiaofeng. Su Jianyan had to call out again. Li Xiaofeng snapped out of his shock and quickly aimed. Whoosh! The arrow struck the monkey's claw. Having learned its lesson, the monkey was clearly more wary. It used one claw to protect its eyes, and the other to claw at Su Jianyan. Su Jianyan swung his axe, knocking the monkey's entire paw away. But it was of little use. As the monkey pounced again almost immediately, Su Jianyan was incredibly fast, dodging to the side. But the monkey was even faster. Just as half of Su Jianyan was about to be bitten, 3 figures rushed out from the side, slamming into the monkey. Gulp! The man was furious. Equally enraged were the 2 ordinary zombies frantically tearing at the monkey. Su Jianyan was momentarily stunned. The man's strength had indeed increased. He could even control ordinary zombies. Whoosh! Li Xiaofeng's arrow accurately pierced the monkey's remaining eye. Squeak! A scream immediately followed. Su Jianyan snapped back to reality. He stopped attacking and instead grabbed the man, turning and running. Severing the neck of an awakened zombie was difficult enough. Cutting the neck of a zombie king would be even harder. He wasn't arrogant enough to truly believe he could win. He had Li Xiaofeng blinded, simply to buy them time to escape. Seeing Su Jianyan run, Zhang Yu and his group quickly followed. As the sound spread, the nearby ordinary zombies became restless. They ran for over 10 minutes until they were completely exhausted, then found a place to hide. Inside the mobile phone shop, a group of people squatted behind the counter, panting heavily, while catching their breath. They all looked at Su Jianyan. Su Jianyan only had an axe, no gun, and since they had been clearing the way while he merely moved along, they hadn't taken him seriously. This was the first time they had seen Su Jianyan fight, and with that one move, he had taken down a zombie king. They didn't overlook Su Jianyan. After all, he had an awakened zombie with him. But the terror of an awakened zombie and Su Jianyan's own fighting ability were 2 completely different things. Thank you. After a long while, Zhang Yu finally managed to utter 2 words. In just a short time, they had lost 7 or 8 people. If Su Jianyan hadn't intervened in time, they would either be firing their guns or still being chased and attacked. And either way, even more people would have died. Su Jianyan simply shook his head. He had done it for his own sake. Are we still going? Someone in the group asked. After all this commotion, the sun was high in the sky. Let's rest, Zhang Yu decided. No one spoke. The group just leaned against the counter, panting. As the adrenaline wore off and they gradually calmed down, the faces of those who had died earlier filled their minds. Those who made it into their team were all top performers. Yet even so, they were utterly powerless against the zombie king. Su Jianyan turned to reach for water, when a mineral water bottle appeared before him. Liao Su smiled and said, "Drink mine." No need. Su Jianyan quickly found his own water and drank. He and Li Xiaofeng had already drunk more than half of the water they brought along the way. But there were still 3 or 4 bottles left. Enough. Rejected. Liao Su's smile visibly froze for a moment. The next moment, he said, "Let me reintroduce myself. My name is Liao Su, and I'm the vice captain of the Paradise Survival Team. Su Jianyan finished his water and stuffed the bottle back into his backpack. Seeing Su Jianyan's lack of reaction, Liao Su's smile became increasingly strained. You might not know, but our Paradise Survival Team is the largest of all the survival teams in the vicinity, currently boasting over 600 members. Su Jianyan was somewhat surprised. Zhang Yu had mentioned his team's name with considerable pride, leading him to guess it was a large team, but he hadn't expected it to have over 600 members. Seeing Su Jianyan's surprise, Liao Su smiled and extended an invitation. Would you be interested in joining us? Su Jianyan's abilities, even if not surpassing Li Xiaofeng's, were certainly no less. Such talent was rare, and recruiting him would benefit both teams. Most importantly, it would put Li Xiaofeng in a more prominent position. He admitted Li Xiaofeng possessed some skill, but he was undeniably too arrogant, making his position as vice captain, which he held by virtue of his veteran status, inconvenient. Not at the moment. Su Jianyan declined. He wasn't opposed to joining the survival team, but he could tell Liao Su's invitation was purposeful. Surviving in the apocalypse was already difficult enough. He didn't want to get involved in intrigue or be used as a pawn. Liao Su's smile vanished completely. Then let's go together once we get out. Li Xiaofeng's smile instantly brightened. He reached out to hook his arm around Su Jianyan's shoulder, but before his hand could touch him, a pair of deep eyes looked down, along with a set of white teeth. Gulp! Li Xiaofeng quickly withdrew his hand. The man moved closer to him. Li Xiaofeng immediately backed away. After scaring Li Xiaofeng back 3 miles, the man finally looked away and sat down next to Su Jianyan. Su Jianyan was his alone. Chapter 29. Having witnessed this scene, and seeing the man's protective instincts towards Su Jianyan, Zhang Yu and his group felt a complex mix of emotions, including immense envy. The combat power of awakened zombies was undeniable. Being protected by an awakened zombie like this in this apocalypse was like possessing an incredibly sharp spear. They might even be able to fight the zombie king. Su Jianyan had indeed fought the monkey zombie king to a standstill earlier. While everyone envied him, Liao Su's eyes were filled with jealousy. If he were the one chosen by the man to protect. Time passed slowly. The heat gradually increased, and the room fell silent. Around 1 p.m., when the temperature reached its peak, everyone was too weak to even move. Around 3 p.m., when the high temperature finally subsided, many people's lips were cracked. Zhang Yu's group of over 40 people shared 2 bottles of water, each person only taking 2 sips. And that was their last water. Su Jianyan and Li Xiaofeng had more water, and each drank about half a bottle. Seeing that Li Xiaofeng still had water, many people looked at him. Li Xiaofeng ignored them, and simply put the remaining water back in his backpack. The group's expressions immediately turned grim. The reason they had chased after him, besides wanting to retrieve the packet of medicine, was also to try and take Li Xiaofeng back, given his impressive skills. For this, even the vice captain, Liao Su, had personally come after them. Li Xiaofeng, however, showed no appreciation. Let's go. The sooner we leave, the sooner we can rest for the night. Zhang Yu stood up. We need to find a place to replenish our food tonight. The group followed suit. They had originally headed towards the outskirts of the city, but after encountering the Monkey Corpse King, they had run in the opposite direction, towards the city's interior. Compared to last night, they hadn't covered much ground. Moving again, Su Jianyan didn't let Zhang Yu and the others lead the way, instead taking Li Xiaofeng ahead. With only a little over 2 days' journey left to leave the city, he really didn't want any more mishaps. Zhang Yu and his group were more than happy to have Su Jianyan and Li Xiaofeng lead the way. Su Jianyan chose a direction that avoided the location where he had encountered the monkey zombie king. The journey was silent, save for the occasional whooshing sound or the dull thud of an axe striking the ground. After more than an hour, they entered an old town area. This old town was undergoing demolition, so it was sparsely populated, and there weren't as many zombies as in another old town Su Jianyan had encountered before. However, because the buildings were older, planning issues and illegal constructions were more severe, resulting in winding, narrow paths everywhere, making it even more dangerous. Su Jianyan had to slow down, having just relaxed his tense nerves after dealing with one zombie. And before he could even lower his axe, another zombie appeared around a corner. Whoosh! The zombie lunged immediately. Su Jianyan was only half a meter away, unable to swing his axe properly. so he could only kick it. Bang! The zombie crashed into a makeshift awning for electric bikes by the roadside. An illegal structure made of corrugated iron, making a loud noise. Su Jianyan frowned. Zhang Yu and his group behind him also frowned. They weren't blaming Su Jianyan for his carelessness. They might not have reacted in that situation. They were just worried about the potential trouble that might follow. The zombie lunged again. Su Jianyan dodged to the side, simultaneously striking it with his axe. The zombie fell to the ground. At the same time, a noise came from the winding alleyways behind them. Something was approaching. Su Jianyan ran 2 quick steps, pushed off the wall at the end, and vaulted into the courtyard of a self-built house ahead. Zhang Yu and his group quickly followed. After vaulting over the wall, the group stood against it, holding their breath and listening intently. As they took cover, footsteps reached the alleyway they had just been in. Crack! The sound of sheet metal being crushed was sharp and piercing. The thing didn't leave immediately, but stopped near the awning. The group exchanged glances, their eyes filled with unease, because this was abnormal. Ordinary zombies don't think. Upon hearing a noise, they simply rush towards the direction of the sound. Even if they find nothing after reaching the location, they will instinctively chase it a little further down the alleyway, instead of stopping immediately. Is it an awakened zombie? Su Jianyan looked around. The self-built house wasn't tall, only 3 stories in total. Due to its age, the kitchen on the left had collapsed. The kitchen was right next to the wall. The collapsed wall had smashed into the wall, creating a gap. The gap led to a neighboring house. Su Jianyan silently gestured to the others and led the group towards the gap. Awakened zombies are different from ordinary zombies. They can think. Even if they didn't find the footprints they left on the wall, they would definitely search the surrounding area. Su Jianyan went first. The neighboring house was also a self-built 4-story building. It hadn't collapsed, but it had been uninhabited for a long time. One of the doors was hanging askew, and the ground and walls were covered in old, bluish-black mold. Su Jianyan entered and went straight across the yard towards the opposite wall. Outside the wall was an alleyway, where 2 ordinary zombies lay. Su Jianyan retreated. If those were truly awakened zombies, even if he could kill them silently, their corpses would be enough to expose them. Landing, Su Jianyan headed towards the back of the small building. Zhang Yu and his group had all arrived, guns at the ready, tensely scanning their surroundings. Behind the small courtyard was another courtyard. No zombies were seen there, so it was passable. Su Jianyan went first, followed closely by Zhang Yu and his group, with Li Xiaofeng bringing up the rear. After one courtyard, another, and after scaling 12 or 13 houses, confirming they were rid of the creature, Su Jianyan led his group into the alleyway. Moving through the alleyway was faster than scaling the wall. In just over 10 minutes, they had covered a considerable distance. Completely away, Su Jianyan found a courtyard for everyone to rest briefly. After such a long period of intense tension, everyone was drenched in sweat. This godforsaken place. Someone complained. The others didn't speak, but they all agreed wholeheartedly. As members of their elite survival team, each of them had seen awakened zombies, zombie kings, and even fought them. But even all of them combined probably hadn't seen as many awakened zombies and zombie kings in this city in the past few days. How did you end up in this city? Zhang Yu asked Su Jianyan. Li Xiaofeng came in to hide from them. But what about Su Jianyan? I woke up here, and I've been trying to get out, but I haven't been able to. Su Jianyan explained simply. Hearing this, everyone was surprised. The virus outbreak had already been going on for almost 4 months. Thinking about it, they felt relieved. Large cities are inherently more dangerous than smaller cities. This danger isn't just due to the greater number of awakened zombies and zombie kings, but also the presence of ordinary zombies. Ordinary cities have lower population densities, but in large cities, even the slightest noise can attract hundreds or even thousands of zombies. These large cities, relatively speaking, don't lack food. So, what are you planning to do after you get out? Zhang Yu asked. This time, Su Jianyan didn't answer. He did want to find a survival team to join, but Zhang Yu's team gave him a feeling that there were some serious problems. As for Mortalin and Li Linmu, even if he wanted to find them, where in this vast world would he go? Su Jianyan had already explicitly refused once, but Zhang Yu still extended an invitation. Why don't you consider our survival team again? With your abilities, if you're willing to join us, you at least be a captain. Our survival team currently has over 600 people, including 5 elite squads. We have over 200 guns, our own medical team, and we rely on convoys for movement. A convoy? Su Jianyan was somewhat tempted this time. Vehicles need gasoline, and with gas stations closed, their only way to obtain gasoline is to search inside the vehicles. Most vehicles are concentrated in cities. Ordinary squads have limited manpower and firepower. They struggle to survive, let alone have the energy to collect gasoline. Having their own convoy indicates that the team has accumulated considerable resources. Seeing Su Jianyan's softening attitude, Zhang Yu immediately added, "Our next goal is to build an amusement park." Su Jianyan looked over, and this time he was genuinely tempted. The reason he brought those 4 supplementary lighting tubes was because he thought they might come in handy later. But before he could use them, soil, seeds, water, he first needed a safe, long-term place. After all, plants need time to grow. If you join now, once future paradise is built, you be a veteran. Someone nearby laughed. With your abilities, you might even become a vice director. Another person added. Yeah. A group of people chimed in, their tone filled with admiration and affirmation for Su Jianyan's abilities, as well as their hopes for the future. Although the virus outbreak had only lasted about 4 months, they had already experienced far too much. They now had only one dream, to have a place where they could sleep peacefully. Listening to the chatter of the crowd, Liao Su smiled, but his smile was noticeably stiff, especially after hearing the words vice director. He was one of the earlier members of their survival team. Back then, the team was small, and his abilities were decent, so he naturally became the vice captain. However, as their team grew, more and more people joined, and more capable individuals emerged. His position as vice captain gradually became ordinary, especially after Li Xiaofeng joined. His role as vice captain became even more dispensable. And if Su Jianyan were to join them? Liao Su lowered his eyes. He had previously invited Su Jianyan, hoping Su Jianyan would side with him and be of use. But if Su Jianyan became uncontrollable in the crowd, Li Xiaofeng also wore a sour expression. He didn't want to go back at all. He ran away after an argument. It would be too embarrassing to go back like this. Li Xiaofeng stepped forward to interrupt. But before he could move, a figure blocked Su Jianyan's path. Gulp. The man looked at Zhang Yu and his group unhappily. They were too close. They had been talking to Su Jianyan the whole time, and Su Jianyan hadn't even noticed him. Seeing the man suddenly appearing pale face, the group was startled, but their eyes grew even more eager. Su Jianyan was already exceptionally capable, and with this man added to the mix, they imagined their survival team going out with Su Jianyan leading the way, and the man clearing the way, achieving victory after victory. Think it over again. We really hope you can join. Thump. The sound of metal hitting the concrete floor suddenly rang out. The sound wasn't particularly sharp, but it was clearly out of place with their heated discussion, instantly silencing everyone. What chilled them even more was that the sound was coming from behind the self-built building behind them. The building had been uninhabited for quite some time. Its open doorways and windows were pitch black, like the eyes and mouth of something. Zhang Yu's Adam's apple bobbed. Should we go first? No one objected, and the group quickly headed towards the wall they had entered through. Outside the wall was a fairly wide street, also quite old, especially the food stalls, whose shutters were even stained with grease. There were no zombies on the street. Once everyone was outside, the group immediately ran to the left. The street wasn't long. They reached the end in a minute. A zombie was visible in the distance around the corner. Li Xiaofeng knocked an arrow, and the zombie fell instantly. Seeing this, the group didn't stop. Just before turning the corner, Su Jianyan glanced back. The instant he saw it clearly, a chill ran down his spine. On the building in the courtyard where they had been, a furry, monkey-like creature was staring at them menacingly. It's that corpse king from before. Su Jianyan wasn't the only one who saw it. Zhang Yu and his group did too. Its eyes. The monkey had been blinded in both eyes by Li Xiaofeng. Now, although the wound was still visible around one eye, and bloodshot veins were visible, its vision had clearly recovered. Its other eye was still a bloody mess. The two weren't equal. It was doing it on purpose, deliberately restoring one eye first, so it could come looking for them. This way. Su Jianyan quickly turned to the right. He was no longer as cautious as before, but rushed forward at top speed, trying to create as much distance as possible. Zhang Yu and his group gritted their teeth and followed closely behind. The old town meandered, and soon they could no longer see the monkey-like corpse king. No one dared to stop. The group continued forward. 20 minutes later, when their throats ached and their hearts were about to burst, they passed through the old town and entered a construction site. The construction was halfway complete, with green safety netting everywhere. Suddenly entering it gave them the illusion of entering another world. As they ran, they all looked back. Looks like he hasn't followed, Liao Su said. Let's rest, someone suggested. Food and water had been scarce for a long time. Each of them was carrying a backpack half their height, and the guns in their hands were also quite heavy, coupled with their previous exhaustion. He couldn't run anymore. Go inside, Zhang Yu said. They were still being followed by more than a dozen zombies. They had to shake them off. The group rushed into a building ahead. The building's basic framework and floors were already built, but the walls weren't finished. Once inside, the group ran straight upstairs. The zombies following behind immediately gave chase. They ran to the 5th floor in one go. Several of them took ropes from their backpacks, tied them to pillars, and slid down. A second and a third followed closely behind. By the time the zombies chasing them reached the 5th floor, they were all on the ground floor. Without hesitation, the group immediately ran away. After running for a while, making sure the zombies couldn't catch up, the group gradually slowed down. Although there weren't many zombies at the construction site, there were some, and they didn't want to provoke them again. 5 or 6 minutes later, they stopped on the 2nd floor of a building. The building, too, was a structure with only a frame and a base, lacking a perimeter wall. A group of people collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. As Su Jianying gasped for breath, he looked towards the direction they had come from outside the protective netting. Upon seeing clearly, his brow furrowed immediately. Let's go! The group who had just lain down looked up. They're coming! Su Jianying headed downstairs. The group sprang to their feet as if electrocuted, all looking towards the outside of the protective netting. The monkey was slowly approaching them. It didn't know which building they were in, but it was only a matter of time before it found them. Unlike the city, the construction site wasn't made of soft soil. The footprints left by their group of over 40 people were crystal clear. This way. Su Jianying led the way, running towards the edge of the construction site, eager to get into the city as quickly as possible. 10 minutes later, they saw the street ahead. Su Jianying was about to lead the way when a cry of alarm came from behind. It's here! Su Jianying turned around. The monkey zombie king was charging towards them. It was large, but incredibly fast, reaching them almost instantly. Knowing they couldn't escape, Su Jianying turned back without hesitation, as did Li Xiufeng. He drew his bow and knocked an arrow, aiming for its eye. If they could blind it again, they would have a chance to escape. Su Jianying swung his axe but missed. The monkey leaped over his head and pounced on Zhang Yu's group. Get out of the way! Watch out! The group instantly panicked. As it landed, the monkey's claws lashed out in all directions. Ah! A scream immediately followed. At the same time, all the zombies near the street surged towards them. Whoosh! Li Xiufeng's arrow missed. The monkey was prepared. His arrow, however, revealed his position. The monkey zombie king immediately lunged at him. Li Xiufeng turned and ran, but zombies surrounded him. He had nowhere to escape. Just as the monkey zombie king's claws reached his back, Li Xiufeng's mind went blank. Su Jianying suddenly appeared, smashing his axe into the monkey zombie king's wrist. The wrist was jolted free. At the same time, the man pounced on the monkey zombie king's back, opening his mouth to bite. Su Jianying stepped forward and swung his axe at the monkey's ankle. The monkey screamed in pain, its attention diverted. Li Xiufeng quickly drew his bow and released the arrow. But the moment it flew, something bumped into his hand, and the arrow, originally aimed at the monkey's eye, flew towards the man on its back. An arrow grazed the man's cheek, leaving a deep gash. Ouch! The man winced in pain, glaring angrily at Li Xiufeng. Sorry. Liao Su apologized as he kicked away the zombie that lunged at him. In the short time it took, more and more zombies had surrounded him. We can't hold out much longer. Zhang Yu glanced at Su Jianying in the chaos. Li Xiufeng immediately drew another arrow. Before he could knock it, a zombie pounced on him, forcing him to abandon aiming and prioritize dodging. When he looked back after dodging, Su Jianyan had already exchanged blows with the Zombie King twice. He had missed a chance to shoot in that instant. "Protect me," Li Xiaofeng growled, ignoring the surrounding zombies, as he immediately nocked another arrow. Even if Su Jianyan was powerful, he was still human. While the monkey was a zombie king, there was an overwhelming power difference between them. Every second he wasted increased the danger on Su Jianyan's side. Whoosh! Just as Li Xiaofeng aimed, something lunged at him. The arrow flew, veering off to the right, completely out of the way of the monkey. Li Xiaofeng dodged in a panic. It was a zombie that pounced on him. Li Xiaofeng immediately looked around. Only Liao Su was nearby, and Liao Su was rushing towards him to help block the zombie. Li Xiaofeng quickly retreated, glancing again at Su Jianyan. The monkey clearly had the upper hand, relentlessly punching Su Jianyan. After dodging 3 times, Su Jianyan could no longer dodge, and could only raise his axe to defend. Bang! The 3-meter-tall body slammed down with all its might. Even from a distance, Li Xiaofeng could hear Su Jianyan's muffled groan. And he could indeed see blood at the corner of Su Jianyan's mouth. Li Xiaofeng immediately nocked another arrow. However, before he could even raise the bow, a zombie pounced on him. Li Xiaofeng looked over, and saw Liao Su kick the zombie away. Li Xiaofeng was furious. "What are you doing?" If this dragged on any longer, Su Jianyan would be dead for sure. Couldn't Liao Su be a little more reliable? Liao Su looked apologetic. "Sorry." Zhang Yu, seeing this, kicked away the zombie beside him, and tried to help. But there were just too many zombies surrounding him. He had only taken 1 step, when another zombie lunged at him. In the chaos, Zhang Yu glanced at Su Jianyan. Su Jianyan was almost at his limit. That was the Zombie King. A Zombie King they couldn't even withstand a single blow from. "Fire!" Zhang Yu roared. They hadn't fired because they didn't want to attract more zombies. But if they didn't fire now, they wouldn't have another chance. Li Xiaofeng took 5 or 6 steps back, retreating to Zhang Yu's side. "Keep an eye on him," he said, raising his hand to aim. Several people nearby rushed over, shielding Li Xiaofeng behind them. Across the street, Su Jianyan, after catching another full-force punch from the monkey, felt a sharp pain in both arms as if they were broken, and his mind went blank for a moment. The monkey raised its claws again. Su Jianyan tried to dodge, but his body, still reeling from the previous impact, was completely out of control. Gulp! The man sensed something was wrong and lunged at Su Jianyan. Su Jianyan was knocked aside, and the monkey delivered a powerful punch to him. The man was slammed to the ground, blood immediately seeping from the scabbed wounds on his legs and stomach, and one arm twisted strangely to the side. The Zombie King's suppression of awakened zombies was absolute, especially since the man was inherently weaker and more intelligent. The monkey, having hit something, immediately threw another punch. The asphalt ground caved in, and copious amounts of blood gushed from the man's mouth and nose, his consciousness fading. Even an awakened zombie would die if its head or spine was destroyed. By the time Su Jianyan realized what was happening, he had already rushed forward. The pain receded, and his entire body came alive. He was filled with rage, and he swung his axe with all his might. The axe struck the Zombie King's leg precisely. But this time, unlike any before, the axe didn't bounce off the bone. Instead, it severed the entire leg bone. Losing a leg, the monkey lost its balance and seemed to scream as it fell. But Su Jianyan couldn't hear it. He had only one thought in his mind: kill it. He had to kill it. After the first axe strike, he immediately raised it again. Bang! The axe slammed into the monkey's stomach. There was no bone there, so blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Su Jianyan felt something splash on his face and lips. But he felt no fear, only a growing rage. He raised his axe again. It sounded like someone was calling him. Su Jianyan vaguely heard it, but none of that mattered. He had more important things to do now. He was going to kill it. Su Jianyan. Su Jianyan. Li Xiaofeng and Zhang Yu grabbed Su Jianyan from either side and dragged him away. No need to fight anymore. Su Jianyan didn't need to fight anymore. The Monkey Corpse King was already blind. Not only was it blind, but its legs were broken, its arms were broken, and its abdomen and chest were a bloody mess. If Su Jianyan continued to hit it, it might be killed. They didn't pity the Zombie King, but Su Jianyan had clearly been acting strangely from the start. He seemed deaf to their voices. attacking relentlessly like a madman. Blow after blow. Even the monkey zombie king couldn't withstand his attacks. This way. Someone had already cleared a path ahead. Li Xiufeng and Zhang Yu, supporting Su Jianyan, ran at top speed through the zombie horde towards that direction. In the city, the man in white looked down at his trembling hands, writhing with rage, his smile radiant, almost distorted. Across from him, the bearded middle-aged man's eyes were red with fury, and the beautiful face of the woman in red was also contorted. A whoa! Roar! The roars and howls of wild beasts echoed from all directions of the city. One after another. One after another. King! The bearded man, barely regaining his composure from extreme anger, spoke in a hoarse voice, filled with both excitement and deep worry. King! His king! He wasn't their illusion. He truly existed. And now he was furious. The woman in red moved first, rushing towards the direction where the anger was most evident. She had to get there quickly. Her king was angry. Her king was furious. Something must have happened to him. She had missed him once before when he was injured. She couldn't miss him again this time. Watching the two figures gradually disappear into the distance, the man in white couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Their appearance was quite amusing. They were clearly corpse kings, beings far superior to others. Yet they were so easily controlled. He tried to mock them, but his body moved uncontrollably, running faster than the bearded man and the woman in red. Suddenly, the face of the man who had stood between him and the black beast that day flashed into his mind. He looked somewhat thin, as if he hadn't eaten properly. He must have only recently awakened, still not quite adept at using his abilities. He certainly didn't look very old, even by human standards. He must have been injured. The faint smell of blood emanated from him. That day, faced with his own high spirits and that black beast, he must have been frightened. His face turned pale. Chapter 30. Take him. Dragged along, Su Jianyan gradually recovered from his boundless rage, a familiar headache striking at the same time. Something seemed to come alive in his mind, writhing and struggling, making him completely confused and unable to speak coherently. He's behind us, Li Xiaofeng said. Su Jianyan immediately looked towards the back of the crowd. The man was being dragged by two people. The man was covered in a bluish-green liquid. They dared not touch him directly, so they took off their outer garments and wrapped them around his arms. The unconscious man looked like a broken toy. Su Jianyan moved slightly. I can walk myself. Li Xiufeng and Zhang Yu didn't let go. It was a miracle that Su Jianyan hadn't died after enduring such an attack. The people scouting ahead suddenly turned into an alleyway in the opposite direction from where they had been. Li Xiufeng and his group behind, confused, immediately followed. Almost as soon as they turned into the alley, a massive black figure rushed past them from the street they had just been on. It was the Zombie King. This way. The leader chose a direction with fewer zombies. The group moved again. Almost simultaneously, the sound of trampling vehicles came from behind the wall on their left, and something equally enormous ran across the street from the other side. A whoa! Accompanying this was an extremely angry roar. The group immediately crouched down against the wall. A moment later, the street was quiet. The group moved again. More than 10 minutes later, when everyone was drenched in sweat and unable to run any further, they found a nearby shop to hide and rest. Don't move. After Li Xiufeng and Zhang Yu laid Su Jianyan flat on the ground, Zhang Yu quickly checked him over. Is anything wrong? You bastard. Putting Su Jianyan down, Li Xiufeng turned and lunged at Liao Su beside him. What are you doing? Liao Su groaned, his nose immediately bleeding. Seeing this, the others rushed forward to stop him. What are you doing? Li Xiufeng. He did it on purpose. Li Xiufeng pinned Liao Su down, kicking and punching him. He was determined to kill Liao Su today. Li Xiufeng went berserk, disregarding everything, and several people who tried to pull him away were knocked down. Seeing the situation getting increasingly out of control, Zhang Yu hissed. Have you had enough? There were zombies on the street ahead. Li Xiufeng would kill them all. Can't you see that? Li Xiufeng turned back, his eyes filled with rage. Seeing this, the others quickly pulled him off Liao Su and pressed him to the ground. Zhang Yu looked at Liao Su. The others did the same. The situation had indeed been chaotic, but Liao Su's performance had certainly been less than satisfactory. I'm sorry. It's my fault. But I really didn't mean to. Liao Su lowered his head. Bullshit. You clearly did it on purpose. You wanted to kill Su Jianyan. Li Xiaofeng was furious and struggled to pounce on him again. A group of people quickly held him down. I have no grudge against him. Why would I harm him? Besides, if he dies, we won't be able to escape. Liao Su smiled bitterly. I really didn't mean to. Cough. Su Jianyan struggled to sit up. Li Xiaofeng shouting gave him a headache. Don't move. Zhang Yu quickly helped him up, glancing at the others beside him. Get some anti-inflammatory and pain-relieving medicine. The man with the backpack had fainted, and the group rushed forward to rummage through his bag. A moment later, the medicine and water were handed to Su Jianyan. Su Jianyan swallowed it in one gulp. Zhang Yu breathed a sigh of relief, then quickly said, the bones aren't broken, but internal injuries are certain. You better not move around too much for the next few days. He couldn't even finish his sentence. In this condition, not moving was tantamount to waiting to die. Su Jianyan crawled towards the man thrown into the corner. Upon closer inspection, the man's injuries were even more horrific. Not only was his left hand broken, but his left ribs were also caved in, and the wounds on his legs and abdomen were still bleeding. The only saving grace was that his neck and skull seemed fine. Su Jianyan took out a pair of plastic gloves and a spare t-shirt from his backpack, intending to bandage the man's wounds first. Even for an awakened zombie, constant bleeding would definitely have an effect. He strained, but the shirt didn't budge. He still couldn't muster any strength in either hand. Get out of the way. Li Xiaofeng glared fiercely at Liao Su, then pushed aside the person pinning him down and stepped forward to help. After removing the man's clothes, Su Jianyan frowned, looking at the severe injuries on his body that would have killed an ordinary person long ago. Zhang Yu and his group, watching from the side, remained silent. The man deserved credit for their survival. Roar. A beastly roar suddenly rang out, the source of which was no more than 200 meters away. Zhang Yu and his group all looked towards the doorway. The roars hadn't stopped since they started, as if all the zombie kings in the city were stirring, and all of them were moving towards their area. They had never seen or heard of such a scene. What's wrong with him? It must be the king of zombies. He's probably nearby. Zhang Yu guessed. Everyone looked over. The zombie kings had suddenly all come towards the city at the same time, and they had guessed then that something in the city was summoning them. Now it seemed their guess was correct. There was indeed a king of zombies in the city who could influence the other zombie kings. Could it be that monkey from before? Because we injured it, the other zombie kings are so angry? Possibly. I think it's impossible. If it's the king of zombies, it's too weak. Everyone looked at Su Jianyan. When they chose to fire, they were already forced into a corner. A desperate gamble. They all thought they were doomed. But in the blink of an eye, they saw Su Jianyan pinning the monkey-like zombie king to the ground and beating it. Thank you, Zhang Yu said sincerely. While expressing his gratitude, he couldn't help but glance at Liao Su again. Liao Su was, after all, the vice-captain of their survival team. An experienced survivor. He really shouldn't have done this. Noticing Zhang Yu's gaze, Liao Su gave a bitter, apologetic smile. Zhang Yu didn't say anything. He stood up. Let's go! Let's get out of here! Su Jianyan had already finished bandaging the man, and they had rested long enough. There were more and more zombie kings nearby. If they stayed any longer, they really wouldn't be able to leave. A group of people quickly got to their feet. Can you walk? Li Xiaofeng slung Su Jianyan's axe over his back and looked at Su Jianyan. Yes. Su Jianyan moved his body. He couldn't lift either of his arms, but his legs could still move. He looked at the man on the ground. Two members of Zhang Yu's team stepped forward to help him. Li Xiaofeng volunteered to go ahead and scout the way. The group followed. At the back of the group, Liao Su's ever humble and kind smile gradually faded, and his hands, which had been hanging by his sides, clenched tightly. He truly hadn't expected Su Jianyan to survive even in that state. They went outside, and the group quickly headed towards the city center along the street. The commotion had been going on for some time, alerting all the ordinary zombies in the vicinity, making their movements even more difficult. Even with Li Xiaofeng leading the way, half an hour had passed, and they had only moved from one street to another. Having finally reached the end of the street, Li Xiaofeng peeked out, but immediately pulled his head back, simultaneously gesturing for a quick retreat. The group had no choice but to turn back. As they moved, Su Jianyan peeked out. Ahead, 3 or 4 zombies were purposefully searching the street. They weren't just searching the streets. They were also entering shops and buildings. Ordinary zombies didn't have that kind of intelligence. They were clearly controlled by intelligent awakened zombies, or zombie kings. After running back a short distance, Li Xiaofeng led the way to the right, intending to go around them. On another street to the right, 3 or 4 zombies were also conducting a thorough search. The difference was that these zombies were followed by a man in white. It's him! Zhang Yu recognized it at a glance. Su Jianyan also recognized it, and it sent chills down his spine. This search method clearly indicated that the man in white was looking for humans. What do we do? Fight? Li Xiaofeng turned around. Go around it. Zhang Yu decided. Even a weaker, more intelligent zombie king could control nearly 100 zombies. Going around wouldn't be easy, and alerting them would only make things worse, especially since Su Jianyan was currently injured. Let's go! Even as they were discussing this, one of the zombies was already heading their way. To the right was a car wash, a combination of 4 shops, with several cars parked in front, some waiting to be washed and others already washed. No zombies were seen inside the shop, but there were some across the street. A group of people, bent over, used the cars parked in front of the shop to move around. To the left of the shop was an alley leading to the back, and further ahead was still a street. Li Xiaofeng, walking at the front, hesitated whether to take the alleyway or continue down the street when a sweet electronic voice shattered the silence. Welcome. Everyone turned to look. Beside Liao Su, on the wall of the car wash entrance, a Santa Claus ornament was glowing and speaking. Realizing what was happening, everyone's faces paled. The next moment, something rushed out before they could react. It was Liao Su. He was incredibly fast. Before anyone else could react, he was already at the front of the crowd. Li Xiaofeng wanted to curse, but before he could speak, several figures appeared on the street behind them. Several zombies, conducting a thorough search, ran towards them. Behind them, there was none other than the man in white. The moment their eyes met, Su Jianyan felt a chill run down his spine, because the man clearly smiled the instant he saw him. He found him. This way, the group disregarded everything else and ran forward for their lives. Ahead, Liao Su was already nearly 100 meters away, and the distance between them was steadily increasing. His abilities were mediocre, yet he had survived this long because he could run. That bastard! Li Xiaofeng cursed as he fired 2 arrows in quick succession. Liao Su was running too fast. The zombies in his path were alerted. Some chased after Liao Su, while the rest turned and pounced on them. Besieged from both sides, there was no way to escape. This way, Su Jianyan decisively ran towards the alleyway on the left. The group all followed. I told you that Ba **** did it on purpose. Li Xiaofeng cursed as he ran. Zhang Yu and his group gritted their teeth, remaining silent. Liao Su, though of average ability, was kind and gentle. Li Xiaofeng, though capable, was arrogant and loved to show off. When the two had a falling out, their first instinct was to trust Liao Su. Later, when Li Xiaofeng stole their belongings and ran away, Liao Su offered to find him and give him another chance, proving they hadn't misjudged him. But now, they could excuse Liao Su's previous failures in protecting Li Xiaofeng as simply being out of sorts. But this time, they could find no reason to defend him. It wasn't just the man in white who was alerted. Other zombies nearby were also alerted. They hadn't run far when zombies pounced. Li Xiaofeng fired 2 arrows, but the number of zombies attacking was far greater than that. Su Jianyan had to retrieve the axe from Zhang Yu's back. The axe weighed 70 or 80 pounds, making each swing difficult. As they dealt with the last zombie, the zombies controlled by the white-clad man were already beside them. They didn't attack directly, but slowly surrounded them. Su Jianyan turned and ran without hesitation. As he ran, he looked back. The white-clad man was still dozens of meters away. His gaze remained fixed on him, making him even more certain that the white-clad man was looking for him. Facing the zombie king, the group exerted all their strength, making them faster than ever before. Soon, the white-clad man was out of sight. Even though he was out of sight, the group didn't slow down, continuing to run. They had already witnessed the zombie king's power. After more than 30 minutes, when the group was completely exhausted, they finally found a place to rest. No one spoke. The hallway was filled with panting. Less than 5 minutes later, Li Xiaofeng stood up at the window. They're catching up. The group's hearts leaped into their throats. Everyone stood up and looked out the window. Sure enough, the man in white wasn't chasing Liao Su. Instead, he was leading his zombie army towards them. What do we do? Fight? Having encountered 2 zombie kings in a row, both of these persistent types, Li Xiufeng felt like dying. Su Jianyan shook his head. We can't win. If his hand hadn't been injured, they might have had a chance. But now they had no chance. Let's go! Zhang Yu led the way downstairs. Su Jianyan turned to follow, but saw the man in white at the end of the street stop. The next moment, the man smiled and waved at him. Su Jianyan felt like cursing. That man in white was a lunatic. Su Jianyan quickly went downstairs. Upon reaching the bottom, the group immediately scattered again. Half an hour later, completely exhausted, they had to stop again. Less than 10 minutes after they stopped, the man in white reappeared behind them. He still didn't attack, but seeing him again, Su Jianyan almost wished he would attack directly. That way, at least he'd die a quick death. The group started running again. Their stamina had already been almost completely depleted when they encountered the monkey zombie king. And after meeting the man in white, their remaining stamina was also exhausted. Running again, their speed was noticeably slower than before, and their stamina had also greatly diminished. In less than 20 minutes, they were already unable to run. After persisting for another 5 or 6 minutes, seeing that they couldn't even outrun ordinary zombies, the group had no choice but to find a nearby residential building and enter. We split up and run later, Su Jianyan said, panting. Inside the building. Split up? The group, also panting, exchanged glances, their faces grim. That was indeed a solution. If they split up, the white-clad man could only chase a portion of them, and the others might escape. Especially Li Xiufeng and Su Jianyan. Their chances of survival were far greater than the others. I mean, you guys run? I go the other way, Su Jianyan said again, noticing the misunderstanding. That guy is chasing me. Everyone was stunned. Chasing you? Zhang Yu asked, his face full of surprise. You know him? The white-clad man was clearly a zombie king. If anyone else had seriously told them that a zombie king was chasing them, they would have burst out laughing. But it was Su Jianyan who said this. I seen it before. Su Jianyan briefly recounted what had happened. Upon listening, Zhang Yu and his group's expressions twisted in disbelief. Before encountering Su Jianyan, they had seen some corpse kings, but most of the time, they only saw them from afar. After all, if they actually encountered one, they would already be dead. But with Su Jianyan, the corpse kings were like roadside weeds. Although it was largely related to the city, wasn't Su Jianyan just incredibly unlucky? Su Jianyan himself was frustrated. He just wanted to leave the city. Why was it so difficult? I go with you, Li Xiufeng said. No need. Su Jianyan refused without hesitation. The two of us together might have a chance to escape, Li Xiufeng immediately said. He would never abandon Su Jianyan to run away alone. You're out of arrows. Su Jianyan stated the fact. Li Xiufeng would retrieve any arrows he shot if possible. But such opportunities were rare. He lost several when encountering the monkey-like corpse king, leaving him with only 2. Those remaining arrows were meaningless. Li Xiufeng wanted to say something more, but before he could speak, Su Jianyan looked at Zhang Yu. Can you do me a favor? What favor? Zhang Yu felt a pang of unease. If what Su Jianyan said was true, once they separated, the man in white would definitely chase after Su Jianyan. That might give them a chance to survive. But what difference was there between that and sacrificing Su Jianyan to save their lives? They hadn't known Su Jianyan for long. Their bond wasn't particularly deep. But the fact that Su Jianyan had saved their lives was undeniable, strictly speaking. Su Jianyan's injury and their discovery by the man in white were all caused by their people. I encountered 2 other groups in the city before. Su Jianyan briefly recounted the situation with Mordelin and Li Lingmu. If you encounter them again, please look after them for me. As food becomes increasingly scarce, and the number of awakened zombies and zombie kings increases, the human living environment will only worsen. If the food problem isn't solved, infighting and competition for resources will be inevitable. Zhang Yu's group is the largest in the vicinity, and they will definitely have the advantage in that situation. Knowing Zhang Yu and his group as he does, he knows they won't show mercy. Su Jianyan didn't expect Zhang Yu and his group to protect Mordelin and Li Lingmu. He just hoped the 2 sides wouldn't fight. After all, they were acquaintances. Zhang Yu understood Su Jianyan's unspoken meaning. His feelings grew increasingly complex. And he nodded earnestly. I'm just a captain. I can't guarantee anything. But I do my best. Thank you. As soon as Su Jianyan finished speaking, the person at the window spoke up. Coming. The group inside gasped. You can leave, Su Jianyan said. The group exchanged glances. No one moving. Zhang Yu took a deep breath and stood up. The group looked at each other again before standing up. Li Xiaofeng didn't move. Zhang Yu looked over. I'm not leaving. Li Xiaofeng smiled. I'm staying. Li Xiaofeng. Zhang Yu frowned. I already left your survival team. You can't control me now. Li Xiaofeng's attitude was firm. Zhang Yu could walk away. But he couldn't. He had spent far more time with Su Jianyan than Zhang Yu and the others. And he actually quite liked Su Jianyan. Although Su Jianyan always had a cold expression. As long as others didn't betray him, he never had to worry about them betraying him. Su Jianyan would always lend a helping hand if he could. And he felt comfortable around him. Zhang Yu looked at the others beside him. Drag him away. The others immediately moved over. Let him go. Mind your own business. Li Xiaofeng's words were cut short as he lost consciousness. Su Jianyan threw the packet of medicine over as well. Zhang Yu looked at Li Xiaofeng. Then at Su Jianyan, who was expressionless and holding an axe. And his lips twitched. One of the people beside him carried Li Xiaofeng on his back. Zhang Yu picked up the packet of medicine from the ground. Opened it. Took out some medicine. Placed it on the ground. And then slung the packet over his shoulder. The group headed towards the door. Zhang Yu walked at the back, stopping and turning back just before leaving. Su Jianyan was still sitting there. Zhang Yu wanted to say something, but didn't know where to begin. After a long pause, he only managed to stammer. I'm sorry. If he could, he really wanted to take Su Jianyan back with him. If he could, he also wanted to be a loyal and compassionate person like Li Xiaofeng. But he still had over 30 people in his team who needed to survive. Yeah. Su Jianyan understood. Survival in the apocalypse was difficult. No one wanted to die. Zhang Yu turned and headed downstairs. The man in white was clearly not an ordinary zombie king. He controlled over 300 zombies. And they had already surrounded the entire building. Seeing them go down, a group of zombies stirred. But they didn't approach. Zhang Yu and his group loaded their guns and then, steeling themselves, headed towards the encirclement. If all else fails, they just break through. The zombies just watched them, not attacking. The moment they left the encirclement, the group immediately sped up and ran, reaching the end of the street, creating complete distance. They looked back. The zombies were still in the same spot. Su Jianyan was right. The white-clad man's target really was him. The group gradually stopped. Captain, maybe we? Before coming out, their minds were blank. After all, even if Su Jianyan was right, it didn't mean they could actually escape safely. Now that they were out safely, their minds finally started working. Did they really have to abandon Su Jianyan like this? Go. Zhang Yu turned around. No one moved. Zhang Yu looked back. Going back means death. If you think that's okay, I won't stop you. The reason Su Jianyan let them leave was because he understood this perfectly well. Su Jianyan didn't want to be a burden to them. No one spoke. For months into the apocalypse, they barely managed to survive. Who wanted to die? Let's go! Zhang Yu turned again. Inside the building, Su Jianyan looked at the man still unconscious beside him. He had promised never to abandon him again. But now, he had to break his promise. The man's unconsciousness wasn't such a bad thing after all. Otherwise, Su Jianyan really wouldn't know what to do with him. He certainly wouldn't have left obediently like Zhang Yu and the others. Su Jianyan got up and dragged the man to a nearby bedroom. Knock knock. Just as Su Jianyan had hidden the man, there was a knock at the door. The man in white was quite polite. Su Jianyan picked up the axe, the door opened. And sure enough, a smiling face stood outside. Upon closer inspection, the man's chilling, inhuman aura intensified. So much so that just meeting his gaze sent shivers down Su Jianyan's spine. As Su Jianyan sized him up, the man sized him up in return. The stench of blood on Su Jianyan was noticeably stronger than before. Upon smelling it, the white-clad man's smile widened. But a surge of uncontrollable heartache and rage welled up inside him. He struggled to suppress it. He hadn't come here to protect anyone. He was his own king. And only he could be his king. No one could be above him. The white-clad man smiled and began. You? Before he could finish his sentence, the axe in Su Jinyan's hand was already at his face. Bang! The man was smashed to the ground. At the same time, Su Jinyan stepped over him and rushed downstairs. Hearing footsteps echoing in the stairwell, the white-clad man, knocked to the ground, touched his face, finding his hand covered in blood. He felt a surge of murderous rage. At the same time, he finally realized one thing. Their king seemed unaware of his true identity. He had wondered why he had run away and hidden himself. Now he understood. He still seemed to believe he was human. Haha. The white-clad man got up, dusted himself off, and headed downstairs. Without his command, the zombies he controlled stood frozen in place like wooden blocks. Downstairs, he immediately saw a person peeking out at the end of the street, which momentarily confused him. After a while, he finally understood what the other person meant. They wanted him to chase after him? The face of an awakened zombie suddenly flashed through the white-clad man's mind. That awakened zombie wasn't among the group that had fled. And he couldn't see it now. The awakened zombie was still in the building. Was the other person trying to distract him so they could rescue the awakened zombie? The white-clad man's smile was terrifyingly bright. He tried to suppress it, but a bitter ache welled up in his chest. He suddenly charged towards the person at the far end. The latter was startled, then darted away like a rabbit. The white-clad man stopped. After running a short distance, seeing that he wasn't chasing, the person quickly peeked out again, as if to say, "Come on, chase me."